May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Welcome to the evening Buddothpada Dhamma talk. First of all, let's all pay our homage at Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse's feet, our noble friend, for his selfless service to share this beautiful message of true Dhamma with the entire mankind to end the sufferings. So, this is the reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. This is the time to enter the path to attain Nibbana. Nibbana was really a dream for us because couple of years ago, maybe 10-15 years ago, we never thought that it is possible for us to attain Nibbana in this life. But it is because of the reawakening of true Buddhist philosophy that we are very confident that we can end the sufferings in this life itself. So every day, all these Dhamma talks are guided and initiated by Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse, especially this 24-hour English Zoom is the novel venture with the aim of helping the people who do not understand Sinhala language, because most of the sermons are done in Sinhala language, but since this message should be passed over to everybody, all humans, now we are here with this English Dhamma talks. So today, let's look at how this self-view has formed, or how the self-view is formed. Because Lord Buddha himself said, Nisatto Nistivo Shunyo. It means that only natural phenomena exist. There is no sentient being in this body, physical body, or the mind. The process of power generation, when a stimulus arises and accelerated mental activity, can be compared to how a dynamo generates power when the wheels rotate to charge a battery. This power, which is taken to be the soul or self-view, actually it is formed as a result of the mechanism of the 6 sense bases. So it is a big mistake that we take this power or this current generated in thought formation, or when the vibrations of similar frequencies come together or interact, it is natural to produce some power. Now, if we take a battery, the positive and negative terminals, when they interact, some power is generated. So this power gives the feeling that we are alive and something or all the other things around us exist. So that we have to untangle this knot. How? Because even though we say the external world is not real, or there is no self in the body, it is so hard to believe so, because we feel that. We feel as if everything happens to us, and as if we live, we experience them. So let's further delve into this aspect to understand the truth of it. So as I mentioned earlier, it is just the mechanism of the six sense bases or 6 sense faculties: eye, ear, nose, tongue, body or the skin, and the mind. So when the eye perceives a stimulus, the eye sensitivity or chakku prasada sparks. That is the interaction of vibrations of similar frequencies, and the arising of visual form occurs billions of times per second. It's so continuous, so fast, So it is not just one wave coming, but it's a flow of millions of billions of waves. So unending power is generated. I mean, continuously this power generation happens. So that's why we feel that there is something, or we get the feeling of becoming or power. So the reason for the eye sensitivity is the workings of Kamma Chitta Ritu Ahara. So Lord Buddha himself has disclosed that each the tiniest particle of uh, any entity is made up of 54 Rupa Kalapas or material groups. That is the smallest particle of any entity. So just as a mirror gains its shine when mercury is applied, these Rupa Kalapas or material groups as a natural phenomenon generates or creates eye sensitivity. So the reflection that falls on the mirror was not made by the person himself nor by someone else. It's a natural phenomenon. Now, if there is a mirror or a camera, let's think about a camera. So the camera captures certain images, but there is no ownership. The camera doesn't say that I saw this, or since no one else does it. It's a natural phenomenon due to the mercury that shine. The reflection falls on the mirror. In the camera, that's not the procedure. So similarly, the human eye also captures in the sense everything is made up of vibrations. So eye vibration tallies with whatever the vibrations that are present externally. So they interact, and that is how this power gets generated. So according to Lord Buddha, this seeing, hearing, smelling, body sensation and thinking are not done by that person or someone externally. It happens as a natural phenomenon when certain conditions and factors are present. It happens automatically. That is said in Pali in Lord Buddha's very words, Hetum paticca sambhuta hetubhanga nirujjati. That is, conditioned by causes, things arise. When the causes cease, they cease. Causes here means matching vibrations interact. It's a natural phenomenon. Now just take how the windows shake when there is a thunderclap in the sky, but the doors, probably the furniture, other furniture, walls do not shake, but some window panes may shake. Why? The vibrations of the window pane matches with the sound vibration of the thunderclap. Despite the distance, they interact. Respond actually. That is the same phenomenon. So nobody is doing it. It's a natural phenomenon. The vibrations of similar frequencies always interact. So due to the speed of vibration of the eye faculty, the sense of light arises. The eye faculty does not refer to the physical organ called the eye. That is a very important point that we should understand when we actually listen to Dhamma. When we talk about these sense faculties, if we take that physical eye as the eye faculty, that is wrong. Actually, in true Buddhist philosophy, eye is the process of seeing, ear is the process of hearing, nose is the process of smelling, tongue is the process of tasting, skin or the body or body sensation or kaya prasada is the process of feeling or tactility, how we experience the tactile sensation, and then mind is the thought or the stimulus. So a newborn, actually it is very important to understand the function of the radiant mind or the newborn sense faculties, how they function. A newborn experiences color, sound, smell, taste and touch, but they do not give rise to taints or defilements. Actually, taints, of course, are the dormant form of defilements. In these sermons, it is beautifully exemplified that when the sperm and the ovum forms into the zygote, this vibration telepathizes into certain vibration telepathizes into that zygote, and that is the taints, of course. Taints in the sense the sansaric vibration, some glueness, some tendency to attach to, tendency for aversion, it actually in simple language we can say taints are the dormant or the latent form of defilements. So in the radiant mind, the newborn, although the newborn hears sounds, sees light, smells, tastes, and touches, they do not give rise to zygote. This vibration telepathizes into certain vibration telepathizes into that zygote, and that is the taints, of course. Taints in the sense the sansaric vibration, some glueness, some tendency to attach to, tendency for aversion, it actually in simple language we can say taints are the dormant or the latent form of defilements. So in the radiant mind, the newborn, although the newborn hears sounds, sees light, smells, tastes, and touches, they do not give rise to defilements, because such a child does not have a big mind, previous data. Such a child does not have previous data or previous perceptions, only the fresh sense experiences. So there is no way for the defilements to arise. However, they possess the taints, the mental taints, that hidden, what I told, that vibration that telepathized into the zygote, that cause attachment to stimuli. So that taints causes some attachment. You have seen now small babies who are in the cots, even when somebody gives the phone, the child grabs it. Somebody gives a finger, even the child grabs it. That glue kind of, that tendency to get attached to things is there at dormant level. But the child doesn't understand that it is the phone or the finger or mother or whatever, but there is a certain tendency to get attached to. That happens due to these chains, which actually that vibration that telepathized into the zygote. So then when a child attends preschool, what happens? Actually, the teacher introduces them to various stimuli, showing diverse pictures and producing corresponding sounds. For example, showing the flash card of the apple, teacher repeats apple, apple, apple. Showing the flash card of the orange, the teacher repeats orange, orange. So that way a lot of vocabulary items are being introduced. But you should not misunderstand that this thought formation happens in the Montessori or the preschool only. No, at home also adults always introduce things, toys, family members. So thought formation happens even before going to the preschool, right? But for that introduction along with the picture, image and the sound, both of them coming together at the same time is important. Then only they get entangled in such a way that you cannot detach them. It's very difficult actually. That's what we are trying to do right now. So Gautama Buddharajanan Vansi gives a very beautiful example for this. He says once milk is converted to ghee, you cannot make milk out of ghee. Once the thought is formed, so as I mentioned, now when this sound and color combination occurs, these visual and auditory inputs arise through the six sense bases and create countless moments of sensory contact, sparking billions of vibrations per second. So this is the process of thought formation, the sound color combination. Now the teacher introduces colors. Red, showing the shape, the color, the name is given to the ear. Red, blue, white, orange. So gradually thought formation happens and the child gets lot of data in the sense all the perceptions are there. So next time when the sound is heard, red, the color appears in the mind, and blue, the blue appears in the mind. Same way, when the shape appears in the eye, naturally the sound is heard. So this sound and form combination is the natural phenomenon Lord Buddha explained as law of mind or chitta niyama. When these two, sound and color, come together, it is called a thought or chitta. However, because these vibrations occur at such an incredibly rapid speed, they cannot be distinctly perceived by the ordinary sensory organs. Instead, the mind experiences all of it as a single unified impression. That is referred to as Sakkaya, the notion of a compact solid self or identity. Lord Buddha explains the individual sensory processes and the subsequent collective interplay of the six sensory faculties as Vattam Vattate. This thought formation happens in 2 rounds. First, the individual sense faculty, maybe eye, maybe ear, nose, mouth, or tongue, body, mind, whatever one sense faculty functions. When the stimulus is an image, in the first round, eye consciousness arises. It is the eye that functions. This means that the image in front of the eye is merely sensed. This initial contact is known as, actually in Pali, it is known as Patiga Sampassa, the physical contact between the eye and the visible form. Similarly, so in this first round, what happens is one sense faculty functions. So if it is the eye, seeing is experienced. Just the contact of the formation, the visual form and the eye sensitivity. No identification is there. Similarly, ear perceives sounds, just sounds, the original sense experience. The tongue, the taste, nose, the smell, body, the tactility. So mind, the thought. But the identification does not arise. In the second round, a thought arises and the image is identified or named. This is called Adivachana Sampassa. So individual sense experience is Patiga Sampassa. That collective interplay of all sense faculties, Ditta Sutta Mutta, that is seeing, hearing and felt or sensed coming together, and arising of mind consciousness, that happens in the second round. And according to Lord Buddha, it is the Adivachana Sampassa. For example, when someone says durian, the sound of the word triggers a response where the image, smell, taste and tactile sensation of durian come together to form a mental image. So when the word durian is heard, certain image arises, and not just the image and the sound. In that image, the smell of durian, the tactility, the hardness of durian or softness of durian, that texture, and the smell and the taste, all are included in that thought. That is why we feel as if some solid entity exists as durian. Otherwise, it's just a mental construct. So, these individual sensory impressions spark rapidly, and in the second round, these vibrations converge and give rise to thoughts, that is, thoughts or mental objects. As the sensory faculties are sparking billions of times, as I told before, per second, feeling arises. Feeling is Vedana, the word given in Pali. The depiction of the feeling, whether as light, sound, taste, smell or touch, is known as perception, Sanya. The high speed activity is also what we refer to as mental formation, Sankara. Recognizing that all of these experiences arise together due to rapid vibrations is what we understand as consciousness. So, Manasancha Paticca Dhammesu Uppacchati Manoviññānaṁ means when thoughts come into contact with the mind, mind consciousness arises. This process continues to spark due to its incredible speed. So, speed is the speedy occurrence of vibration is the cause. Effect is the subtle feeling of existence. From the moment breathing begins until it ends, this arising of mind consciousness happens continuously and without pause. It is just like the illusion of a ring of fire created when a fireball is spun rapidly. So, what happens is when a fireball or a fire band is rotated rapidly, spun rapidly, someone who doesn't know about the fireball sees a ring of fire. So similarly, since we are unaware of this interaction of vibrations of similar frequencies, when they occur continuously, we see an existing image. Otherwise, it actually, what happens is every millisecond it appears and disappears, appears and disappears. But that rising, of course, we see, but that ceasing of formation we cannot see. The human eye or human sensory system cannot capture that ceasing part. So we feel, due to this speed, we feel as if things exist around us. So, in the same way, when objects like tables, chairs, and beds are perceived, they appear to exist as fixed and solid entities. But this is a mental construct, a compact view formed from the rapid succession of sense impressions and thoughts. So there is a power underlying every vibration. As I explained before, the vibrations of positive and negative charges interact to generate power. It's a natural phenomenon. So whenever two opposing waves come into contact, they generate energy. This energy gives rise to the thingness within, that there is a thing, something to be experienced. That kind of feeling is there. The same particle can produce light, heat, or sound depending on how it vibrates. Matter is nothing but projections that occur due to the speed of vibrations. So, from a scientific perspective, now the smallest particle of matter, it's nothing but vibrations. In a hydroelectric power station, we generate light, heat, and sound using the electricity produced by the dynamo, which operates through the speed and force of water vibrations. Similarly, when the sound and color come into contact, they generate objects like tables, chairs, beds, so on and so forth. These are perceived as the material world. When these perceptions appear as real, excitement arises. That is excitation. So Lord Buddha explained this as Abhinandati Abhivati. Ayosaya Tittati. Ajosaya Tittati. Yarupe Nandi means the binding force. From this comes clinging, birth, decay, death, and so on. The feeling of the existence is a thing. Actually, the feeling of the existence of a thing is called bhava, or becoming. Things arise because of rupana, or manifestation of form. But we do not see them as the four great elements, or as 8 pure elements, or mere sounds and colors. What we perceive are walls, windows, tables, tangible objects, because as I explained before, the sound and form once connected. Now, with the child with the radiant mind didn't have any data, any label, any name. So gradually the child got exposure to them in the preschool, at home. So now they perceive them as tables, chairs, fathers, mothers, so on and so forth. So the becoming of power and the mental formations, sankhara, they are mere thoughts, mental constructs. The accumulations we have built up are these mental formations. When these arise repeatedly, clinging takes hold, clinging happens. As a result, the notion of the 3 time periods also arise. When we, have this false belief of existence, false view of existence, we cannot liberate from the three existence of the 3 time periods. We believe these things existed in the past, exist in the present, and will exist in the future too. So even perception itself undergoes viparinama, change or transformation. So no one can stop seeing, hearing, or occurrence of thought. But it is through the mind that we identify what is seen, heard, or felt. So in doing so, we entangle these experiences with the sense of self, believing I saw. That is the biggest problem. If there is a thing found out there, there is the self also. The observer is also there. I heard, I felt. Perceiving objects like tables, chairs, or even children as things tied to me is the foundation of the self or soul concept. The value you give to your own child is not given to other children. This sense of self is not something inherent in the objects or people. It is the value or meaning the mind attaches to sensory input through attachment or aversion. So this value attribution happens due to ignorance. Over a long period of time, as we have been going with the current, or according to Buddhist philosophy, Anusota, we have developed a certain view tied to self-perception. This view also includes the belief that people and things truly exist. But in reality, this is only a view, drushti. There are not actual mango trees, ironwood trees, walls, chairs, or tables in any absolute sense. So we are lost in a mental condition only. So this is the biggest challenge, that we have to understand how this mind consciousness creates magic or illusion for us to take us in this cycle of life and death. So from infancy, we have mistakenly assumed that everything we perceive truly exists out there. But what is actually happening is a process of abhisankarana. It's a system of reinforcement of perceptions. So rupan rupataya sankatang abhisankaranam. Those are Lord Buddha's very words. Form is fabricated into formness. Due to this abhisankarana, fabricating of perception, self-perception also arises as a solid and convincing reality. When the same thought occurs repeatedly, we feel that it exists. It existed in the past, it exists right now, and it would exist in the future. And on the other side, I existed to experience it in the past. Now I experience it, and in future I will experience it. So that is the total ignorance. So that is why we feel as if there are real separate things in the world. When the sound mother resonates, the infant perceives mother as a fusion of sound and color. It's a unified stimulus that gives rise to meaning. Trillions of sensory impressions converge to actualize the world for the infant. These are bursts of sound and color vibrations, a constant stream of energetic pulses. A current is generated, sparking continuously. It becomes clear that the rapid vibrations of sound, color, smell, taste, and touch are what give rise to the very feeling of existence. So, actually, the cause is sound and color, but the effect is the sense of a soul or self. So, Lord Buddha taught that the cause never belongs to the effect. That is, the effect does not contain or become the cause, nor does the cause remain within the effect. It's beautiful. To explain this, Lord Buddha gave a metaphor. Monks, although ghee is made from milk, you can never convert ghee back into milk. In the same way, although the sense of a soul or self arises depending on sound, color, and other sensory vibrations, it cannot be reversed back into those elements. What arises is conditioned, impermanent, and without self. The illusion of self is a refined product of causes. But like ghee, it carries no traceable identity with its origin. The effect does not belong to the causes. Yet we become deceived by the effect. The self, in truth, is not an entity but an illusion. It's a thought only. It's the combination of sound and color, or name and form. Now, for example, when we were small, if somebody didn't show us this shape in the mirror and didn't introduce it to be you, there won't be this entanglement, the feeling, but still we would feel the existence and the self-existence, those should be there. But since they introduced this image and told that it's you, it got strengthened. So hence it is said, Chittena niyati loko. The world is led by the mind. The world is not something solid or external. It is a fabrication of mental formations or perceptions. A world born of conditions. So everything we perceive arises due to causes. But what arises is not the cause itself. That is a different entity. The Lord Buddha clarified this when he said, Salayatana loko, salayatana samudayo loko, samudayo, salayatana nirodho, loko nirodho. So monks, the world is just the six sense bases. With their arising, the world arises. With their cessation, the world ceases. The thing is, human system cannot capture this speedy occurrence of stimuli. The arising can at least be identified, but ceasing cannot be. We feel the existence as if things exist with the self. The so-called world is merely the eye and forms, ear and sounds, mind and thoughts, tongue and tastes, body and touch sensations, nose and smells. So it is through the involvement of these sense faculties that we talk about the existing world. Books, chairs, tables, beds, identities and names. Those are identities and names. These seem external, but in truth they are mental constructs. We feel as if they are out there, but they are just thoughts. We think that it is a table, we think that it is the mother, we think that it is the phone. To see the consequence is to understand that these phenomena are not independently existing things, but arise and fall within perception. Actually, if the eye functions, the visual formations arise. If ear functions, sound will arise. It is due to ignorance we believe that we hear existing sounds, we see existing images. That is the myth, or that is the biggest illusion that we have to figure out. So liberation from this illusion comes through the realization that nothing truly exists external. So that actually what we take to be the world is merely a projection, a mental interpretation. This insight is the liberation from thought, the ending of mental fabrication, and the seeing of things as they truly are. That is why the Lord Buddha declared Aloko Udapadi Chakkung Udapadi, meaning light arose, vision arose. The rising of the Dhamma eye or Dhamma Chakku, actually the eye that sees beyond the physical into the true nature of reality. So when we investigate practically how the sense of self arises, we come to realize the profound truth. Seeing is merely seeing. There is no one who sees. There is no subject behind the experience. Only the process of seeing, hearing, sensing, thinking, non-self in its clearest expression. So this is the outcome of listening to Dhamma and practicing it. So the duality is eradicated. The problem is we feel that we see, we hear, we taste, we touch, we think. So always there is duality. Here they are observer, observed. But actually what happens is seeing is the me, or there aren't two sides actually. Only the process of seeing happens. That power I mentioned at the beginning is taken to be the self. That notion of self or the feeling arises due to that power. So if we feel a taste, it is just a taste. How can we tie that to I or me? Now eating happens. So food goes into the stomach and then passes out. So how can I eat? When we say I ate, it is simply a mistaken view or a drushti. The bringing in I into these processes is the ignorance. We mistakenly believe that this body is I, but actually the body is not me. even when breathing stops, the body remains. As long as there is breathing, there is also a spark of life. So when inhaling and exhaling comes to an end, the inner system shuts down. We call this death, but it is not truly the body that dies, it is the mind that becomes absent. So when the mind is absent, thought formation is not there, body is just like a log. So Lord Buddha's words, Chittena niyati loko, Chittena parikassati. This life is thought after thought or stimulus after stimulus. What we call mind is simply seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, and thinking. Thought is just the result of sensory activity, a kind of current or signal. There is no real person behind it. There is only process. So, one who doesn't know the Dhamma experiences a sense of self, because that existence feel is there. Even though the view is not there, that self-perception, it's there. He perceives everything as if happening to me and grows with self-perception without clear understanding of the truth. So one believes in something as I, and the sense of self becomes evident accordingly. As one matures in the Dhamma, this self-perception naturally dissolves. The strength of the self-perception depends on the level of self-view. When one becomes an arahant, stimuli no longer gives rise or sustain a self-perception. When all mental formations are seen merely as conditioned phenomena, there is nothing to be taken as a thing. This state is similar to the functioning of a robot, purely mechanical, without identification. One should clearly know through direct insight that form, sound, smell, taste, and touch are not things, not entities to be grasped. Hence, when eating, if one thinks I eat, the view of self is imposed through that very thought. Thinking it is I who drinks, it is I who walks, or it is I who do this, is an expression or self-view, sakkaya drishti. Actually, nowhere can I be found. When burning sensation arises in the stomach, it is labeled as hunger, a name learned in the childhood. So that feeling arises in the mind, food is given through the mouth, it enters into the stomach and later passes out. So did the mind eat food? Can the mind eat food? Yet the thought arises, I ate. This is merely a thought rooted in self-view. Because of identification, one believes I eat. From the moment hunger is felt until eating is complete, what truly unfolds is a dynamic interplay of consciousness, body consciousness, mind consciousness, and gustatory consciousness, arising and causing in succession. These processes are not orchestrated by a permanent self, but are conditioned phenomena arising due to causes. So externally, nothing functions independently. All the mediated Actually, all is mediated through the mind. Yet upon deep investigation, even this mind is seen not as a fixed entity, but as a flow of impersonal mental events, moments of knowing arising and passing away. There is no enduring agent behind the process. Through mindful observation of this unfolding, seeing clearly the arising and ceasing of sensations, thoughts, and perceptions, one directly experiences the non-self nature of all phenomena. So there is no other way. One should have the mindful observation. Then only he or she will be able to unfold this. Myth. This insight is not theatrical but experiential. In that very moment of clear seeing, free from grasping, there is a taste of Nibbana. Nibbana is not a state to be attained after death, it is realized here and now, in this very moment of non-clinging, in the midst of a single stimulus, such as hunger and its satisfaction. One who is fully mindful may realize the unconditioned, the cessation of craving, the freedom of Nibbana. When Siddhartha Prince or Bodhisattva attained Buddhahood, Mara asked him, "Monk, are you happy now?" So Lord Buddha answered, "For gaining what, Mara?" Then Mara asked, "Then are you sad, monk?" Lord Buddha replied, "For losing what, Mara?" Then Lord Buddha further said, "If something is lost, it is only the thought that there is someone and something. When one dispels Sakkaya Drushti or self-view and fully realizes that there is no self within the body, such a person is liberated from the suffering of the flood of continued existence. But the mundane person believes there is no meaning in life without a soul. He thinks we should enjoy, we should satisfy the self, and thus generates a force in thought. This is called mental delight or nandiya. Thoughts then arise as I live, I eat, I am, etc. Such thoughts undergo mental fabrication and grow increasingly powerful. When the thought becomes strong, it cannot exist without the idea of a soul or self. This arises from the system itself. In the functional mind, there is a non-conscious nature. There is no soul or self, but within the body system, there is consciousness. Just as a force is generated by the spinning of a spindle, or when a whirlpool spins, thoughts too become powerful. This is the current that runs through the nervous system to maintain the body. Now, when you, like, if you have seen the whirlpool, when it gets created somewhere in the river, it spins fast and then it moves from one place to another. That power is generated through that particular whirlpool itself, through the speedy rotation of water. Similarly, thoughts also generates more and more power. The thought power grows. So that is the fabrication or abhisankarana. So it is not something done by a person, but it originates from the system itself. This vibration does not end there due to telepathization. This vibration also occurs elsewhere when sperm and ovum come together to form the zygote. A vibration of existence also arises. This telepathization is referred to as Okkanti Gabbanti Gabbaseya. Those are Lord Buddha's very words. So when one is liberated from worldly perceptions and attains the non-returner stage, he experiences a common vibration or common existence vibration. Otherwise, this existent vibration is not common to all. Just as people have different mobile numbers, the frequencies are dissimilar. It is only this that telepathizes. This is the cause of samsara yoga. When one realizes the Dhamma, this power gradually dissolves. So, to understand the true nature of the mechanism behind six sense faculties, we need to use the six sense faculties themselves. So, when we perceive the truth within these faculties, we realize that there is nothing substantial in vibrations. Gradually, vibrations gives way to stillness. The sense of existence is itself a form of vibration. Light, sound, smell, taste, and touch come together to create a thought. And that thought is a vibration. So I repeat, it becomes a thing and form. This arises self-perception. When the sense of existence collapses, the sense of self automatically collapses. At this point, the diminishing of desire, aversion, delusion becomes evident. There are various forms of the existence field. Due to the rapid vibrations of the sensory faculties, we perceive light, sound, smell as being real. But in truth, there is no self within them. However, when sound, color, smell, taste, and touch converge, forms such as tables, chairs appear. It is in these formations that the illusion of a soul becomes evident. So that is why Aryan Mahansi always explains, if there is a chair, there is you. There is burning. So external stimulus, once the external stimulus is accepted as real, rest happens naturally. The arising of the self, the burning, the value attribution, the existence, everything is there. So only way to liberate from this is to understand how this thought was created, the composition of the thought, how the sensory faculties create this magic. So that is the Buddhist philosophy. It is the never heard before Dhamma Lord Buddha preached to end the sufferings of the people all around the world, actually entire mankind. That's why he is, even after 2600 years after his philosophy or this Dhamma introduced to the world, disclosed to the world, it still remains, and the people actually who have worked hard with perseverance to involve in penetrative insight have rediscovered it. Now Buddothpada Aryan Mahansi is doing a selfless service. We do not have words to express our gratitude to him for sharing this message with us and taking every step to share it with the entire mankind. So gradually we have come to the end of the Dhamma talk today. So here is the opportunity for you to end the sufferings by understanding the truth. Truth is that there was never a self, there is no self, there won't be a self. So that is the tranquility, that is the perfect tranquility one would experience when this becomes self-evident to you. Now, as knowledge, we know the story, we know the mechanism, but we should experience it by listening to more sermons and involving in the practical meditation programs. So, may the Noble Triple Gem bless you, and I'll see you tomorrow as well. Teruvan Saranai.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. May I pay homage at your feet. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. So now we know that the world is created by our senses. Eye creates the seeing world. Ear creates the hearing world. Tongue creates the taste world. Nose creates the world of smell. Body creates the feeling of hot and cold. And mind creates the thoughtful world. So we know that the world is created by our senses. Lord Buddha said, I is your world. So even though we think this is a simple message, it gives a vast meaning, isn't it? We know that the baby in the cot, though his senses are working, still the thoughtful world is not created for him, isn't it? But he also feels when hungry, feels the pain if a needle pricks, or he feels an insect bite. And when he's happy, he smiles. When he's sad or uncomfortable, actually, he cries. So we say he has a radiant mind. What is this radiant mind? Radiant mind is pure. It's pure like a white sheet. No defilements whatsoever. But he also feels the light. He also feels the sound, the smell, taste, hot and cold. He feels that something is there. But still, he can't identify it, isn't it? So, if someone is interested to know how the mind is created, he can go back to the radiant mind, the baby in the cot. So, then we can observe. So, baby in the cot, he does not have any suffering, isn't it? So even though the war is going around, he has some disaster in the family, he actually has no idea. So what does he want? He wants only some milk when he is hungry and to sleep, isn't it? He only needs food, protection, and some place to sleep. So there is no suffering. So even if he is taken to another country and raised by a different type of parents, will he know? No, he won't know it. So we can see that all are perceptions. In other words, if we go deep and see, all are vibrations. Vibrations in the senses. But we know that babies do some actions later in life, isn't it? Like turning to sides, lifting the head, crawling, moving the hands and legs, sitting down, also standing up by holding to something. Though he has not given any names to these actions, he does it automatically, isn't it? So where does this power come from? There should be some power, isn't it? So this power is the Shastra power, the vibration. So now we can see that for the baby, we can't actually implement a world. So Lord Buddha said, the birth of your eye is your birth. So how does this happen? So this means the child has to identify the things to implement a world for him. For example, say we keep a phone near a baby in the cot. He will not even look at it, isn't it? But if we give it to his hands, what will happen? He will obviously grab it with both hands. He will turn it around, put it in his mouth. So if there's a music, he will listen to it. And once you try to take it back, he will definitely hold into it tightly, isn't it? And he might even cry. So that is the Shasrava Swabhavaya, or the glue for the attachment. But he does not give any value to it. And he does not know what is it. He does not know what is it at all, isn't it? So say the phone is given to a 1-year-old child. He now knows something about this. He knows actually what about toys. So he might think it is a toy. And he might play with it. Sometimes he might try to talk to it. So he also will cry when someone tries to take it back. But still, he does not give any value to it, isn't it? So he might even hit it on the ground and break it. So what will happen? The father or the mother will be very angry because they have given a value to the phone. But the child, he does not have any value. But if we take an older child, he knows that this phone, he knows this is a phone, isn't it? And he might know that his father is using it. But still he does not give much value. Maybe his toys, maybe a toy car is more valuable for him. So what happens if he breaks it? The father or the mother will shout at him and say, "Don't break it, it is very valuable." So now the child knows it is something valuable and must protect it. So what happens at the Montessori level? At the Montessori age, he is introduced to colors and sounds and shapes. So the colorful world is created. So the color vibration, sound vibration, and also smell, taste, feel, all the vibrations merges into make a new vibration, a thought. Likewise, the thoughtful world is created. So more and more repeated thoughts makes a powerful self. Self who sees, hears, smells, tastes, feel and think. I see, I hear, I smell, I talk, I feel, I think, I taste. So the self is created. So here we can see that the world and me are created at the same moment. Moment to moment, this world is created by one of the senses. So our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse explains that this happens due to a speedy vibration. So now we know that if we take the radiant mind again, so even the speedy vibration happens, it does not merge together. So if we take the radiant mind again, so the baby did not have any suffering. Now we know why he did not have any suffering. But he felt hunger, he felt pain, and felt that something is there, isn't it? The light is there, the sound is there, he felt something. But he did not have a world created by thoughts, isn't it? But what happens once he grows up? So once he grows up and the mind sensor is created and the self also is created then and there. So then his world becomes real. He has this alive feeling. The world is there and I am here looking at trees and houses, cars, mother, father, everything. But it is very important to understand that there are no two different entities as world and you. You are the world and the world is you. Which means whatever the stimuli that comes to any of the senses, if it becomes a thing to you, or it's become real to you, you are born in that thought. So if someone does not know how this world is created due to this speedy vibration, the suffering is inevitable, because the world is real to him. Say example, you see a flower. If the flower becomes real to you, so the self also created. Here what we should know, how this self is created. If somebody gets the feel of the burning sensation or the fire within, so he might go into thought strings like I should pluck that flower, or I have to buy another pot like this. So it might go on and on, isn't it? So this thought, the thought power towards the flower is your samsaric journey, the fire within. You feel it. So, for example, before I listened to Buddothpada sermons, I had this experience. I used to maintain a garden. So I had this habit of collecting beautiful flowers. And I used to buy it. Wherever we go, I used to buy some plants. So if I was interested in a particular plant, I would search for it. And somehow I will buy it. But after listening to Buddothpada sermons, slowly but gradually, but steadily also, this kind of habit disappeared. So likewise, everyone has these habits. Actually, when we talk about the mind is a bunch of habits, isn't it? So, for example, some have the habit of waking up early. Some like to study continuously or do a job continuously, even after retirement. Some have the habit of reading. So you must have seen in other countries, usually in the train or the metro, they usually read a book or a paper or a magazine. And some have the habit of being healthy, eating healthy food, walking, exercising, going to gym. Likewise, some work to a timetable. So it is like a routine for them. Without this routine, they won't do anything. Some, as a habit, they are untidy. Some like to keep the places tidy and neat. So some like homemade food, a healthy meal. So likewise we can go on and on, isn't it? And sometimes these habits interferes with other people's lifestyle also, isn't it? So if we talk about parenting, some parents are very strict. They are very strict to their children. So maybe their parents were strict to them too. So they were brought up like that. So as a habit, they do the same thing. So actually what I wanted to highlight is that once you understand this Dhamma and see that there's actually nothing in a thought, this power for the thought will start to diminish. If we further analyze how this power is created to the thought. So for example, if we take a wall which is in front of me, so I see the wall. With the wall, me is also created. Me who sees the wall. There is no other me. So in this example, the wall is me. So we take another example. There is a sound of a radio. So this moment, that radio is me. Likewise, if we take smell, I get the smell of jasmine flower. So at this moment, jasmine flower is me. So say I am thinking of the war now. So the war is me. So what I wanted to say is that what you see, what you hear, what you smell, what you taste, what you feel, what you think, it is me, the self. Me, my mind is born in one thought, in one vibration. Say if the particular thought becomes a thing, say the sound of the radio became a thing, and you feel a burning sensation within. So because it is disturbing, it is so loud, it is noisy. So likewise, if it becomes a thing, that is the power, the self-vibration. So if we further analyze, if there is a thing, there is also a me. Both creates at the same time. It's like the two sides of a coin. Me who sees, me who hears, me who smells, me who tastes, me who feels, me who thinks. Likewise, the me also creates. So Lord Buddha said, if there's a thing, there is you. Which means there should be something relative for me to be born. So likewise, if there is something to see, then there is me who sees it. If there is something to hear, then there is me who listens to it. If there is something to smell, there is me who smells it. If there is something to taste, then there is me who tastes it. If there is something hot or cold, you feel, then there is me who feels it. So likewise, if there is something to think, then there is me who is thinking. So how much value you give to that thing, there is a powerful me as well in the other side. In other words, if the world is real, to you, there's obviously me there. So this Satya Jnana part is very important. How this me is created, how the soul is created. So if you take something as real and give it a value, that is me. We should know this. This is very important. And actually there is no separate entities as outside and me. It is the same. So we have to contemplate on this. Otherwise, one can't attain Nibbana. Because Nibbana is not something one has to go and find somewhere, someplace. It is within you at this moment, a moment-to-moment creation. So if there is an outside world, there is a duality always. So the tree is there, I am here. There is always two sides. If there is two sides, there is no Nibbana. Etang mama in Pali, which means I am there. So for example, if we take the tree, we know that the tree is created with sound and colors. And if we analyze further, sound vibration, color vibration, taste, smell, feel, everything merges to create this thought of tree. And the same moment, the me is also created. So what I wanted to highlight is that the world is a thoughtful world, which means whatever you see, hear, smell, taste, feel or think, it is the world. So the mind consciousness is such that it always creates this duality. It is the illusion. So to see through this illusion, one needs wisdom. Because this mind consciousness creates this duality always. So our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa explains that as long as there is a duality, there is a current, which in other words, it's the power. So in every vibration, there is a power. So if there is no fire, no burning to a particular vibration, me also not born in that particular vibration either. So we have to contemplate on how this me is created, isn't it? How the alive feel is created, and why we don't imply a soul to a tree. Say if we plant a mango seed, for after some time it will grow into a tall mango tree, isn't it? So it happens naturally. It also needs food and water. It gets water from the roots, food by photosynthesis. Old leaves falls down, new leaves comes up, flowers blooms. It also bears mango fruits. If we see, all this happens naturally, isn't it? It's a natural phenomena. So even if we pluck the mango fruits, or even if we cut the mango tree, nothing will happen, no? It does not have a mind consciousness. It does not have a soul. But in humans, we know how the mind is created through senses, how the power is created. So as we know, the vibrations of the senses merge into create the new vibration called the mind sensor, which means the mind power. So the me or the soul is created. We have the alive feeling because of these speedy vibrations. So this power gives the feeling of liveliness. So there is a living me. There is like a current. So this feeling that I am living, it is the current which runs underneath. So that's why we feel that everything is existing. So how this power gains? So when we were small, we didn't have a child, husband or anything, isn't it? But now we have a child, a husband or a wife. So when it repeatedly comes, it gains more and more power. So we want to keep it. That is the power of the soul. Actually, all this creates naturally. It's a natural phenomena. So if we further analyze, and as our noble friend explains, this me is none other than the current itself. So actually there is no soul, it is a current. So we know that Lord Buddha has preached a never heard before Dhamma, isn't it? That is cause and effect Dhamma. So if the things we see, hear, smell, taste, feel or think becomes real, becomes a thing, it means that moment to moment the cause and effect Dhamma is creating. Cause is the thing, effect is the bhava or becoming. In other words, If it becomes a thing, automatically the samsaric circle is creating then and there. In other words, as long as the current, the power is there, the circle of birth creates. So it happens naturally and no one is doing it. And also no one can stop it. So the Sabba Sankara, all the volitional formations created by words, actions or thoughts creates this power. So what can we do? We can only understand this process. How this mind is created due to speedy vibrations, how the power is created, how the soul is created. It is only a creation. Actually, there's nothing called me. It is a moment to moment creation, a current. It is the soul. So we feel like we are living due to this power, which happens due to the speed. So every vibration has this power. So we feel that the light, sound, smell, taste, feel, all are existing. So we feel like the trees, houses, mother, father, children, husband, books, cars, sun, moon, all are existing. Imagine you are in a deep sleep or you were given general anesthesia. So all your senses are numb, isn't it? Senses are, you can say, sleeping. So does the world exist then? The world does not exist to you. So where is this me? There is no me. Imagine somebody meets with an accident and was unconscious for a long time. If he wakes up, sometimes he forgets everything, isn't it? Including his name, his immediate family. Even he forgets the time. Anything, his name, everything he forgets. So what happens? He has to learn from the beginning. Just like a child in the Montessori, with colors and sounds. Say he is a soldier who was found in another country, say in China. So he has to learn the Chinese language, isn't it? He will be given a new name, a Chinese name. So can we find a me there? No, we can't find a me. So just like the child, he has to learn everything from the beginning. So something very important that our noble friend Buddothpada highlights is that how the light and sound is creating. So light and sound also creates due to this speedy vibration, then and there. No one is doing this. So, nahidan attakatam bimbam, nahidam parakatam agam. Hetum paticca sambhuta, hetubhanga nirujjati. If there is a cause, things get created. And if there is no cause, there won't be a creation. No one is doing it. It is a natural phenomena. So like the creation of 4 seasons, creation of action and effect, creation of a germination of a seed, and the creation of the mind is a natural phenomena. It is a system, a process. So when we contemplate on this, we can feel that there is nothing called soul, but it is only a current or a power. Because of this current, we feel that things are existing and we are living. It is the self-vibration. It is a natural phenomena. So this me is a current. So once you deeply concentrate and see through insight meditation, you will know, like everything else, the wall, the tree, the book, the phone, dog, animal, anything. Me is also a creation, a current, which creates moment to moment. Actually, there is nothing called me. If there is a thing, then the me is also there. So what we have to understand is that there is no separate me. If the tree feels existing, then me also there alive. Otherwise the tree is me. So when we talk about the senses again, the eye sensor sees, the ear sensor hears, the nose sensor smells, the tongue sensor tastes, the body sensor feels hot and cold, the mind sensor thinks. So that is their duty. So imagine we are eating a mango. We have the taste. We get only the taste, but the thought comes as, I am eating the mango, which is a sound and colors, which is a thought. I am eating mango is a thought, isn't it? So likewise, whatever we feel, say, those are thoughts. So to any thought, we tie this me as well, which becomes I see, I hear, I taste, I smell, I feel, and I think. So if we have eyes, we see. If we have ears, we hear. If we have nose, we smell. If we have a tongue, we taste. Likewise, if we have a mind, we think. So it all are natural phenomena and a system working. So imagine one is blind. He can't see. So he does not have the world created by the eyes. Say someone is deaf. He can't hear. So the world created by ears is not there. So imagine if someone's nose is blocked. So the world created by the nose is not there. If someone's tongue is burned, he can't taste. So the taste world is not there. Likewise, if someone is unconscious, the world created by thoughts also not there. All the senses are not working. So this also shows if there are no senses, the world is not created. And also a me also not created. In other words, as long as the senses are working, only that current, the power, is generating to function, isn't it? So where is this me? There is actually no me, isn't it? So one has to understand this through wisdom, that there is no self at all. So what happens once somebody sees that there is no self? So then the power which was created by the senses, through the senses, it will start to dissolve. And once you truly understand this, the illusion, the thoughtful world begins to break down. But actually it happens slowly. The power becomes less and less. And the wrong visions that everything is existing also breaks down. Also, the thought of wanting to keep things also diminishes, which means the self vibration diminishes. In other words, the me, my, mine, or the soul also diminishes. The mind power becomes less and less. So we know that to have a power, there should be two different ends, isn't it? So once the wrong vision of self is identified, then one becomes a stream enterer, which means he no longer has the thought of existent field. But yeah, this is not easy. So the example Lord Buddha has given is that one can find a needle in a pile of soil. But it also could happen, but then this is not easy to see the non-soul angle. To feel that there's no one existing. So this is very subtle, isn't it? So how do we identify this practically? So how to identify this practically? The excitement which was created by the senses starts to diminish. So for example, the things which you did repeatedly to enjoy life or to keep you alive or keep you going, that fades away. The habits, we talked about habits, the art you had, that also fades away. Maybe you were very strict about some things or very particular about things. Maybe you were overthinking about things, or you had inside talking or vitakka. Maybe you used to call friends often. Maybe you were restless, nervous, depressed, irritable, angry, jealous of things, jealous of other people. These things begins to diminish and you feel it. The thought strings which was created for one thought also gets diminished. So as I said, the desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, the defilements starts to fade away. And you feel free of thoughts. But thoughts comes as usual. But there's no one to get attached or disattached to that particular thought. Also, the fire, the burning sensation you had also disappears gradually, but it happens gradually. So these are the things. So once you are in the path and with that internal transformation, especially you feel that the burning within is fading away. So what we have to know is that all these are happening naturally, not done by anybody. It is a system. What one has to do is to show the truth to the system. So you feel the power of the soul is getting less and less. So in the mundane world, it is actually the other way around. There are desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, because the world is real to them. There is a powerful me. So the vibration is so powerful, the ego is so powerful, to keep them satisfied, they might even kill people, start wars, destroy everything. But if somebody understands this wonderful Dhamma, that there is no self there to stimulate, all will be peaceful, isn't it? Now we know that with concentration meditation, one cannot practically experience this Dhamma. One can experience only through insight meditation, and can practice in any position, either sitting, standing, walking, or lying down. So this is insight meditation. So once you start insight meditation, the concentration meditation will also add itself. Yeah, automatically it will happen, which means samatha vipassana yugandan. What happens in concentration meditation, actually the self gets more powerful, because usually the outside world is real. But insight meditation, it builds up with the knowing of the dependent origination Dhamma, with Four Noble Truths, which means it shows that the outside world is a thought, and that thought also not real. So first, you have to know how these thoughts are created. First, to apply this to one thought. And you will know that all the thoughts are created the same way, with colors and sounds. The example our noble friend Buddothpada gives is the mango's fruit. Once you cut open, you will know that the inside is white, isn't it? And after that, you don't have to cut all the mango's fruits. Likewise, you have to see the truth of only one thought. Then you will know that all the thoughts are created the same way. If we talk a bit about the three worlds, the sensual world, form world, and the formless world. The sensual world, where everything is happening. Everything has a value. The thought power is more. There are desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, and all the defilements are there. The duality is there. The form world. Form world is where we know that the world is created by senses, but it's a thoughtful world. So in a thought, everything is there. Still, the thought power is there. The formless world. So Aryan Mahansa these days explains a lot about the formless world, where the Shastra power is underneath. In other words, the power of defilements. Shasrava, Ashrava, Shinasrava, Anashrava. Anashrava is when the power is becoming zero. So our noble friend Buddothpada explains that all the three worlds, sensual world, form world, and the formless world are in one vibration. So what we have to know is that as long as there is a vibration, there is a suffering. Actually, there is no self to suffer. So as usual, we invite you all to come and listen to Buddothpada sermons and endure samsaric journey, endure suffering. There are about 12,000 sermons in the YouTube. We also have 24 hours BTV and Pure TV English. Also many Zoom discussions where you can join and ask questions. So we are very grateful to you, Aran Hansa, for giving this wonderful Dhamma to this world. Therwan Saranai, Aran Hansa, may I pay homage at your feet. Therwan Saranai, everyone.
Buddothpada, Buddothpada, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpada, 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 stillness shines like morning light. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpada, 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 awakening, Buddothpada. May Triple Gem bless you all. We worship Paran Hanse for his noble guidance. Welcome everyone. We were talking about Satyajnana yesterday, or the truth, the basics about this no self-anger. I think that is the most important thing. So we keep talking about that because what happens with that, in the sense what happens after that is nothing which we do. Actually, if you go back to your childhood, you will understand. If you just try to go back to your childhood, your baby time and your child time, you didn't do anything, did you? No, you just grew up. You just the body got bigger, the mind worked, mind formed and mind worked. Did anyone try to I should have a mind? Now I should made a mind. I should plan the mind this way. No, you didn't do any of that. Just the baby in the cot had this vibratory nature, and there was kind of a glue type thing which develops because of that, and then slowly these vibrations come together, in the sense they act as one vibration and the mind forms. Did anyone do that? No, it just happens, isn't it? Same way, when you listen to Dhamma, what happens is no self-angle, slowly it stabilizes, and you might feel it for a moment, and that is so beautiful. If you feel it for a moment, you know that at that moment you are not there.
in that moment only. You're not there. So basically, understanding this truth, or listening about this truth, or talking about this truth, just changes this system. But it only stabilizes it with the true heart, in the sense the so much true effort that you put into this system to understand this Dhamma. If you don't put an actual true effort to understand this, I don't think there will be any moment of confirmation either. Like not feeling you losing you. You losing you moment is not you feeling you moment. In the sense that they are two different things. What did I say? So you can say, oh, I felt my vibration. Some others would say. That is also good in a way. Yes, but that's not the actual experience that is confirming that there was never you. The actual experience is you losing you. So if you really understand this, and if you feel it as well, the doubts will be gone. What happens then? Nothing. Slowly, the power of the stimuli will be slowly reducing. Aranwansa usually says, he had to practice for nearly 5 years And he stayed silent for nearly another 5 years. Isn't it? Yeah. So the 5 years of practice, what was that for? That was to surface the non-vibration. Just by trying hard, do you think it is going to happen? No, it's actually trying hard part is there in the front, in the initial bit, trying to understand this Dhamma. If you really want to do something, just try and understand this Dhamma. That's all you can do. You can't do much other than that. Rest follows. Like that baby in the cot. He didn't do anything specific. All the sensory functions started to work and they coalesced together and formed the mind. And the mind started working, and then mind perception gave rise to the self-perception, and it became the view of the chair and view of the self. Very easy. Did anyone try to did anyone try hard? I want to have the self view. I have to work hard to get the self view. No, no one tried that hard. It just happened, isn't it? But the other way around is a bit difficult. That's not the usual pattern. It's the unusual pattern. Lord Buddha said it's very unusual. Very unusual. Actually, he said so many examples to show that even the birth of a human vibration is unusual. And he said listening to this kind of Dhamma will be unusual, very unusual. And he said awaken to the moment is unusual. Everything else is just usual. Formation of sensory organs, very usual. Whether it's animal vibration or whether it is a human vibration, doesn't matter. Whatever the vibration, the sankara, the abhisankarana, or what is the word? The volitional formation is very, normally happening. There's no issue at all. It's happening just involuntarily, it is happening. It's like, for an example, this is all Arananse's examples actually. When there is a so what is it called? Like a cyclone. If you think about a cyclone has gained a momentum, isn't it? Cyclone is acting as it's on its own. It's like that. Little baby actually didn't act like that. Little baby is a feeling bundle. Just feels. Feeling bundle slowly changed to the duality, the perception world. Perception bundle now. And then now completely it has solidified. It is now confirmed that, okay, you are there, I'm here. Chair is there, I'm here. That kind of view is completely solidified. No problem whatsoever. No one even has to teach you. We take the example that Aranhasi takes a lot, like the Tarzan in the woods. No one actually teaches Tarzan, look at this glass. This is you. This is your body. This is the way you think is yours. Look after yourself. No one tells these things. But even alone in a jungle with animals, even Tarzan is fully aware that about the self-perception. Because when he sees a tree, definitely he feels as seeing the tree. When he is jumping from tree to tree, he is feeling his arm jumping from tree to tree. No one actually taught him about these things. You will be taught in a normal school or normal family. You will be taught, daughter or son, this is you. These are your clothes. These are your toys. This is your room. This is your mother. This is your father. This is your family. This is your village. This is your country. This is your nationality. This is your religion. Endless. This is your plate. This is your bag. This is your eraser. This is your pen or pencil. Yeah, these things will be taught. So easily they are in that view now. These are all mine. So it means there's a me. Definitely. It's okay. But what we are trying to understand here is, even if that part is not there, slowly a child will understand. Seeing is not understand. Actually, it is like a feel. The seeing is done here. Hearing is done here. Touch is done here. Taste is done here. Smell is done here. Folks, is very important to understand. It is felt as happening here, isn't it? That's why the very easily, even the Tarzan who has no any human to guide him, it's only animals, still has this self-perception, self-view, which may be not that strong, but still it is there. Can you see if the self vibration is there? What is the self vibration? This feel. The feel that something is happening here is there. Definitely there is a 100% reason, 100% possibility that the self perception is going to happen there, isn't it? And when the self perception happens repeatedly, self view is confirmed again and again. We call it reinforced. Self view is reinforced. Please understand this. So we'll go back to that. Little baby felt something, isn't it? Yeah, it's a feel. You don't know what it is. It's a feel. The feel is like this is felt as here because there's a power. When there's a power in the system itself has a feel because it's a that kind of situation. The sensory organs are there. It's so much fast vibration. It feels as it is there. Don't forget, if it is a robot, it's not going to happen. Why? This vibration in the zygote is very unique. It has all the potential for this problem and all the data for this to be active and feel the power. The feel is originally there, that is avidya, or the no, the ignorance. It's actually that feel is originally there. What feel? The life feel, or the reason for the life, in the sense, the potential, or the electricity, or the underlying power is there. When the power is there, volitional formation anyway there. What do you mean? Yeah, if the ignorance is there, this possibility of this volitional formation, in the sense the sankhara, is already there. What? Past vibration is already there. If the vibration is there, volitional formation is anyway there. So if the ignorance is there, the sankhara is anyway there. If the vibration is there, the vibrating very fast and feeling the consciousness is inevitable. There's nothing you can prevent that. As I said, this this dependent origination can't be stopped unless this vibration is fully felt and understood. So going back to that, if there is a vibration, volitional formation can't be stopped. If the volitional formation is happening, consciousness can't be stopped. The consciousness is happening, they coming together, or the name having kind of the name and form can't be stopped. They're actually one thing. I'm talking about the light here. So if you're talking about the light consciousness, just see, even light consciousness we can understand in the same way as the mind consciousness. But the mind consciousness is the biggest thing ever. But you can actually catch this vibration, because you can't really catch this vibration in the beginning. So what happens is volitional formation happens, the name and form is already there now. If the name and form is there, the sensory faculty is born, doesn't it? Yeah, now you can talk about I now because of that vision, and when the vision happens. And there's a feel. What is the feel? This, when they come together. When the six it can be six, what is it? The sensory faculty. There's a feel. What do you feel? The power. When the sensory faculties come together, there's a feel, there's power to maintain that. And that power becomes force. It's not just a power, it's a force now. As soon as the chair is born, self is born. Bhava, Jati. But this bhava can be form and form or sensual as well, you know. The level of the bhava. Level of the bhava means actual level of the chair. This is very, very interesting. The only Aranansa is actually divulging these things properly, in the sense, in a way that people can understand. So what we were talking about all this time, the how the chair is made, yeah. So if we go back, if there's a vibration, it has not become powerful yet, just the vibration. It gains it vibrates so hard, there's volitional formation. And there is some kind of consciousness that is seeing, whether it is hearing, whether it is, so we'll take it as seeing. You see in the chair, okay? Now, this is an example I'm trying to say. I don't know whether I'll do a good job. I'll try. Never as good as Aranman saying these things. So the chair, now chair didn't happen yet. So there's volitional formation, there's consciousness, there's name and form, and there's the 6 sensory organs. And when they come together, there's a field. Which gives rise to the additional, that force we talk about. It gives the force automatically. This is happening all the time. As if someone hasn't listened to the Dhamma, this, even if you are after listening to Dhamma, this happens automatically. The power is there, it's felt as a thing, and the power is becoming a force now. It's more powerful now. It's as if it's jump, like it's kind of a force where it is kind of chair is born. The power has to be there, the force has to be there for the chair to be born. And then as soon as the chair is born, in the sense chair, the thought is happening, inevitably the self is born. Something you feel altogether. And if the self is born, the feel is born, there's possibility of death and sorrow. When you go backwards in this, can you understand? It all leads back to just a vibration which is fully misunderstood. Fully misunderstood. That's the problem. Yes, 100% you felt something, yeah? Yes, what do you feel? Our Lord Buddha comes along and starts to say, yes, there is never a self, even though you felt something. Then there is a question, then what do I feel? If you feel the chair. Now, all this time we were talking about the chair. Chair only, this self is due to the ignorance. So actually is chair there? No. The chair is there, then you are also there. This is the beauty of this Dhamma. So if the chair is there, you are there. You can't prevent this. I mean, if the daughter is there, you are there. If you really feel daughter is there, 100% you are there. There's no, hanky-panky about that. If you feel son is there, you are there. What do you mean when you feel son is there, or when you feel daughter is there? What do you mean by that? Yeah, they're felt as real. If they are felt as real, already the child is there. In the sense, the boy is there. Jati is inevitably there. And these are all same thing, kind of changing. So if the daughter is born, in the sense not born, if the daughter thought is arising as real, if it is felt as real, definitely you are there. I mean, someone has to get this right to actually feel the now self-perception also. Now, what is the challenge here? Challenge is to feel the now self-perception. Everyone is dreaming about that. Everyone is planning to have that. Everyone is thinking about having that. But actually, feeling it is a very random thing. How true you are to the path, I think it will come. But the main important thing is understanding this, because every time, if the chair is a thing, you are there. If the table is a thing, you are there. So what happened? You felt as you are there for everywhere. So it is like a line now. It's like a string now. Act as a string. There's no string, but it acts as a string. There's never a string. Actually, it is just, it appears to be. It's a good word, I think. It appears to be. There's self from childhood to now. I did this, I did that, I did this, I did that. Now I'm doing this. And that's how it appears. Why? Because there was never a cessation of this phenomena. Never, ever there was a cessation of this phenomena. Never has the fish jumped up from the water. Only once if the fish jumped up from the water, the fish will feel the difference between the water and the air. Usually fish is in the water. So the self-perception, self-view is just kind of normal. This dream is kind of a normal thing. The table is there, the chair is there. You don't have to even think about I'm here. Did we even think about that? No, until we hear Aranvanse's Dhamma, we didn't think about any of these things in this aspect. We just saw things, we just heard things, we just touched things, we just smelled things, we just tasted things, and we just thought. There were actions, there were talking, there were thinking. What else happened? This all kept happening, isn't it? What is the biggest thing that happened? The self-view is getting reinforced, getting powerful every day. So when you're like 70 years of age, your self-view is massive. You have a strong data to say that you were there. You can say, if a grandchild if a grandchild actually challenges you, grandma, you were not there. You just thought that you were there. You might hear really good words from grandma because grandma would be angry. You don't know how much hardships I went through. You don't know how much problems I had in the family life. You don't know how much suffering I made to live. That'd be a big story. That's why you are telling me that it's only a thought. I can't understand that. I think I was there. I feel I'm here now. I feel I'll be there in the future. I'll go to heaven. I've done so many good things. I'll go to heaven. That is how it is. That is how a grandma would think. I mean, it's okay. If she can't understand Dhamma, then it's okay actually to even think whatever. If she's thinking a good thing, it's fine. But what about Lord Buddha's Dhamma? Are you actually, I mean, there are only few Buddhists in this world. And you have to know that. There are only few Buddhists in the world. And even those few Buddhists, they don't know anything about this Dhamma. They don't know what the rationale behind Lord Buddha's Dhamma. If you knew, if we knew what Lord Aranhansa is saying some time back, it's beautiful, isn't it? But we heard it. Even now, it doesn't matter. We heard it. And if you're feeling it, it is much more better. Going back to the chair, so the chair is the only thing that was there, right? Yes, chair was the thing that was there. But we felt something else. What? As soon as the chair is a thing, that's the bhava. Jati is there. Self is there. This bhava can be in 3 different levels. It can be in the sensual level, it can be in the form level, it can be in the non-form level. Doesn't matter. So a normal person, before listening to Dhamma, you are in the sensual world. You have to get this properly. As a human vibration, you are in the sensual world. What is the meaning of sensual world? Everything is felt as duality. And there's some actual belief that chair is there, table is there, they are important. There are things that you want, there are things that you don't like. But the duality is the normal thing in sensual world. You feel that the chair is there and I'm here. Not only feel, you actually believe in it. That's how the sensual world is. In the same example, chair, the form level is actually beneath that, because there's a level that where the perception is there. It hasn't gained the momentum, but the perception is there. Any perception has the potential to become a momentum. Just imagine your slippers. If you notice the same pair of slippers for 20 years, I'm just doing an example, no slipper will last 20 years. But I'm trying to get your attention to this repetition of the stimuli. If you see the same slipper for 20 years, now the power of the slipper is very high. The self-belief is also very high. It's very normal, but it is that high, child. Just imagine you married at 20 years of age. You didn't have any problem about a child by then. You may have dreamt about a child, but you didn't. You didn't have an issue. So you were not a mother. You were just a girl and you got married. Now you suddenly after some time, you have a baby now. You're a mother now. Just imagine. And all this time, there was no issue about a child. Now slowly, child becomes a man of 20 years of age. That mother, everything is like so solid now, isn't it? My son, who went to school and then who went to uni and who has become a teacher or clerk or engineer. Doesn't matter who you are, who the son is, but you have a story, big story, which you feel as real. You feel son or the daughter as real. And if someone questions you, is there a son? You might even get angry. Why? Because that is so real. What are you asking? See, this is my son. Touch him and see. They say, this is my son. He's real. I can feel him. I can touch him. I can see him. I can hear him. I can think about him. He thinks about me too. Yes. But are you actually touching anything? This touch sensation arises, yes. But what happens there? It's this vast vibration of the sensory organ which is there. Instead of that, we feel sound. Trying hard to actually come to this thing, felt as a thing. Felt as a thing was never in our vocabulary even. But it became a thing. But the most important factor is if the chair is felt as a thing, you are there. Automatically you are there. But if the chair is not felt as a thing, it's beautiful. You will lose the you in the sense this life will be not there at that moment. You don't have to know too much to get that. 7-year-olds also understood this and felt it. At least if there's one episode of non-vibration, it is as if the fish jumped out from the water. What do you think? How did a chair do all these things? Did chair do anything? No, it's ignorance. What? This self-vibration, self-perception. The vibration which actually telepathized to the zygote is the reason. That has the potential for this misunderstanding altogether. That is a vibration you have to catch as well. If you don't know your vibration, it is a bit of a tricky situation then. Because you don't know what is going to go to zero. You know, it's just as you are dying for a moment and see what vibration you have. Kind of. Not physically, not actually, but with the wisdom. It's as if you have tight for a fraction of a second and realize what kind of power is there in that, which will synchronize to the next moment, which will give rise to the next. If that power is misunderstood, it will anyway lead to the next moment. If the full cessation has happened, it will be felt as well. Can you understand this? This is really nicely told by Alan Vance in Sinhala language. How this vibration works. That is what you feel, that power. That is what you. So just imagine there's a zygote where the ovum and sperm come together. There's a vibration always when they meet together. It's not only a genetic combination, there's a vibration there because they come together. That vibration is telepathized to any vibration, and if it matches properly, there would be additional this power, additional vibration, which it is the same vibration now. You can't say two different things, but that has that power. The original vibration with the sperm and the ovum coming together, it is a very temporary one. It doesn't last that much, but this power has the potential for a long time to manifest. Maybe 65 years, 75 years, 100 years, it doesn't matter, ever. That power is manifested all the time. That's the feel. That power, once the thoughts are formed, you can't really feel it. You might feel it, but rarely. But you don't know that is the thing, even if you feel it. Even temporarily, just imagine you jump into a very cold pool. Suddenly, you might feel as you coming out of you kind of thing. But still, you didn't know that there was no one there. It's just the sensory vibration of past, vibration of the sensory organ. You didn't know that. Now you heard Dhamma, you might know that. So if you get the experience, you 100% know it is past vibration of the sensory organ, and you might feel the non-vibration. This initial vibration with the kind of power is there, and it leads to the sticky feeling that we talk about. It's a feel, that power. And that is the reason that the five sensory organs, and they vibrate together, the mind is formed, the mind, the thought, the chair. It has all these three levels. Non-form is the field level, that power. That's how they started, you know. The chair was never there alone without this power. But how are you going to change this? I mean, if you are just going to understand this, it is not going to help. What is the actual turning point? There must be a turning point, isn't it? Yeah, there must be a turning point. When is the turning point? The moment that you feel the non-vibration. Because vibration is felt like it's normal for you. It's like water to the fish. This dream is normal for you. It is like water to the fish. Non-vibration, it is not normal for the fish. It hasn't happened before. Fish has not come out of water at least once, and when it comes out, the fish is fully aware about the difference now. So when you know that about this vibration, what do you really understand? Well, no, it was a misunderstanding. Why? That is why it is here anyway. But now it is here. It's your ability. There's a chance, 100% chance that you might be able to actually turn it the other way around. How? By understanding, if you have a vibration, it is fast vibration of the sensory organ only. When you can't have anything else. Even though you felt as something like that. That was a misunderstanding which happened to leave such a vibration anyway to telepathize even to that zygote. If no one had this misunderstanding, no vibration will be telepathized into a zygote, isn't it? Yeah. Just imagine everyone has attained nirvana and it doesn't happen, but there will be a vibration then? No, because there's no possibility of synchronization. But it's the other way around. Everywhere there is vibration. So synchronization happens very easily. But to shed this, to drop this misunderstanding, you need to understand if you're feeling something, it is a fast vibration of the sensory organ only. Then only we can stop this cycle of ignorance. If you don't stop it, well, it will continue and you will never feel the non-vibration. You will never have the no self-perception. Yeah, you will never have the no self-perception. If you don't have the no self-perception, you don't know. And if you have the no self-perception, it is going to grow itself. Like it is going to manifest slowly more and more and can become this normality after that. Replace the self-perception fully. It replaces the self-perception fully. This whole thing is really nicely explained by Aaron in Singapore, which is he says about 12,000 sermons now. This is 7 o'clock groundbreaking revelations at 7 o'clock from Sri Lankan time. He usually comes to this the 5 a.m. one. Sri Lankan time. But he has so much sermons that he has done. It's all about trying to catch this self vibration and turning it to non vibration by fully realizing that it was never actually there, it was a misunderstanding. The speed, how the speed led you to misunderstand all these things. It's if you really come to that feel level, it's really important to feel it in one stimuli. If it is the kettle, if it is the stove, if it is the iron, if it is the cloth rack, whatever. of these stimuli, are they real? They are not actually real, they are stimuli only. Yeah. The feel that we get as they are real is actually not related to the chair. It's not related. It is coming when, as soon as the chair is felt real, the self vibration pops up. It's a pop up. Folks, it's a pop up. The vibration pops up. But if the chair is not felt as a thing, self vibration will not pop up, and you will experience the awaken to the moment, that moment. Understanding dependent origination is not easy, and delivery of this also may not be very very correct. The delivery may have faults. But all I want to say is, if you feel the chair as a thing, definitely self vibration is going to pop up. But if you fully realize at one moment that the chair is not a thing, it's a fast vibration of the eye, fast vibration of the ear, fast vibration of the, if it is something you're eating, a fast vibration of the tongue, fast vibration of the nose, and fast vibration of touch, temperature, pain, the skin perceptions. Then if you fully realize that's all that had, then the stimuli doesn't become a thing. This pop-up is not there, the self-vibration pop-up is not there. Then only you can feel the fish can feel the difference between the self-vibration and the absence of the self-vibration. Really, this is very important. Very important. So if the stimuli is not felt as a thing, self-vibration pop-up is not there. Actually, what you feel is non-vibration. Is that a new vibration? No, it's the absence of the self-vibration. It's the absence of the self-perception. This is going to break your self-view. Why? For a fraction of a second, you didn't feel the self. This power, this bond, this force, absence of that. That's the moment you will realize this Dhamma is true. But that is the moment that you felt the chair is as not whatever the stimuli is not true. I mean, I don't know, this delivery of this message is a bit difficult because of people so much ideas, so much views. But here the story is only about the chair, only about the toffee, only about the pineapple, only about the daughter, only about the stimuli. If the stimuli is not felt as a thing, self-vibration pop-up is not there. Why do I use the word pop-up? Pop-up is very popular in computer words. You know, as soon as you do something irrelevant, there would be a pop-up. Oh, something happens, it's a pop-up. It can be a pop-up saying battery is low of the computer. I'm just trying to make this as an example that this happens, this happens. What if the stimuli is felt as a thing? Definitely the self is there. Just by feeling this moment doesn't do anything to the strength of the self, strength of the stimuli, because there's so much power in the stimuli after that. Still, you know that there's no self now, but there's so much power still in the stimuli. This has to slowly die down, isn't it? It can be a habit, it can be a thing, it can be a person, it can be a strong held view, it can be anything. Whatever thought which is repeated, most of the time. Just imagine like a habit of walking. When you don't have your two legs only, you will understand how much is that habit to you, because you can't walk now. And breathing is another one. You thought that the breathing is there permanently now. And when the breathing is going to stop, you are struggling. Why? You're trying to maintain that, thinking that it should be there. It's a weird example, but the same phenomenon. Try and understand these stimuli are not real. Self-perception is also not real, which pops up when the stimuli is felt as real. None of these things are real. It's a view that we have everything is real. If you feel otherwise, no self-perception will appear and it will get strong. You need to understand this Dharma slowly. It's a bit difficult, and the delivery is also difficult. It's not as easy as for Aranwanse. Aranwanse has the best ability to explain this. And we worship him for that. And thank you, Aranwanse, for guiding us. May Triple Gem bless you all. May you all feel the non-vibration.
that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining glow, Buddothpada.
Liberation from all birth, liberative and from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
Wisdom of Asia, ever aglow, Buddothpada. Dispelling darkness, breaking night,
dispelling ignorance with light,
dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion,
opening all eyes.
Wisdom of Asia, steady flow, Buddothpada.
Truth of life and truth of mind,
Truth no time can leave behind,
truth of birth and death made clear,
the path of peace is always near, wisdom of spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love, radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining glow, Buddothpada.
liberation from all birth, liberative and from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
Wisdom of Asia, ever aglow, Buddothpada. Dispelling darkness, breaking night,
dispelling ignorance with light,
dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion,
opening all eyes.
wisdom of Asia, steady flow,
Everyone, sorry.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll start the Zoom discussion in English today. Buddothpada. We'll worship Buddothpada Arananse. We can continue this discussion. We talk about kind of same thing every day. It's all about the non-self angle, or how this feeling of self has happened. So if you can understand, we can discuss it in different ways, and the way we discuss it actually change in the way that we actually with whom we are talking. So how we feel this self existence, how we have developed this idea of self. No one is actually teaching us that there is self. Even the animal would know that there is you know, it's an idea which occurs without anyone teaching you, because you get the perception without any teaching that there is self. So you can see Dr. Sakuntala is also here. Is it possible for you to kind of develop this into a discussion?
Yeah, yes, Dr. Kokila, Terwasana. Yes, I was also thinking of the same topic. I mean, something around self-existence or self-feeling, how it builds up from the dot like a firefly, and then it gradually sort of gets empowered, and then how the strong concept of myself becomes like a huge tree starting like as a seedling. We can talk on that, isn't it? Like how it starts now. The small baby has no concept about myself.
Even
And
that small baby even doesn't have a concept about anything.
yes, that's right. Yes.
Nothing. It just feels.
Yeah.
And
And
that is the level that we are unable to feel too. But we can, if our mind power is not that great, we might be able to actually feel the feel that we talk about. And that is the feel where, you know, the main kind of how do I say, sensory organ function. And if no one knew that it is the only thing that was there, but only Lord Buddha actually explained this, that this is ignorance is there. The ignorance is the main culprit here, that which actually is there until the vibration is gone, and the self vibration is not there. But what actually that means is that now we can't say that actually that's the thing. We it's not actually there is one vibration. So like this might confuse us also. So we have to be careful in when we try to say things. So it's not as it is there now. If the stimulus is taken for granted, only the self vibration is there. That is where the ability of vibrating non-vibration, synchronizing to non-vibration has become a possibility. So this possibility was found by Lord Buddha, and we worship Lord Buddha for that great thing, because it's such a difficult thing to understand by oneself. But here, when we hear this Dhamma, we understand. Okay, the baby didn't have any problem of self-thought or any thought in that sentence. But the thing is that the a bunch of cells, or we can call it body, actually had the feel. And it could be in the form of the eye, it could be in the form of the ear, it could be form of the tongue or the nose or the chin. Doesn't matter what form, but at one particular point it's only the stimulus is starting from only one of them. They can't coexist. But what actually happens is later, when all the sensory organs are developing, they co-vibrate kind of. When they vibrate together, because it happens so quick, there's new kind of vibration. That is what is called mind. And we know all about the mind because we are already in our mind. So the mind is full of things, from toy to, from mother, from father, from sister, brother, house, home, school, toy. From that, we have like billions of, or even maybe not billions, but there are so many stimuli. So even sit down, stand up, those things are kind of a mental construct. Without the mental construct, you can't actually do anything. The mental construct part is the one which actually augment the state of this self-vibration. When we talk about this, the main important points to understand is that one stimulus, only one stimulus which begins from one sensory organ happens at one time. And when it is felt as a thing, in different levels, it could be in the form, non-form level, and it could be the form level, or even the sensory world. Doesn't matter. Whatever the level, how much you feel it as existent, then it is going to give you that power, the self vibration, or self power, or the self perception. So that is the problem which happened. But if someone is having wisdom about this, the ignorance is going to go down, as well as that power is going to go down. Why? Because we learn that there's nothing, everything we have touched, we have touched the tea, we have tree, we have touched the chair, we touch our mother, you know, we can say like that, but when we understand that it's actually a perception in the mind only, that even the touch word, you know, like when we say touch, you know, in Kankamburu Sinchinoru, we say Dugina Gila touch something, you know, like there's like a saying in Sinhala, some play where you have to run and touch something. How do you know when someone says in Sinhala, no one will do that, but if you say that in the Sinhala English way, the English child, who talks in English might do that. And how is that? Because that perception is there. How a Sinhala child will not do it when it is told in English medium, but might do it when it is told in Sinhala medium. So this perception level in the mind is very important to understand, and actually a lot of people can understand this easily. That all the kind of everything that we thought is existing is actually in the mind. But then, is that true? That's a bit tricky to understand. Is that true? Is it actually in the mind? Then we go on to understand, how did that happen? How did the mind perception happen? How did the go and run and touch the chair, you can say. And so go, run, or run and touch the chair. And a single child might look at the person who says and just stay there, but if it is told in single language, he might do it. But what I'm trying to say is the perception. Is the perception true? The chair, is it true? Touch, is it true? Go or run, is it true? So these perceptions are actually formed with the help of these sensory organs. So it's a construct too. It's a mental construct. None of the mental constructs are true. But then there is a feel too. What do you feel then? Then if none of these things are true, why am I feeling something? You're feeling something because you didn't know that it's just a sensory function, you know. It's just a sensory function. If you're feeling something, it is just a sensory function, nothing else. So that's how we keep changing the power, that we keep changing the understanding we have about everything that was felt, that was thought, or that was associated. Yeah, you can add more. Suranka is also here. You can continue or add something, Suranka. Maybe she is busy. Even
Yeah, actually, recently I remember in one of the discussions, Aaron Wahanse, our noble friend, asked, who am I? And he was sort of asking questions from different people to, indicate where this self-feeling, where can it be localized, or can you localize or point out and say that this is where myself. So he was first talking about the body. What part of the body can you point out and say, this is myself? Now, one of the beautiful examples he was giving was that if you amputate a hand or a leg, you won't call that part myself, but you will say it was my leg. Or even, the intact parts of the body, if you even for a small child, we sometimes ask them to show where is your head. So they will say my head. In none of the occasions it's mentioned as the head is me. So it becomes automatically mine. So it is no different from the rest of the world where we call my house, my toys, my gowns, my mother. So all becomes my, where there is ownership, but none of them can be labeled as myself. So it's similarly the body parts also. If you take the body parts separately, none can be labeled as myself. They are all mine, belong to me, but none of them are mine. Then the second question was, can you say the thoughts are myself? Thoughts or your mind. Mind, in other words, mind is just a flow of thoughts, fast flowing thoughts are labeled as mind. So can you call mind is me or myself? No, again, the mind is so-called thoughts are not under control. I mean, the system cannot control the occurrence of the thoughts, appearance of the thoughts. Uh, so then you can't call it's myself. The thoughts or the mind cannot be labeled as myself. So like that, he was sort of, then finally he came down, he pointed out when this system is in function, that means when the sensors are uh, actively creating some stimuli and the collective uh, vibration of the sensors is called thought, and thoughts doesn't stop from there. Thoughts will create some form of a current within the system. So that current is the one which, due to the ignorance, which is labeled as myself, the current may be going up and down depending on the stimulus. There may be high currents, there may be low currents. Now, high currents could be in the form of, we can label them as anger, sad, or happiness. Any words can be, different words can be used depending on the situation. And that current is something that the system feels. It's not a thought, it's a feel. And that current is labeled as self. And also, I remember, I think Lord Buddha also has described in one of the sutras, sometimes the body is taken as me, sometimes uh, the myself is considered as inside the body, or sometimes vice versa. The body is within myself. So, like that, in 4 ways, he has described, the Lord Buddha has described how this, due to the ignorance, how this system associates the self feeling with the physical body. Uh, so, those are the things that I wanted to add actually. And also, this self feeling is something which starts as a very tiny point when the baby is small, when the child is little by little growing. So many stimuli will add power to this self perception of this self feeling. That world, so called myself, created around, or maybe you can call it the bubble, becomes stronger and stronger because so many data are added every day through the stimuli from different sources, and the self feeling becomes empowered more and more and becomes very strong. So ultimately, uh, uh, whatever the stimulus which is taken as real uh, is automatically the other side, or like the other side of the coin. It's the self perception on the other side. So whatever stimulus which is taken as real, in Sinhala we say deyak kara ganima. So whenever there is something which is taken as real, automatically there is myself or the self feeling on the other side. Anything else to add, Dr. Kokila or Surangika?
Yeah, it's good. Is there anything to add, Surangika? I think she must be
She must
busy.
be at work. Yes.
Yeah.
So I think everything is centered around this, isn't it? The self-feeling is the center pole,
mm,
and everything is centered around that. All the defilements, whatever uh, you can, name, everything is because there is a self. And now the defilements like clinging or aversions, all the sufferings uh, is because this misconception of self, isn't it?
yeah. Yeah. You know, when we come to a thought, one thought, just take one thought, chair or pineapple. Any of these thoughts or stimuli can actually start from any of the sensory organs. So, um, someone comes to the house of a friend, and when the door is open, you might smell something, different, and without any hesitation, without any like time, if the person is fully in the functions, the sensory organs are functioning, immediately the thought is that it is pineapple. So the what you felt there is not actually touch, it's a direct form which comes, and that is where the self perception also is already there. That is the thing. If that is taken as a thing, not when someone has gone through Dhamma. I'm talking about normal person.
Yes.
So try and understand this one thought having all the features, 31 realms, because I saw the topic today in the actual the picture of this English room today was 31 planes of existence is in one thought. And that's a very beautiful thing to actually understand, because that's where we can trap, not we, any being can get trapped in any one of these things, whether it is the sensual world. Sensual world has like a lot of stages, the animals, everything. So it can be sensual world, it can be the other beings in the form world and non-form world as well. But why it is important is this human thought actually has all these levels. That's why a human can actually attain or actually synchronized to the non-vibration too, because someone has to actually understand all the three levels to vibrate to the non-vibration, or synchronized to the non-vibration. That's the most important thing. Otherwise, what happens is, just imagine someone is already in the non-form. This actually Aranwanse told in one of the recent, I can't remember whether it's even yesterday or that if someone is already in the non-form world, that person is automatically in the field, and there is no possibility for you to do even a vidarshana or think about these dhamma points. So the actual change starts from that. It starts from that. And that's where you understand that there is no self, and then only you actually feel it. So that's the important thing to understand. It's very important to see why the human realm is so important, why the humans have this, the mind, which is great ability, and in mind, one thought has all these planes, 31 planes, or 31 realms, or 31 worlds. They are all just forms, different forms, which actually the self vibration is trapping. Whenever, whatever the level, if it's a thing, all the below levels are already has become a thing. You can't change it. If someone is in the sensual world like humans, all the form level and the non-form levels has already become a thing anyway.
Yes, and
So
it can change from thought to thought also, isn't it?
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the beauty of this thoughts. But the thing is, even though it can change, this non-vibration has never happened before.
Yes.
So that is the thing that we try here, kind of try, and through vidarshana, through understanding of this non-self dhamma, you have to first hear this, and then you have to think about this and try and understand this. Now, after understanding, you have to, try and feel this. And try and feeling part is the important part. According to Lord Buddha, Trividya is very important. What is Trividya is how you feel about your own previous perceptions, or all your feelings. What happened when that, whatever the thought, imagine it's a chair again or pineapple. How did the pineapple arise? And that you should kind of feel it too. Not just think about it. But you have to think about it to feel. You can't just feel something you haven't thought about even. That's the thing. So this Dhamma starts from Satyajnana. And when you start feeling this, you call it Krutyajnana. You try to make it happen. Then there is relief. Like you have some part of the power is gone. That is Krutajnana. But yeah, there's so many beautiful aspects that we kind of try to incorporate now. Yesterday, one of the sermons, I think Andolnath was sermon also. there was a question about something. I can't even remember now the question, but the question was actually going around theory. And that is the issue that we get, because we get engrossed in theory part of this Dhamma, or not the practical part of this Dhamma, and try to think about the practical side. But it's much better if you just stop thinking about the practical side and try to practice it. How do you practice it? You just try and see whether you can feel your own, defilements. But there's a trick too. What? Because you have to understand that you have to keep putting wisdom everywhere, because due to the ignorance we have taken everything as defilements, everything as my sadness, my anger, my greediness, my everything is mine. What happens with Dhamma is there is one moment that without me, then the me, the whole view about the me, that it's a, it is me who is important, all those stuff is now no value, because that there's no me when the stimulus is not a thing. If it's not felt as a thing, you know that there's no as a feel as me. So then what happens to the defilements then? Defilements are there, but view that it is mine is not there. How good is that? It's really good. That's where you stop half of your problems. Why? Because that person, Lord Buddha says, if you have felt this, even once, if you have felt this non-vibration, you will never enter lower realms than humans. If at all, it would be humans or anything above that with some aditi. But the tricky part is when someone asks a question, and someone says, I know Dhamma, that's what happened. I know Dhamma. That person says, I know Dhamma. And then he says, how does the Suddhastika go away and this happens? That question itself shows that how do you say you know Dhamma? It's so tricky when we say something like that, because there's always something you don't know until you become an arahant. So you have to be very careful when you say I know Dhamma. There's always something you don't know. That's why you are not an arahant yet. Ignorance is there until then. So yeah, these are the things. So, and also, if there is someone who has at least felt this once, that non-vibration, he definitely knows how much vibration you have. Kind of what your sasa status is, what type of glueness you have, and you know that field as well as you know that non-vibration field. And non-vibration, how the sensory organs function with non-vibration, and how sensory organs work with the self-vibration. So what is about Suddhastika there? Suddhastika is what it's very tricky to answer all this in English, because the Suddhastika, we don't even have an English word for that. But Suddhastika is actually the mind, the thought.
Yeah,
the
you have to
thought,
describe it in a sentence. I suppose there's no single word for Shuddhashtaka. Yes.
yeah, so it's just a thought. Thought has all this eight
Components.
forms in it. Eight
Mm,
forms in it.
yes. Yes.
And 8 forms are from the 5 sensory organs. What are the 8 forms? It's just light, sound, taste, smell, and
Smell.
other touch. All the 4 levels of touch, and
Mm,
that's all. That's the 8 from. But the 8 is about the thought. And what happens to that? Nothing happens to that until you have the respiration. It will continue. That's the thing. If you know this Dhamma and you say you know this Dhamma and you say, what happens to this? And that shows that you don't know them. That's the tricky part, and we have to be careful. Anyway, no one would say, I know Dhamma until they actually become an Arahant. Because then only you can definitely say that there's no ignorance at all. Because until such time, there is something you don't know. Isn't it?
yes, I think Lord Buddha has explained this Shuddhashtaka just as a way to explain, isn't it? I mean, not that Shuddhashtaka is something existing, but
Yeah,
as a concept, Lord
to
Buddha has
understand the
taken it,
thought. Yeah,
yes, to understand thought.
because
Yes.
it is true. I mean, if you feel this, okay, you're trying to feel the pineapple. If you
Mm,
say pineapple, you can definitely understand that this thought has all these features. Yes, but it's something you have to feel, not like understand. And nothing happens to these things just because you have telepathized to non-vibration and the self-perception is gone. That is the thing that we are confused sometimes, because we are wondering how come we still have the thoughts, and we still can taste, still can see, still can hear, still can smell, still can touch something, and still have no self vibration. That is why you have to become at least a stream enterer to understand this.
mm.
That's what the practical part is for. Because if you go by the theory and you feel that you know Dhamma, that's the trickiest part, because we can say, yeah, I know Dhamma. Now, can't we actually say, now, even when describing, we can say everything as no extrapolating into the we can there's a part of imagination then, if you are saying something. But actually, if you are saying something you have felt, there's no imagination. Do you know what you're talking about? And there's so much confidence. So nothing happens to your thoughts. Nothing happens to actually what happens is the ownership is not there, and also the vibration is not there. That's all. When the view is broken, anyway, the ownership is not there. When the self-perception is gone, yes, there's no defilements. That means there's no power underlying any of these sensory organs. They will function until the last breath, until the last thought. And
Yes,
it's
and so, yeah, yes.
every action is actually a chitta kampana. Or if you say stand up, how come you know
Yeah.
stand up?
Mm.
And if you
It's
go
a
and tell it to a
picture,
child,
isn't it?
yeah,
Yeah.
you have to know the language, you have
Mm.
to know what it is. And
Mm.
you go to a patient with dementia, you say stand up, she doesn't do anything.
Mm.
It's because, but doesn't she have that power? She has. So none of these things are not not the problem. Self vibration is still there. Nothing has happened just because you have forgotten everything. The self vibration is nicely there. Why? It is in the way that whatever she knows, it is in that. And if it is even in the field level, we always tell this, like for an instance, a worm. We always talk about these things that, there's no big mind to a worm. There's no plans to conquer the next neighboring land. There's no plan to kill the other neighboring worm. There's no, there's nothing like that. Plan to bomb the other neighboring country. There's nothing like that. The worm has a very small area of field, and even in that, there's this self vibration. So this is the importance of having the ability to feel the 31 realms in one thought. So when you vibrate to the non-vibration or synchronize to the non-vibration, you have to go through all these levels to understand that they are nothing. If they are a thing, you are trapped in that level. That's all. It could be sensual world, it could be form world, it could be non-form world. Isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Talking about these 31 realms, I remember now, practically you can say that each thought it could be in different realms, but depending on the level of defilements of that system.
Now in that sentence, that what you were trying to say, I will just say
Mhm.
otherwise I will forget.
Mhm.
Now imagine that animal is there with a higher vibration. Everything below that is also there.
Yes.
So it is there. It's just that the high vibration has masked everything else. That's
Yeah,
the
what I
meaning.
was.
That's the meaning, because
Mm.
otherwise we might feel like, oh, okay, that the animal must be, so that Lord Buddha has told one level would be dog, one level would be monkey, but everything below that is already there. But that dog can't feel it because the dog vibration is very high. Then it's what you feel is whatever the level you are in now.
Yeah, what I was going to say was that you can't have great variations in the realms in one particular system, isn't it? I mean, you
Only
can't have
humans.
yes, even humans. Now, what I remember saying, I don't know whether I can convey it correctly, what I want to say. What I understood was that if a system is in a sort of higher level of vibrations, that means in practice or in practically, we can say a person who is very aggressive, that sort of system will not will mostly be fluctuating around the same level.
Yeah.
Isn't it? On
Yeah,
the
that is
other,
the habit. That becomes a habit. That becomes a default, actually.
yes.
That word is much better. The default. Because the mode goes to default all the time when we put a default.
On the
And
other hand, a person
yeah.
who has very sort of fine vibrations will not go up to that high level vibrations. Again, in practice, a person who is very calm and quiet will continue to have that level most of the time.
Yeah, but what Lord Buddha says is, even if you are in Sukkusukuma Saptasanya, whatever that word, long word is, that's also useless, because when the once in 80 kalpa also, if a vibration happens, there is self vibration co-vibrating.
Yes. That's a formless level, isn't it? Formless.
Yeah, so it should be very, very calm level, no? I mean,
Yes.
the calmest. But the thing is, even in Etikalpa, if there is a vibration, then definitely there is synchronicity to the self vibration, because we haven't destroyed that. Actually, there's the words are not good in that we can't like kind of destroy, but we just not synchronized to that, and that dies down because of that. Because these are all habits actually. Everyone's son is Rangika.
Dr. Pokhla, Dr. Sakuntala. Sorry, I couldn't speak earlier. I was just on what Dr. Sakuntala said about a person who is generally calm and collected. The range of vibration is around that. I suppose to a certain extent you can say that, but also if the person has not accessed the true Dhamma, there is always because then then that is Pruthajana, the lay person, right? So at that point, I mean, I have come across examples of people who are generally who generally have a quiet, collected demeanor, but if they are not in the Dhamma, the provocation, sharp provocation or an extreme provocation, can take them to a really high vibration, meaning to kind of the Niraya level even, if provoked. So how can that happen? That happens because of no access to the Dhamma. So in a layman stage, the possibility of the person, that mechanism or that process touching different realms, even a higher vibration or a lower vibration, can happen and it cannot be discarded. But in contrast, the beauty of the Dhamma is that once a person is on the path or becomes a stream enterer, as Aranvase says, Niyata Sambodhi Parayana, means definitely the lower realms are completely eradicated, or out of that person's, there is no probability whatsoever of going into the lower realms, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that's
true.
the difference between the lay person, because there are so many people I know who are like so calm and collected. And then I suppose even my father, I have seen very few instances in his life where he has actually become really annoyed to the point of saying something. But it does happen. If provoked, it happens. But then I have seen other people as well. So to that extent, you can't say that, because there can be, what they say, gati nimiti, kamma nimiti. And R.N. Vansi talks about, 4 children in the same family being so different from one another. That can happen. So just because that happens and one person is very introverted doesn't mean that person is in the having a, what do you call, a refined vibration or a lower vibration, isn't it? It's all dependent. The only way that one can be sure is when the true Dhamma is accessed and that understanding, and if the one is on the path, then only you know for sure that those higher vibrations will not be accessed ever. Because otherwise you can't give the guarantee. That's what Aranvansa says. If the Sakkaya Ditthi self-perception does not get eradicated at that point of stream enterer, you are still having the possibility of that vibration happening at any moment and continuity of this samsaric cycle. But then he doesn't stop there. He continues to say and encourage the followers, isn't it, even at the anagami stage, by saying that, even the single vibration or smaller vibration is also not treated, not encouraged, or not treated as great by the Buddha. So that's why perseverance and right effort and all those things are so valuable on the path, isn't it?
Yes, Surangika, but I mean, there could be sometimes personalities who never can be provoked. I mean, even occasionally, but still they could be mithya drustika. I mean, when they have no idea
Yeah.
of this number, uh, still they could be in the same lot, isn't it? Same
Mm.
pit, pit, I suppose.
I don't know. I don't. I mean, I haven't come across people like that, because if you think about it, if you think about the way the drushti happens and the version, all species are subject to the defilements, isn't it?
And
Because then it
fear of
goes
death.
against that dharmata. It goes against the grain of the way the defilements work, and the defilements affect all species. So if aversion, ill will, desire, sloth and torpor, and all these things are the fate of mankind and fate of every human being, what does that say? That says that even if they appear to be calm and collected, they may not be so, if you know what
No, the
I'm
fear of
trying to
death
say.
is death. We can say worm is also calm and collected, no? Until provoked. I mean, worm can get scared of death. Do you
Yeah, I'm
hear
sorry. I
me?
think I was referring to a human being.
Yeah, no,
But
what
yeah.
I'm saying is
Yes, yes,
the
that's true. Definitely.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. The self-perception is so tricky that every being is scared to die. In the sense, they don't even know that they are dying. It's just that the existence feel they don't want that to go away.
Mm.
That is why the actual that samsaric there's like a journey kind of thing. That is why that the next one, like what Aranwanse is trying to say. That is the power, not these thoughts or the light or the smell or the whatever these things. That is not the problem. This ignorance is the problem. That there is a next one. That this feel of existence. How can a being is so flustered when you feel like it is not going to be there anymore? That a
Yeah, and I
feel
mean,
of
I think yesterday also our advance was saying about that example about people who come to these countries and say, yeah, I'm not worried about anything. I don't mind dying tomorrow if it's, I lead a quiet life and this and that and all that. And then he said, then why are you running desperately to the doctor when you get a sniffle or a cold and this and that? If you're so happy to die, why don't you just die without taking medicine and worrying about that? And that kind of thing he says, which is true, isn't it? I mean, sometimes people put that thing almost saying to themselves that, death is the inevitable fate of everybody, so what's there to be afraid of, and that kind of thing. But suddenly, you're told that you have cancer somewhere or something or whatever, then the whole world collapses for them. So how did that happen suddenly? Um, that means all that has not been even contemplated, because they are not. Again, the ignorance plays such a big role. It's that underlying layer of ignorance which is the thing that then comes to the surface. And then at those crucial points where tragedy strikes or something happens which is probably not contemplated or anticipated, that self-perception arises and comes forward to kind of, they don't know that themselves because they are in the ignorance, isn't it, Dr. Bokita?
Sometimes some people say that I don't mind dying, but I don't want to suffer and die.
Oh, yes, I've heard of that as well.
Yes.
Even my mother says that.
yeah, and we are not we feel of existence is such that even without any of these thoughts, even just a one cell organism doesn't want to feel that it is going to stop that vibration. So the vibration, it's not the vibration actually, the vibration of the ear or the vibration of the touch or whatever. It's actually the keenness to maintain this. It's very, very subtle. This when it comes to the field, it's very subtle. So the keenness to maintain is there in the sensual world. It is very big. We can really understand. I can, if you do anything to me, I can even do this to you. I can even put a nuclear bomb to your country. So some whatever like that. I'm telling an example. So with the view, it is so easy to understand in the sensual world how bad your view is, like strong view is. Then you definitely know that your vibration is very high. But when it comes to the other levels, actually, not with the samadhi, not with the right way. I'm talking about other levels in without any right view. Still, it's just trying to maintain the form level or this dream. Beyond that is to try and maintain the feel level.
Yeah, I think even that example of the worm, the ita sanyava becomes, especially for animals, and the further you go down the chain, I suppose, the worm is a good example, isn't it? Because, I mean, if you sometimes accidentally prod, or, when you are forking the ground or something, digging the ground, and, a worm comes up or worm gets disturbed. When you see the worm just going into this kind of hypertension type movement, from that itself you can say that it is, I mean, there is that innate reaction of that it's a company kind of thing.
Maintain
exactly that. Yeah.
So the coldness or whatever that comfortable feeling.
Yes, it's reacting to the disturbance as if, leave me alone kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's no mind there. So that is the
Exactly, that's right.
tricky things that humans can understand. Only the humans can actually go through all these levels to non-vibration. That's the difference. What is the feel without this power? So you are ready to die. It's a different way to tell, but we don't really much talk about these things because it's too much sometimes, People are scared to even hear about the death now. So if we try to talk about this side, they don't even want to listen. Mostly these English-speaking countries, they only few people are keen to know whether there's a death or not. Whether what is me, what is this? No one is worried about that. Most of them are just about entertaining the sensory organs. It could be the mind, it could be the eyes, it could be the ears, it could be the touch. Mostly it is touch. Towards the higher, the worst realms, it is toward the touch. In the sense with eating, smelling, and skin type, because you have to have a full body to do that.
Yes, just let me know now, just one sensor alone. I mean, the example is this earthworm who has one sensor function, still has this feeling of existence or the itta sanyava. Whereas for the thoughts, you read at least two sensor functions. Is it correct? at least.
No, in
Can
actually mind, we talk about is human, so that means 5.
mm. And
That
then
means,
the earthworm who supposed to have only one sensor function. Then can you talk about a thought or a mind?
no, we can talk about the perception.
Only the perception, huh? Mhm.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dr. Kokila, where the say a human being.
Perception
this
in the
is-
sense, not the perception of, this is really good mud type. I should be there. Not in that way.
Not that
Not
sort
in
of.
that way. That the
Mm.
perception is about the touch.
Mm.
Yeah, it's only the vibrational level, the feel level only.
the human doesn't have to have the 5%. Sorry, every sensory perception. It
No.
can be even.
Actually, I was trying to say that I understood as soon as
Yeah.
I said that I understood. What I said was Lord Buddha has discussed about this in a different way, that someone should have all the 5 sensory organs intact to actually, at least in the beginning, they should have this, idea of light, idea of sound, all that, to actually have this, go through all these realms and get to the non-vibration. Do you get the point of what I was trying to say?
Yeah, I have heard of that as well, Dr. Kokila, before I listened to Buddothpada Desana. But one day I remember asking him, R.N. Mahansa, that, and he said that's not required or something.
Yeah, the jati and the jati.
Yeah, but deaf and a blind person from birth, then two or at least one of those sensor faculties are not functioning, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it
But
is a
still they have
hindrance. I
thoughts.
think it's a hindrance to go through all the 31 realms. That's
Mm.
my understanding, though. We can ask our say later. That's my I can be wrong. Because 31 realms should be actually understood, that all 3 forms of the sensual world, the actually, yeah, maybe you don't, because the form, yeah, I don't know, actually, I don't know, because
But yeah, I mean, that's a kind of question mark. I don't know either, because
yeah,
I've heard of other Paramatha Desana where the same thing has been said, that in order to understand the senses and transcend the senses, that the
yeah,
senses should be,
because all the
because you have to
6 senses
transcend,
should
isn't
be,
it?
yeah, all the 6 senses should be understood. That's what I know, but I can be wrong.
Yeah, maybe there's a bit different explanation. Can ask her and answer some other time.
Yeah, but if someone has actually seen, at least in the beginning, or heard something at least in the beginning, then they know what it is, because
Yes, unless they are blind from birth or something, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah, that's the only thing what I'm thinking, that is a hindrance to understand Dhamma, because then you can't really understand but there is a tricky part, like if, yeah, I mean, now to think about it, I'm thinking, if it is not there, then um, how to actually hear this Dhamma. So if the hearing ability is not there, how would you hear this Dhamma is also a problem. But if it is through Braille, then how would this, I don't know. It is a gray area.
Yeah, it is definitely a hindrance to understand Dhamma. And I think that is one of the reasons that they don't uh, enrobe them as bhikkhus if they have any physical disability, in the sense, I mean, this total blindness or deafness. I think there's a rule like that, as if I remember correctly. But on the other hand, the person who is blind or who is deaf can have their own mind bubble
Yes,
in a
yes,
different
yes.
way, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, that is correct. That is correct. Because their touch power is going to get so
Magnified, no? Yeah.
Right.
magnified.
Mm.
So they
Right.
will actually understand everything through the touch. And their senses, they might even develop different senses. So this is very tricky. So we will not even discuss in that area. Because their sensory levels may be very different. There are some high powers also, some people, because that's what the thing is. You know, like the field can be empowered. The
Yeah,
different
because
fields, not the skin feel, no, not that, but the the different powers can happen because of the absence of the normal powers, normal sensory organ. So it's better to not to discuss further because we don't know, we don't know. It is a hindrance, yes.
And Aryan Vahase has explained, no, in some of the discussions that if you are devoid of all five senses, then there is no self. That
Yeah,
is because,
100%.
yeah,
100%. Yeah.
yes,
That is to actually show that why that sentence has come out is also to show that it is only the stimulus that is there.
yeah,
That is why this yesterday question is that wrong, because he was asking the question in such a way that it was so wrong, because the actual stimulus is going to be there until the breath is there. Stimulus, nothing happens to the stimulus. Only this power is not there. This is the problem that we have to feel it. Nothing happens to the stimulus. Nothing. The touch will be there, taste will be there, smell will be there, sight will be there, the sound will be there, the mind will be there. Without that power, without the eagerness to maintain that, how beautiful is this? Without the struggle to maintain the next one, next one, next one, like that. I think this is beyond discussion, isn't it? This is in the sense it's something to be felt. That is the trickiest part in Dhamma, I think, because it is something to be felt.
and we were speaking a few minutes ago about how different people are pleasing the senses, and but ultimately, what they don't know due to ignorance is that it's that stimulus, the uddipana is one,
Yes.
whether it's
Yeah.
coming from the eye sense or the ear sense or wherever.
Yeah. Yeah. It's such an interesting thing, actually. And I think we are coming into end of our Zoom discussion today. We worship Aranwansi as usual. We have so much gratitude for him trying to enlighten us, trying to teach us this non-self truth, no self dhamma, and advising us all the time, leading us, and showing us that it has to be felt. And the depth is because there should be someone to show that don't stop there. There's something more than that. The depth. So it is really important that there is someone guiding, and we worship our Anansi for that. And thank you all Dhamma friends for coming for a beautiful discussion. And I think it is very fruitful, even though our vocabulary is so bad. We try our best, and I think we will continue to do so. And thank you very much for participating in the discussion. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Everyone,
Thank
Sanai,
you.
Dr.
Everyone,
Pokila,
Saranai.
everyone,
Thank you.
Sanai, Dr.
Saranai.
Sakuntala, Dhamma
Yes,
friends.
Saranai. Everyone, Saranai. This is the English Zoom discussion of Buddothpada Deshana. First of all, we'll worship our noble friend Aryan Wahanse, and may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. So we have been discussing many things over the last few months in this English Zoom discussion, and we are trying to explain, or we are trying to talk on common topics, and we according to our knowledge and from what we have gathered from Aryan Wahanse or our noble friends' discussions and disclosures, we are pointing towards the same thing. Actually, what we try to understand is that all the thoughts are creations. Thought is an illusion, thought is a creation of the function, sense of function. Whatever we think, whatever we talk, whatever we do is a thought. In other words, it's a name given and it can vary depending on the language that a person is using. And thoughts are creations, and most of you who have been listening to our discussions, most of you know that how the thoughts are created. Thought is a, a creation of the system. System means the function of the sense faculties. What are the sense faculties? That is the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. Those are the sense faculties or the senses. And these are limited to the human species, and different animals or different living beings have different types of senses, and also a number can vary. But what is common to all of us is that these sense faculties create something which looks like real. And the word called anicca is used to describe that what we are assuming as real is not real. It is not something which is there truly. We never know. We don't know. We can't have a real idea of what is really existing. But it all is limited to the information provided or the information created at the sensor level. So we have no idea, there is no way of finding actually what is the true world is, because the different living beings have their own created worlds. So we never know which one is correct. There is no way of finding. And what Lord Buddha tried to explain was that this created world, when this created world, so-called creation or this illusion, when it is taken as real, the system tend to have clinging or aversions towards those stimuli. So our noble friend R.N. Wahanse is trying to dig out the true Dhamma which was preached by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago, because most of the true Dhamma facts have been covered, or I would use the word adulterated, by the facts that came from different different teachers and different religions. So it is not what we should try to understand. So our noble friend R.N. Wahanse is trying to get us that pure teaching of Lord Buddha, and that is where the nirvana is. And what is nirvana? Nirvana is not something that we can gain or we can find as an aim, or maybe there's no destination called nirvana, because he always says that you are sitting on the nirvana and trying to find it somewhere else, trying to look around and trying to find something. As long as you try to find it as a thing, when you give a value and find as a thing, you will never find it. So little by little, when we listen to these explanations by our R.N. Wahanse, because there are about 9 Zoom discussions, of course, most are in Sinhalese language. There's one which we are having right now is in English language, and there's one in Tamil language. Actually, Sinhala speaking people have a better opportunity to listen to the other discussions, and then try to understand what our Enhance is trying to tell us. You can gather these things as a knowledge when you go on listening to the discussions. You can gather it as a knowledge, because this mind sensor is so tricky. It gives the impression that yes, I know it and I understand it. But actually, what it should be is that internal transformation of a person. Well, a person, I wouldn't use the word person, I think a system, I would say that is a better word. So there should be an internal transformation, not just knowledge which is gathered by listening to the discussions. So when you have this, when the system has this internal transformation, there are things that automatically felt as a feel. The system will feel that the stimuli which created a fire or some excitement in the past will gradually, that excitement or that fire or the value which was added automatically will get less and less. So the one level is that the thoughts, and then going beyond that, even the things which are seen, that means a vibration at the eye level, vibration at the ear level, those are also creations. So basically there is nothing at all, but all seems to be creations, one on top of the other. And in other words, it's like a building constructed without any foundation, which can collapse easily the moment you understand what is this mechanism, what is happening here. Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, I just started telling some few basic things. Maybe we can take a topic and start the discussion. Teruvan Saranai.
Nature Jen bless you all. We worship our Anansi. Yeah, anyone can join. Sometimes our Anansi might join. I heard that he was talking in the early morning Zoom discussion that our Anansi would be doing a sermon in Sri Lanka around this time. So
Yes.
you
Yes,
might
there was a
join.
long one. Actually, I also couldn't listen to the whole thing. I just listened to part
No,
of
not
it.
that one. I think after that there would be something in the evening. When
Yes.
5 o'clock one Aranansi was mentioning something like that. So if that happens, we'll quickly hand over the Zoom discussion
Yes.
to Aranansi. Until then, we can actually continue discussion.
Yeah.
Is there any kind of interesting thing, Surangika? Is there anything we can continue to have the discussion, or anything from you? Yeah, the long Zoom. Actually, Aranwan says all the sessions are very long these days, so it's taking time to listen.
Thiruvan Sannai, Dr. Kokila, Thiruvan Sannai of the Dhamma Friends, Worship and Vahansa. Yes, in fact, the morning Zoom, not the early morning one, the other one, I think was a very long 3.5 hour talk. And I think he was explaining quite a few of those basic true Dhamma philosophy, Satyajnana kind of aspects to a gentleman who must have been new to listening to R.N. Vahansa's discourses. I too have listened to it only halfway, but maybe I wanted to just bring up a thing that in a past Andolnatmaka groundbreaking talk that was held maybe a couple of days ago. This wasn't R.N. Vahansa, it was one of the other people who explain it. I don't know whether Dr. Kokila, you heard it, and Dr. Sakuntala. Somebody asked the question about perceptions, and that mother asked about how whether the sanya, as we call it in Sinhalese, or perceptions. And I think we discussed it yesterday or day before that actually the word sanya really conveys it better than perception, but for the purpose of our discussion today, because it's in English, we'll use the word perception. So the mother asked on the Zoom whether when one attains nirvana or arahathood, really, what happens to the sanya, and whether what happens to the perceptions, and whether the perceptions disappear. So in answer to that, it was, I think, person called Sumit, who is a known advanced practitioner, who explained about how the perception also has that underlying power. And the way he explained it, I think, was appreciated by a lot of people on that Zoom thing, because he took the five aggregates and said how, when we've all heard about and understood and tried to understand through Vidarshana, the vibration and the speed of vibration manifesting itself in the senses, which is the Rupanya, that we call it, or form. But then form, and then followed by, I mean, you can't say followed by, they all happen at once in one moment. But so the form, and then with the form comes the sensation and Vedana. And then the Vedana, after that, it's the Sanya. The representation of the Vedana or sensation is the Sanya, perception, and then the continuous happening of it is the Sankara or mental formations, and then which then translates into Vijnana or consciousness. But what he was explaining was that with that single vibration has an underlying power, and it is that power that multiplies because of the speed and then becomes a thing, and then one gets the notion of there being something existing. And that's how the whole light consciousness, sound consciousness, the feeling that it is there comes about. But he explained very well that in an initial vibration, just like the initial vibration has that underlying power, so too does the five aggregates, the sensation, the perception, the mental formation, and therefore the consciousness. So I also kind of, I hadn't thought about it or reflected in that way, which I thought was really quite helpful, because then he said, so too does the sanya, the perception, also have that underlying power, because it is an aggregate. It's the skandha, isn't it? So the initial vibrational power or the current is still ongoing. It is that underlying current. So the sanya, which is why the perception also has that underlying power, which if one is still in ignorance, will lead to abhisankarana or volitional formation. So, and then he went on to explain about how through the understanding of the mind and the thought process and how it comes about, it is that then that current that dissipates, and the arahat still has the sanya, still has the perception, still knows every object distinct from each other, and so on. But and then I think he used the example of Sariyut Thero or some other Thero who still recognized the mother and still went and attended to the mother, and so on and so forth, without obviously the underlying power or the current or the volitional formation. So maybe Dr. Kokila and the others, if you can elaborate on that a little bit more. I thought that was quite helpful, if that is just as a starter to the discussion.
What was the difference you felt in that? Because we discuss this kind of very often. So what was the difference you felt? That's my interest now.
The difference, I thought that was helpful for that mother was, and so many other people also said that that explanation was really good.
Yeah, but you felt it too. So Yeah, but you
Yes.
felt it too. No, what was the exact thing you felt?
The fact that he broke it down to the skandhas. And he said that just because, just like the vibration is there in the rupani, the rupa kind of thing. So if there's rupa, vedana, sanya, sankhara, vijnana, so too does all the five continue to have that underlying power. That part, for some reason, I had not. There was no reflection in that way, and it kind of gave me more clarity on the perception, because otherwise I think I felt as if the perception was something like, because when the defilements start fading or ceasing gradually, as you have said so many times, Dr. Kokila, how that lightness and then it's
No,
difficult
the
to,
thing
yeah.
is, whether you're talking about what skandha are you talking about? What are you talking about? Are you talking about the mental consciousness or the
No, the initial, the five aggregates
yeah,
of
five
just the
aggregates is there for
formation.
the other one too.
No, so it was the initial, the basic
Basic
consciousnesses.
five.
Yeah.
Basic five, okay, basic five. So in that, so when we go back to the baby, the fetus, I think we have told this like 100 times now. When we go back to the fetus, we know that the power is there. That is how this everything started. The power was there. Whether it is Surangika, whether it is us, whether it is whoever, the power, the vibration, the self vibration, which has been the foremost reason, the underlying reason for this development of these five aggregates, in the sense five, even five sensory organs in that sense, because every cell has this this vibration, but the formation of the sensory organs, that is just the kind of the outcome, like the projection. It's just the projection. Other cells may not have the projection, but the sensory organs, specifically the five sensory organs in humans, have the projection. And that's all. And of course that the power is there underlying, but the problem is, you actually, okay, how am I going to say this? Now, this is theory. When we talk about five aggregates, that is theory. Theory is not there in the actual experience. That is the important thing, that we might lose the interest, because it's useless to, in a way, to describe all the power. Yeah, like we can say, yes, power is there everywhere, yes, but the importance is about feeling this. So feeling the power and feeling the sensory organ output without that power is the challenge. So that's the practical aspect. The answer could be very complicated or very very good, but the thing is to actually feel this. So to actually feel this, the theory part is not that important, I would say. That's where even a 7-year-old could feel this, because what you should actually understand is, yes, there is a sensory organ which has started to function because of this power. This power has been the reason for this origination of these sensory organs. And sensory organs are going to be there until respiration is there. And that's why Lord Buddha has actually told about defilements and the kind of has separated it, like how do we say that, the Skeles Parinirvana and the Skandha Parinirvana, because the actual one part is actually the first one. The defilements, the end of the defilements is felt while you are alive. So the main important thing is the moment that you practically, how you would feel with the power, without the power. That's all. So whatsoever this power is, we know that is the power that kept this samsaric cycle, the cycle of birth. So that actually gave us enough trouble, you know. But and it would continue to give enough trouble. But what is important is practically feeling the difference between power, the sensory organs working with the power, and sensory organs without the power. That is the important aspect of practical experiences that that everyone should try. In trying that, understanding the theory part is maybe important if someone is actually looking into that theory part and dragging on to that as a factor, because this mind, we have to come, like, not we have to, all the words are really biased, but this to actually you can't catch this power while inside a thought. So the thought, piercing of that thought bubble means, actually what it means is that power is not there. So if your thinking power is too much, or your thoughts are really powerful, and it is about this Dhamma, and it is about this Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara, or someone is splitting hairs about Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara, and that is what is actually the affecting his or her strength of the thoughts, then understanding that might calm that person down. Do you get the point? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, because our
Yes,
thoughts
Doctor.
are so powerful. Our thoughts are so powerful. That's why the lot of instances we kind of miss the feel. So why we miss the feel is because our thoughts are powerful. If the thoughts are so powerful, and because you know what happened with Ananda Thero, was his thought about that tomorrow I have to participate to that thing as an around was so powerful. Like that, if your most powerful thought is about this skandha, then it is good to know, kind of. Otherwise, theory behind this skandha, theory behind any of these things is not the most important thing for you to understand or to actually pierce this thought bubble. To pierce the thought bubble is the most important aspect, is to understand that thoughts are not true. So whatever we discuss here, these words, the words which are coming out, if someone is even thinking about this skandha as like really serious, then for that person, that would be the most powerful thing to break now, because because that's how it is. You know, the when you know Dhamma, what the Saranansi says, you kind of know Dhamma, but then you have to kind of undo that too, because we are undoing. We are actually going backwards. We are kind of going backwards towards the radiant mind. And how can you go to the radiant mind if the thought about the skandha is so strong? Do you get my point? The practical aspect, we have to be careful. If we are actually, that's why I asked why it inspired you. Because if something is inspiring you, it is because you kind of maybe hasn't thought about it, but it has to be clear that any thought, whatever the thought, none of these thoughts are actually true. Do you get the point? And this
Yes,
is
Dr. Pokila. I just thought that that was just an angle that I had not explored in the when I was reflecting, and
yeah. This is
also
only
the
for you, actually, because that's why I asked the question: what inspired you? Because
yeah, and also I think we talked several times about when the perception becomes lighter and lighter, meaning it doesn't become a thing, and then the form world,
yeah,
how
form world is thoughts. So if you are actually putting stress
yeah.
on skandhas, you are thinking about skandha. You are thinking about skandha, so that's fine. It's okay. You know, we have so many arguments. We can argue. If you want to see an argument, you go to like a, people in this country can go to a club and see how they argue. They're not useless topics, and they can argue. But in Dhamma also we can tell in different ways. But the main message in Lord Buddha's Dhamma is Sabbe Sankara Anicchati. In Sabbe Sankara, what is Sabbe Sankara? Any action, any word, any thought, just in like they are all constructs. They are all baseless constructs. Basically. So the trick is, I mean, I haven't listened to that part in that thing. The trick is, if someone is talking about that and that person has forgotten that, that is tricky. And also, who is someone who is listening that has forgotten that, that is tricky. So that's where the most important aspect is whether you actually feel in this Dhamma. When you feel this Dhamma, you can understand the main important thing is to feel the sensory organ output with the power and without the power. That is actually the exact thing that happens when you see the non-vibration for a moment. That's where they don't misunderstand any of the statuses after that, because they know that the vibration is still there, because they know the sensory output with the vibration as well as sensory output without the vibration. So in that sentence, when I try to say that, you can understand, okay, there is a practical aspect of this, so don't forget. Because whatever we can discuss about skandha, we can split hairs about skandha, but then what about the practical aspect? If you forget about the practical aspect, okay, do you know, have you felt the non-vibration and how the organs work with non-vibration, and how the organs work with vibration is already what we have. You don't have to split hair about that. That's what we have. I mean, always we had that. So it's not a big issue to understand that. But the main demarcation comes when you understand that the sensory output or the sensory organ output without the power. And in that, you understand this 5 aggregates. What do you understand? The keles parinirvana, or the defilements, are gone, but still sensory organs are working. So that power which can be transferred, which can be not transferred, oh my God, which can be telepathized, or which can synchronize to any form of vibration is not there. That's another. But the sensory output is there. And when it stops, there's nothing. I don't know whether that gave you something. I just wanted to break your, I think I broke your mesmerization. But
it's just that sometimes you try to approach it. It's like a catch-22, isn't it? Sometimes, because I think we discussed that there can be catch-22s in different ways. In a way, there is the need to relax, as you say all the time about the need for relaxation to get out of the mind, kind of thing. But also the fact that when perception becomes so light, almost that you don't even feel it, or the heaviness, the heaviness of that generally comes with the evolutional formation doesn't occur. And then at the same time, all that can be done is to understand the true Dhamma. Also, I mean, that's why we listen to our advanced
and letting it
discourses.
go and understand true Dharma, and letting it go is a tricky part here, because you have to let go Dhamma as well.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? Did you get that thing I was trying to
Yes.
incorporate
Yeah,
here?
actually, as you said, I'm sure these things, I mean, Surangika has heard these things and she knew very well. But for some reason, the angle that she was looking
That's
at
right.
obscured the real picture. It happens to me also sometimes now. There are certain points that I hear in discussions. It sounds as if something new, but when you sort of think a little deeper, it's obviously something that I have heard earlier, and it was something that was clear enough. But at that particular point, it sounded like something completely new.
Yeah,
And
the
also that,
main problem is not to forget that this is a practical Dhamma,
yes.
because if you have the ability to say Dhamma to the extent that it is okay, it is the best thing, it is the best thing, you can explain it, everything. But the most important thing is to know the difference between vibration with sensory output and the non-vibration with sensory output. And if anyone is not aware about that, or has not felt that experience, there is it's very tricky. It's very tricky. But if someone is actually having that experience and trying to say, at least at end of that talk, someone should say, this is all useless, like the value that we put to the Dhamma theory is, we told, even our Anansi would say in such a beautiful way, like put so much effort in to say that, because there's needed for a lot of people who have studied Pali a lot. It's needed. It's needed. It's needed for all the venerables also in the country or in the world. But at the same time, it's not a thing. It's not a thing. So whether it is the aggregate, whether it's nirvana, whether it's anagami, whether it's the power, the word power, the word non-vibration, any of these things, they're actually not there. We have a communication here. We try to give the communication. What is the communication here? Try to feel the non-vibration. That is the communication. That is the end communication here. Not try to understand the non-vibration. No, that's not the message. Message is not try to understand non-vibration or try to by heart the non-vibration. Try to memorize everything. No, that's not the final outcome Adhan wants any one of us to do. It is to feel the non-vibration. If you feel the non-vibration, you know what exactly Lord Buddha is saying, what exactly is Buddha, what exactly is Dhamma, what exactly is Sangha. And then even if you haven't become the non-vibration, the clarity, the clarity is really there, and that clarity helps everyone. That's where the problem was with Potila Swaminathan, because he actually had so much Dhamma knowledge. But Lord Buddha didn't actually say that is the most important thing. His main important message is to try and feel this, that that there is no self here. The continuity of this field, the power that we feel continuously, is actually a construct. That is the main thing about sanya. That is the main thing about sanya. Because the perception, what is the big deal about perception? Because when with the ignorance, because ignorance is going to the end until you become the non-vibration, it is going. And with the ignorance, the main problem is the misunderstanding between the vibration of the sensory organ and the non-vibration. Even if someone is actually having these experiences, also, Paranvansi says there is a ignorance. That's why he has not become actually that. And in some sermons, he has told that actually ignorance is still actually not realizing that there is no vibration here. That power is actually gone. Because it's a tricky thing, to actually get the confirmation that it's actually gone. So that how subtle it is. Even if someone has then now the Ananda Thero name, how you would feel the power, the sensory organs with power and without the power. But still, he had so much problem in trying to achieve that. And he forgot that. I mean, not forgot. He tried hard. And in trying hard, isn't that the ignorance still? And because he's trying hard to achieve something which had been already there. So that is the tricky thing. So this goes on in the practical aspect. These are the practical things that is important. And we can call it misunderstanding, but the word is not good because it's already taken. So it's kind of a no, we can't even say anything. I don't think we can say anything. So it is ignorance. It is that, I think that word is enough, isn't it? What do you think? So even if you understand, all about this power and all about this non-vibration, still the need to feel this difference is still there, isn't it?
Yeah, I think yes. Just I want to ask you, I'm not sure whether the way I have understood is correct. Please correct me. This is something I heard in one of the discussions, maybe in one of your night discussions or somewhere. As Surangika mentioned, now this is actually the theory part. So in the 5 aggregates where there is a vibration and then the vibration is felt in the sensation of the vibration, and then there is perception, and when the perception happens.
Practically, you can't say any of these things. That's what I'm
Yeah, I
saying.
know. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
just the theory part, yes.
Yeah.
And what happens is in perception, there is very speed occurrence, and then there is a different type of a vibration which has more power or more current, isn't it? And when that happens, only you can talk about the consciousness. That means when there is a mental construct or what we call the
It's not the mental construct if it is only the.
perception, yes. Perception of light, perception of sound, like that. And then only you can talk about the consciousness, where there is a subtle feeling that there is a sound, and then there is a
No, subtle feel is it is happening here. The subtle feel, don't misunderstand.
Mm. That
Subtle,
means there is some duality, isn't it? There you experience a little bit of duality, isn't it? There. I mean,
yes.
the light is existing or the sound is existing. That is the consciousness
Yeah,
at that level.
yeah.
Yeah. So there, that level also there's a current. And then this happens even at the Arhat state, where
No,
as
no,
long
no,
as
no, no. No, an arahant state, that that's why we call it in a different name, because Lord Buddha can't explain it anymore. That's why he has put Anidasana Vijnana, because you can't say Vijnana. Consciousness is not there. You can't. But that doesn't lay anywhere. That's not either here or there.
Yeah, what I understood was practically that the consciousness is there, but the arhat state knows that very clearly that it's not true. It's just a creation. Isn't that the
No, no,
understanding
no,
is
no, no, no.
different?
It's a field. It's a field.
Okay. And then when what happens is when the person understands this mechanism, when the system understands this mechanism, the current which was created at the sensor level will continue, but the additional current or the additional fire which was created in the form of a defilement will get less and less. I don't know whether that the way that I understood is correct.
Yeah, I think
Was I
Arana
clear
say.
enough? Was I clear enough?
Yeah, I think so. The Aran say sometimes take these 2 words also. I think because of that in English he's trying to say it in a different way. Sometimes I have heard that him telling the
So I think
alive
that
feel and the feel of existence. Because
like,
yeah, so but anyway, what you have to understand is this is something felt because none of these sensory organs are working, but there's no entertainment of that. So that bit has to be felt.
Yeah, there's
That
no
bit,
Yeah,
yeah.
sorry.
That's a feel though. That's not a understanding. There's understanding anyway. That's why you start to feel that. There's internal transformation. That bit is there.
Yeah, true. There is no entertainment, but I mean, there is no difference in the way that
That
the
is
things
the
are seen.
difference. That is the difference. That what is normal vijnana and what is anidasana vijnana, that is the difference.
Yeah,
You
what is the
So
know,
difference? Yeah.
I think, Dr. Sakuntala, the distinction that you're trying to make is between the vibration that we talk about in the Satyajna or the True Dhamma philosophy as being the cause of this Abhisankarana or the formation. So, how we start saying it's the speed of vibrations manifesting in the sense faculties that gives us the sensory perceptions, right? So there is that vibration. And then the vibration that Aryan Mahatsa is talking about is the Atmiya company, the self vibration. It is that self vibration which is the underlying
actually,
power.
yeah, now I got it.
Yeah.
I think I will add to that Surangika's thing because when Surangika was trying to say, I just got the question now only, sorry. Actually, but I have mentioned this before. Aranwansi mentions that before too, because this fight is only for one vibration.
Mm.
This fight is to get rid of one vibration, which is the self vibration, self perception, and the self thought. Is just one vibration. This happens when the sensory organ functions as a thing, like in the sense it is felt as a thing. This coexists. This happens thing is the thing. You have to understand. It is kind of not the same vibration, but you can't even say that it is a different vibration because it is again synchronicity here. Because when the sensory organ vibration is as felt as something, immediately without any gap, it is that other self vibration is activated. That's where you are born in each and every thought. That's how you are born in each and every stimulus. I think if you understand that bit, this will be a bit more easier because that's how you telepathy to the Buddha status. How else are you going to otherwise telepathy or synchronize to the Buddha status or the non-vibration? Because non-vibration is not one thing that one person achieves. It is also just a status which is there until the respiration is there. Even I think according to R.N. says the Dhatura Paranirvana, until such time the non-vibration is there. So that's just something I have understood from R.N.'s the sermons actually. So what I'm trying to say is, if this is not happening here in one vibration, in one stimulus, you will never be able to synchronize with non-vibration. How every stimulus you are being born and why you feel that it is as a continuous thing is due to the speedy formation of the thoughts. But the main important thing to understand is you're born in every stimulus. And in that way, you keep understanding is there is always a chance that non-vibration will surface or there's ability to synchronize to the non-vibration in a particular moment where the sensory organ vibration or the perception is not felt as a thing or not taken as a thing. In the sense, it's a feel again, but I can only say like that because that from Satyajnana he or she has understood that there's nothing other than the sensory organ vibration. That's how we change this. Otherwise, there is no way anyone of us is going to synchronize to the non-vibration. Did you get the point, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yes, yeah, what you explained is quite true, quite clear. Yes. Can I ask one more thing? Now, the word Anidassana Vinyane or Appatittita Vinyane also, I
You
think the
can't
same.
explain that.
Again,
Yeah,
You
there's
have
a
to feel it.
metaphor. Yeah,
yeah.
metaphor given that like flashing a light to the sky, where I mean the light rays are not falling to any of the surfaces, whereas when you flash a light to a surface, to the ground or somewhere, you can see the shadow of the torch light, whereas when it is flashed to the sky, you cannot see, it doesn't fall onto any surface. I have heard that example, that metaphor given to explain the Anidassana Vinyane, that in simple words, this circling of what is called the Nama Rupa and the Vinyana circle is broken. Or in more simple words, if I say, the value given to the stimulus is zero, or no value is given to the stimulus. Am I correct in that way?
Not just value, Dr. Sakuntala, I think in all three realms, form
All
and
three.
formless.
Yes.
Yeah, form and formless as well. And I think I get your point, because I think there was a point of struggling on that reflection as well. I think what you are, and Dr. Kokila, correct me if I'm wrong, the concept now, R.N. Vanse has said, no, even the skandha, the five aggregates, is a concept, right? It is a concept that has been formulated in order to convey the truth. So, because there needed to be some mechanism for the Buddha to show people how to understand this mind, how to understand that there is such a thing called Atma Drushti or Sakkaya Drushti, and how this whole mechanism came about. So this was a concept, and just like that, R.N. Mahansa also has used several similar concepts to convey this message to us. So even now when we talk about the skandha, we say that kampaneta rupane. So the vibration, because of the various representations, becomes form through the speed. But ultimately, as we said, ultimately the touch point or the thing that we are trying to eradicate, or the thing that needs to be eradicated, is the self vibration, which is the thing that makes this continuity in the samsaric journey. It's a self vibration. But the vibration, just like the skandha, is used as a way of explaining the mechanism in the sense of faculties. Because as Dr. Kokila said, even when the self vibration is zero, the base feelings that these sensory perceptions sensors have will continue until till the breath
Physical
is
body.
gone. Till the breath is gone. So I have also heard somewhere in a talk where, not R.N. Mahansa, I think, or maybe R.N. Mahansa himself also must have said it, that there is no such thing as vibration even. So in that, when he says that, you can imagine that that vibration that we say that triggered due to the speed, triggered the formation, the form, sensation, so on and so forth, is also, think about it as a mechanism to understand the self vibration. But once the self vibration is completely dissipated, then what happens is none of these stimulus becomes a thing. There is no becoming in the stimulus, and if there is no becoming in the stimulus becomes irrelevant. And when the stimulus becomes irrelevant, whether there was a vibration or not, to trigger the sensory perceptions also becomes irrelevant. It is very intricate, or at least for me, it was very intricate to kind of get that. And Dr. Kokila, if you can explain that a bit more, but ultimately, as Saran Mahansa says, we are trying to get at the self vibration. We are trying to get to dissipate the ignorance that lies in all beings, animals or humans, with regard to this ether company or the feeling of existence. The feeling of existence comes about because of that field that gets generated through the speed of vibration happening in the sense faculties. But ultimately, when the feeling that is generated through the sense faculties is completely understood to not become a thing, and that even that feeling of
Yeah,
existence
that's the
and therefore,
ignorance part. Yeah.
that part gets completely dissipated, and as you said, Dr. Sakuntala, becomes zero. Then even if these sense faculties function, and they will function till the last breath is gone, that because it doesn't become a thing in the sensual form and formless realms, the apatitta vijnana that you talked of is the thing that is what's left. And because that's all that's left, everything else becomes irrelevant, and therefore that the initial vibration that we talked of that set off the sense faculties also becomes irrelevant. Am I right, Dr. Kokila? That's the way I figured it out. Kind of.
I think
Because that vibration is something that just happens. So
not
that is not
I
our
mean that
ultimate aim,
last
isn't it?
sentence I would say we have to be careful, because when you say the self vibration becomes irrelevant, no, that's not the thing. You no longer can
No, not the self vibration. The vibration becomes irrelevant, not the self
yeah,
vibration.
vibration becomes irrelevant. Yeah, that's right. But this actual, what happens is for an arahant, you can't, even by thinking or even wanting to synchronize to the self vibration, you can't, because that this has changed so much that non-self vibration, non-self perception has become the normal.
Yes, so that's then the new norm.
New norm,
norm
yeah.
means it's completely gone to, meaning not rock bottom, not zero. I don't know what to say, isn't it?
Yeah,
There's
true.
absolute, because that's Shashrata, the tea leaves in the cup, everything, no residue whatsoever.
Yeah, and also I would like to add, this is for you too actually, within the mind bubble, it is very difficult for you to know what the sasava is. You have to remember that. So it is difficult to feel the actual what you feel, but how much power you have. It is difficult to feel it within the mind bubble. So that is the trickiest part, I think, because if the mind is even for a moment, what happens is when you actually, Aran once says, have you seen Buddha? In that sentence, what he means is that whether you have felt it at least for a moment, in that, actually in that moment, just for that moment, the ignorance is zero and the vibration is zero, but still the sensory functions are happening. And in that understanding, in that particular experience changes the whole scenario, because all our life what we knew was, this is me I can see, I can hear, I can feel. I feel sad, I feel happy. My children are sick or my parents are sick, whatever, something like that. The whole life, even before that, this much of life, even before that, the feel was the same thing. Feel was that it's happening here. Feel it. That's why we call it always like the vibration happening here. So if you're trying to go backwards, if you try to go backwards to your own vibration in the zygote, just imagine whether you can become that zygotic vibration. It is just a feel, but it is felt as it's here. In the sense, you can't have a sense because it's just a feel. There's no story there. It's just a feel. And if you understand that it is the same thing which happens in the ear, or the eye, or the skin, or the tongue, or the nose, and it is the same thing which happens when you get the mind consciousness. When a thought happens, it works the same way. The thought becomes the primary thing, and then you keep coming back. Thoughts keep coming back, and thoughts happen so fast. That's how the mind consciousness arises. You have to remember this consciousness word is very specific. So what is mind consciousness? You have to pierce the mind consciousness to understand the other 5 consciousnesses. We are trapped inside the mind consciousness. But if you understand that the mind consciousness is nonsense, then only it will be easy to get into the field, because mind is always tricky. Mind gives you 5 aggregates, mind gives you nirvana, mind gives you, happiness, mind gives you sadness, mind gives you, what else mind can give you? Mind can give you, I don't know, you can't even count, can you? All the things that
The
you have
final
felt.
hurdle is the mind is not giving anything else now. Mind is giving only Dhamma points.
Yes.
Isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah.
It's only giving Dhamma points. Every day it's giving Dhamma points.
And that has become a thing without our knowledge.
That's right.
Yeah, and when someone start talking about Dhamma in such a way, then we interrupt and say, okay, just calm down. That's also a thought. But then that person can actually get angry because, he's talking truth. He's talking truth because this has happened to us. That's what I'm telling you. We will be like very happily, eagerly going to tell Aranahasi, yes, Aranahasi, I understood this. And he's like, either will be shouting or either will be like nonsense, like, something like that. He will just brush it off and like, you don't understand anything. And you're like scratching your head because you thought you understood everything. It's funny because this mind is very tricky. Because as soon as you feel like something that you have understood, you feel like, oh, wow, I understood this. Yeah.
Now he won't scold Dr. Kokila. Now he'll break into a song like Amma Varune. Then
Yes.
you know that we have taxed him, exasperated him to the extreme.
Yes. Yeah. Because now he doesn't have any words to even shout now because it's
That's right.
all gone. It's all used now. Now people are even used to that. Even to
Yes.
shouting.
That's
Initially you will be shaken, but now after that, after some time, you'll be like, oh, I don't answer shouting. That's fine. No, my fault. Something like that. Yeah, but the message is clear. Message
That's
is
right. Yeah.
this mind bubble this mind consciousness, or whatever the consciousness, is not true. That's all. That's the message. And if you know this message clearly, that's it. You don't need to by heart anything. You don't need to actually go through this a lot. What Lord Buddha told to Rahula Thero, Rahula Little Venerable, was just that. Likewise, just keep understanding none of these consciousnesses. What are the consciousness? Mind consciousness, light consciousness, sound consciousness, whatever the consciousness you have, they are all constructs. It can be mental construct, and when it comes to mind consciousness, it can be just a construct when it comes to other sensory organs. They are sensory organ constructs. But are any of those things true? No, they're just constructs. And when you calm down to the level that you might even synchronize to the non-vibration, how come that happen? How come that happen? That happens because of the value of these consciousnesses are understood. That there is no value. That's how you synchronize to the non-vibration. Not by hearting Dhamma, not by anything else. The more you get the message from the noble friend that none of
Therwan Saranay, everyone. Therwan Saranay, Aryan also. Yeah, it was a nice discussion about the mind consciousness and how it's become different from the non-vibration condition. It was a really beautiful discussion. In our Dhamma sermons, we regularly discuss the 5 aggregates and how our mind has formed, what are the differences between mind consciousness and non-vibrations. Also, we highlight the importance of clearly seeing the arising and passing away of these mental phenomena. So, why did the Lord Buddha say that the path to Nibbana must be completed only through seeing the rising and ceasing of these aggregates or sankharas, skandha? The arising and the cessation of the mind or object in this very moment, that also means scene and cessation of the 5 aggregates. The mind object means that is the 5 aggregates we are seeing in this very moment. We believe we see this table or a house or this wall or a book immediately in this very moment. We are thinking that we seen as object. But the mind cannot grasp the whole object in the very first moment. So what actually happens is that the raw sense impression arises first, and only in the second moment does the mind constructed the idea this is a car, this is a book, this is a table, this is a lamp. We are recognizing as a mind object only in the second moment. This is the meaning behind the Lord Buddha says about Vatam Vatati. There are two cycles of the process happening in this very moment, but we don't recognize and we never can see it. The object is not known in the first instant. It is only recognized in the second cycle of the process. The pleasure that arises through the six sense bases appears at the very moment the six faculties come into contact with the objects. For example, if we take the simple act of reading a book, when we say we see the book, what has actually arisen in that moment are the five aggregates. The book we experience is not a solid object grasped at all once. It is the results of the combined activity of form and feeling, perception, mental formation, and consciousness. These all five aggregates arise together to create the experience we call seeing a lamp or book or this phone. When we see the book or when we see a phone, is not seen as a whole object in the first instant, but we are realizing that we are straight away seeing the object. When we look at a tree, we are thinking and the object appears immediately and at a very first stage. So if we go to very deep level, or if we go through wisdom or vidarshana, jnana, what we call a book is a mental construction. We can see that clearly because something formed and recognized by the mind and not an independently existing object. What we call a book is the upadaya rupa, that means derived form. It is not one of the external four great elements. So we need to carefully look at how the mind object was made and how we experience it through wisdom or wise attention. When we touch something for the first time, we do experience it as a mental impression of sound or of smell or of taste. All of these come through the five sense doors. But these six sense doors are not something that can be fixed, grasped, or held onto from anywhere. There is no place where we can truly locate them. We never can tell a place for the thoughts that to show where is it existing. This I is not the physical eyeball. We are always saying the ear is also not the outer ear, and the nose is not the visible muscles nose. We call the nose in this Dhamma discussions always. The I refer to the act of seeing, the whole process. Because a sense base arises there, contact occurs, and when the cause is present, it appears, and when the cause is absent, it won't happen, it disappears. If there are only cause is present, we see the results. So, although we say we observe the mind and grasp the Dhamma, we must examine it with deep clarity because it is subtle, easily confused, and requires a careful with wise investigation. When we see that how this mind is arising in this very moment and disappearing in this very moment, so we understand how deceptive this mind is only when we examine it carefully. So if you think about it, when a form appears to the eye, we see it only because a light is present. When a shape arises at the eye, that means there is contact occurring at the eye base. When we look at paper, it does not happen through eye consciousness. It is the mind that recognizes it as a paper or pencil or whatever you see. When the vibration comes, when the stimulus arises in the eye, that is one thing, but we recognize it as a paper or pencil or phone only the second time through the mind. Therefore, two condition or stages are happening here in this process. We never see the object at the first time. When the form of the I come together and I consciousness arises. So the sense base arises and ends right there. And that is the first phase. So when that vibration comes in, it is recognized by mind consciousness. And that becomes the second phase of this process. And from there, it is the very same object that we then identify through perception and thought. A consciousness can never arise without the aggregates. consciousness never arise on its own also. It always depend on the aggregates. Without aggregates, consciousness never can arise on its own. What we see is only vibration or reflection. But those reflection we are recognized as an object. So this eye consciousness can never recognize yellow car or yellow book or red apple like that way. The eye never can has any idea what it is seeing. In here, it just arising, stimulus arising, and but we are recognizing as a object with colors. We say sometimes this is an apple or this is a yellow car, like that. What it is seen, the ear never has any idea that it is hearing as well. None of the five senses know the meaning of anything, but we are thinking when we hear something, we are recognizing as an object, like when someone calling you, you recognize the person through the voice with their picture. But in this ear, it just arising like impulses arising in this very moment. But those impulses, when arising those impulses, we are recognizing those impulses stimulus as an object. The vibration that comes to the eye is what we call the object. It is only through mind consciousness that this vibration is actually recognized. The sense spaces become sensitive only because they are supported by karma, by mind movements, so by temperature and by nutrients. So those factors, because of those factors, we feel that everything is arising here, and then we feel that there is a person, and we feel that this is my body, and this is I am living in this body, like that way. Aranohanse is giving a good example for this. Always mention about the mirror, about a mirror. Just as a mirror shows a reflection only when light falls on it, our eye also works in the same way. The eye does not see by itself. It never recognizes an object by itself. Eye doesn't know this is a phone, or this is a paper, or this is a pencil, like that way. When we say sensitivity, we are not talking about a label or a word. It's like a reflection or responsive quality inside the eye that allows the visual image to appear, just as a mirror produces a reflection when light falls on it. This is why Lord Buddha has mentioned that the Nahidan Attakatam Bimman Nahidan Paragatan Naga. This is not something I created or no something anyone else invented. This is simply how the process actually works. And also we always say, Aryanahase always emphasize hetum paticca sambhutang hetum banga nirujjati. That means when the cause is present here, the results arises right here. When the cause is absent, the results doesn't arise in this very moment. The thoughts that arise in the mind are not something we create or command. They arise due to cause and effect. Also, sankharas is not a thing we can grab or keep or to control. It is simply a conditioned process. But when we talk about thoughts or chaitasika, we are talking about a mental factor that shape how we experience the world moment by moment. We use thoughts to manage our lives. And that's why this process is called manovinyana. There is nothing in this world that we can truly grasp as a real thing. Sankhara means that nothing can be held on to as fixed or reliable. Because of this, what we call knowing or recognizing is simply the mind creating a thought or mind object. That thought cannot be pointed to as a real thing. And if someone asks, where is the mind? Then there is nothing we can show any place. There is no fixed place, no solid thing, and no permanent viewpoint we can show this as this is the mind. It is all just a single momentary appearance, a single way of seeing that arises and passes in this very moment. That is the deceptive impression that seems real but cannot be grasped. That's how we are trapping into this system. If consciousness were something stored inside this body, then we should ask why a dead body cannot think. The reason is that this pleasure feeling, this arising of experience only appears when the necessary cause and condition comes together. When those conditions are absent, then there is no knowing or no thinking. It won't happen. This world too is something we only think into existence, but in truth, it is an illusion, a mere appearance. Unfortunately, all beings keep running after this illusion. At each moment, the sense faculties arise, make contact, and the mind recognizes shapes and colors as an object. But the rising and passing away of this process is so fast that we never notice it because it repeats itself countless times, giving the illusion of a subtle, continuous world in this very short time. And also when we are feeling like a pleasure like a vedana or sankara, don't mean pleasure and pain. That means vedana, sanya and sankara do not mean pleasure and pain. What arises here is simply an activity, a formation, not a thing and not a pleasure. When a stimulus arises, how does it get converted into a mind object? That is a point we must think. That a stimulus is then converted into a mind object. First arising a stimulus here, and then its stimulus is then converted into a mind object. There are two processes occurring in very moment. What arises internally is only a mental event. Eye consciousness, ear consciousness, and nose consciousness, tongue consciousness are all illusions, mere appearances. So if we think about this very carefully, so if someone has color blindness, they cannot experience yellow, green or blue the way others do. So why, if colors truly existed out there as fixed thing, independent things, then everyone would see them the same way, even a colorblind person. Because everyone can experience in the same way. This shows that the color world arises through Chakku Vijnana or eye consciousness, not from something existing outside. We do not all experience the color world or the sound world in the same way either. It differs from person to person. Why it's happened like that? Because each person's 6 faculties arise at different level. So what arises here is only a stimulus. That is what we call experiencing. If the present mind is an illusion, then past thoughts are also illusion. If there is no mind or object as real thing, then how we can say the past thoughts also real. Because to have a real past or present, there must be a truly existing mind. But the past is only a thought, and if that thought itself is an illusion, then where is the past? We always take as a past experience or past thought, past event also, that is a thought. The thought means that a mind object, when we understanding about how mind object has formed, then we can understand the past and or the future. Those thoughts are also illusion. Nothing we can take as the past or future, or in this very moment also. It is arising mind objects and passing away, and then this moment also we can't take as a real moment. Or this is why the Dhamma is called Akalika. That means beyond that 3 times. This is why it cannot extend across the 3 times past, present, and future. The mind arises only in this very moment. The past is just a present moment thought, and the future also just a present moment thought. If that thought itself is an illusion, then there is no real past existing anywhere. But we are thinking I had a past experience, and always past events appear in our mind, and we are thinking that is the past experience or past thoughts. But we never can take those past thoughts as real thing existing anywhere. If we learn a mind object for a particular shape for the first time, then when the next stimulus appears, the mind automatically recognizes it as the same mind object when that shape is seen again. But we are thinking we see the same object what's seen before. This is what is meant by saying that the previous perception becomes a new perception. That's how we are recognizing an object every time when we see the same shape, and we are thinking that is the book or cup or computer or anything we are recognizing. Because of that, previous perception becomes a new perception. But we never experience the same stimulus or what we seen before. We never experience again the same object again and again. But what actually happens is this: every moment a new stimulus arises and seizes right here. Yet we believe we are seeing the same object we saw before. In truth, it is a completely new stimulus arising each time. every moment a new stimulus arises and new contact happens and new perception forms and a new mind object appears, then it ceases instantly. This rotates continuously, this process rotates continuously, but we think we are seeing the same object all the time. But because this process happens extremely fast, the mind creates the illusion. Then I'm thinking I am seeing the same object all the time. Because when I go out, I see the house, and then when I'm coming back again, I see the same house. But we are thinking that we experience the same thing. But what happened? That is a new stimulus arising in this very moment, but the previous perception becomes a new perception. All these color, sound, smell, taste, and touch gather together and form a single mind object, even without seeing. If someone say a yellow car, your mind immediately creates a car image. It's appearing in your mind with the color and how the shape and the hardness and without seeing or touching anything, there is a color, shape, or the sound. Everything appears inside the mind in this very moment. But the thing, if you like a Benz car, the Benz car appears in your mind. If you like a Toyota car, it's appear in your mind. So the same word, a car, produces different mind objects in different people. How does this happen? You might think it because of previous memory. The reason is this: when you first learn a shape and color and names, everything, the mind creates a mind object for it. Later, when a new stimulus arises, the mind automatically recognizes it as the same object. Nothing called, we never can call the previous memory remains as a stored thing in our brain. Most of them thinking that the old memories is stored in our brain. That is why the researchers are always do experiments with cutting the brain tissues, and they are try to find out how the brain has worked with the memory system. But we never can find out those things in a physical tissue or in this physical, through this physical brain, because we never can find out the previous memory because it doesn't exist anywhere. The old perception disappears. Only the new construction happen again and again. Because no one is born carrying those sankharas, all mind objects. All these mental constructions are built up later through our experience. So if we imagine our we had a close friend in when we were in grade 1, and then if you meet again after 10 years, you may not recognize each other because why? Because the mental image, that sanya or that shape of that person has not been refreshed for a long time, from childhood to today. The name or the face and the shape and their voice, none of these have been kept alive by the mind. Since the mind has not been forming or renewing those sankharas continuously, if it doesn't arise in again and again, the old patterns fade away. So when you meet again, the mind cannot match the present appearance with the old shape, because it hasn't been rotate continuously in this mind. Then we can't recognize the old friend after a very long time. This shows that recognition depends entirely on conditions. When the conditions stop, the recognition disappears. Nothing is remembered or identified unless the mind keeps constructing it. This is why the Lord Buddha taught that all sankharas are impermanent. All mind objects are impermanent. They arise when supported by cause or conditions, that they fade when those conditions fall away. There is no place here to point to something called a self. The mind is not a person. It is only a flow of energy. We never can take this mind as a soul, because once you understand about the 5 aggregates, how this mind arising and ceasing in this very moment, and even though there is no real mind we can take as a real, then we never can say there is a self or a person living in this mind. What we call mind is simply a changing stream of energy and activity that happen continuously. It is very important to understand about the name and forms. A name also is not a mental image, but there is simply combination of shape and sound. Entering the path to Nibbana means clearly understanding this whole process. This illusion created by ignorance. When one comes out of that ignorance, then wisdom arises within them. That is the beginning of the that is the beginning of the wisdom arise within you, or we can say with their logo or Dhammachakkhusa rising in that very moment, the word of true knowing. What we experience outside is simply a reflection of what we think inside. Understanding this illusion is exactly what the path to Nibbana reveals. We live in a continuous inner vibration because we cling to the beliefs I exist as a self and there is something real out there to hold on to. Through this grasping and resisting, we remain trapped in this illusion, endlessly shaken by it. One who truly understands this Dhamma sees that the mind is actually non-vibrating system, but in its original state there is no grasping and no rejecting, but we are hanging on that ignorance. That is why always vibrating this system and continuously. Always we experience only the thought, not what we see actually. Always we experience only the thought, not the object we believe we are seeing. Our eye consciousness, our ear consciousness, our nose consciousness, and the rest are the different from the mind's own consciousness. There is no real mind object out there to be taken as something real. So we suffer because of this thought, this mind-made appearance, which takes nothing real as something real. We keep using names and sounds without realizing their emptiness. That's how we are suffering because of this ignorance. When the Dhamma becomes clear, when you can understand very clearly, we can see very clearly that our suffering comes from the second layer of experience, the mind-made world. Not for the first stimulus, first layer of the stimulus. We are recognizing the second layer of the experience as my husband, my daughter, my car, my house. We have lots of things to suffer. In that first layer mean the arising of the stimulus, the sense base simply arise. Here in the second layer, the mind takes those signals and construct a mental picture. It is this constructed layer that we mistake for reality, and that is why we are suffering begins. That's why a small child they don't know about the death and they are not suffering. They don't suffer when they hear about death of their mom or dad. Once they learn about what is death, then they begin to suffer because they know and they can recognize those object or those mind object. At every moment, two processes are happening together, like that the first layer and the second layer of this process. It's happening all together. The first is the rising of the sense faculty, and the second is the mind's interpretation of what comes through it. In that first phase, the sense faculty simply arises. In the second phase, we project outward and look as something is really there in outside. Two processes are happening within this very moment, but we never can see until we see this Dhamma or we understanding very clearly, or when you explore about your six senses in depth. When there is ignorance, always mental formation arise here. Because of those formations, consciousness appears here. Consciousness conditions mentality and form mentality, materiality, the six sense bases arise. This is how sense base comes into existence. When the six sense bases are present in this very moment, contact occurs. And when contact occurs in this very moment, then feeling arises in this very moment. So because of this process or because of this ignorance, the whole process repeats again and again. And again, new sense base arise, and we keep experiencing an external world as if it is truly there, because it's happening continuously. It's rotating without stopping, without break. It's appearing and disappearing and appearing and disappearing in this very moment. Because ignorance remains, the whole cycle continues endlessly until you see this truth. It's happened continuously. The formation arise again, consciousness arise again, name and form arise again, and the six sense bases arise again. In the way dependent origination keeps repeating and repeating without a break. This is the cycle of samsara, but we can't say, we can't take as a thing of samsara. Also, we can tell this thought, this mind object arising and disappearing in this very moment, and that is the samsara, we can say like that way. So we believe, or we live in a mental world, always a world shaped by the thoughts we create. And that is why the Lord Buddha explained chittena niyati loko. That is, the world is led, shaped, and moved by the mind. So we enjoy the moment when we watching a teledrama or watching a film or watching a match or any events. But we don't realize that we are actually looking at a glass screen when we go to the cinema, and we are looking at a very big screen, and we are enjoying for that moment, and we are crying, we are smiling, we laugh, we get excited, all because of what appears on that screen. But we never realize that is a screen, glass screen. And when we watch boxing match, we even feel as if we are in that ring, but we don't notice that all of this simply our own mind creating the experience. We never realize in that moment we are in the ignorance, or we are in an illusion. In the same way, in real life too, we experience only a reflection. We laugh, we cry, we react to what appears in front of us. We recognize as a real mind object. But we don't realize that all of this happening because of our mind, our own mind creation. Without seeing this clearly is what the Lord Buddha called, it is the ignorance. That is the avidya, or ignorance. Once you realize, or once you understand, once you see this ignorance, then you become out of that ignorance, or to prajna, sasana, or to noble ground. As long as we do not see this ignorance clearly, we cannot free ourselves from suffering. It is very difficult to see this Dhamma one day if we truly wish to escape from this illusion created by your mind. You must understand the process of paticca samuppada, or dependent arising. Only by understanding this can we begin to free ourselves from this cycle of suffering. When someone enters this Dhamma stream, or stream entrance level, they begin to move towards the nature of Sakadagami or Anagami. That means a state of non-returner. In that moment, they clearly see how each thought arises and how the next thought appears. Right here, in this very moment, they never take their mind object as a real thing. They don't chase after their mind object always. They see very clearly through the wisdom when arising and passing those mind objects. That is, those are not real thing. They see the 6 sense spaces forming. There is no clinging there. They see that the thought arising now ends right here in this same moment, and those non-returners see that the next thought is a completely new arising. In this way, they see how each moment is born and dies along with this six sense bases. In this very moment, the death and birth both together arising here and happening in this very moment. A person becomes a stream enterer by clearly understanding the external world is only an illusion created by the mind. At that point, the boundary between the inner and the outer begin to collapse or begin to dissolve. The place where one becomes free from this mental illusion is exactly the point where one enters the stream. That is the state of Sotapanno, that is the state of understanding of realizing this Dhamma by experiencing. In the same way, one clearly see how these six sense bases arise and pass away. Then we can see that the six sense appear because of a thought, and with the ending of that thought, the six senses also fading away in that very moment. Then with the next thoughts, the six senses arise again, like a new faculty. Every moment this process repeats. The sixth sense arises as a new life and disappears in the very same moment. What we keep doing moment after moment is giving new life to this body that actually dies in each moment, and we keep getting caught in this cycle because of this ignorance. That is why the Lord Buddha said that unless we see the momentary nature of the mind, we cannot escape the conventional idea of death. Because in this very moment, we can see how the six sense bases arise and how they break apart and how they disappear. We begin to understand that within this system there is no permanent death or permanent birth. Nothing remains fixed. Everything arises and ceases moment by moment. When and all of these arise through the six sense bases, and all of these world are created within one's own mind. It exists within you, not coming from the outside. That's what we need to understand through this Dhamma speaking or Dhamma sermons that preaching by Buddothpada and Mahansi also. You can listen so many Dhamma sermons on YouTube or Buddothpada Pure TV through for 24 hours a day. So I hope you can understand how we experience this world through ignorance or through our sixth sense. We live inside a dream without knowing it. Try to wake up from this dream. Try to free ourselves from this ignorance. Try to understand about yourself, your six senses by exploring in very depth. So that is the message I can give you today in this very early morning. So our noble friend Buddothpada who works tirelessly to reveal this true Dhamma to this world is worthy of the highest respect. So may everyone take refuge in the Triple Gem. Therwan Saranaya Aryan Wahanse. Thank you.
Therwan Saranai, everyone. First of all, I pay homage to the Lord Buddha, the Dhamma, and Sangha. And also I worship R.N. Wahanse, our Buddothpada R.N. Wahanse, for his guidance. And today, to continue with the topic, the path to Nibbana, I will continue my my talk based on the path to Nibbana. These are based on R.N. Wahanse's explanations during the Zoom discussions and the Dhammadeshanas. So first of all, the path to the liberate your mind, the path to Nibbana, this is a gradual process, and Lord Buddha has clearly explained the path in all his Dhamma sermons, starting with the Dhammsak Pavatum Sutta. The path is categorized into two parts. The first half of the Nibbana path, which is the entry to the path of the Nibbana, the process. This is called the Purva Bhaga Patipada. And this the Purabhaga, the knowledge base, and the person who's in this the state of the journey will gain the three vidya we call, the Lord Buddha has mentioned, the super wisdom. You get that super wisdom when you are in that the path of gaining the learning the philosophy, which is called the Puppe Nivanasati Jnana, which is the wisdom of jnana that knows how illusory things are created by combining sounds and colors. And the next jnana is the Buddothpada jnana, which is the wisdom of passing away and reappearances of thoughts at a present moment, knowing that how a thought, how that thought process is, and capturing those thoughts in the present moment. And the next jnana is the Asavakya jnana, which is the wisdom of knowing the destruction of the taints, and which is that you know when the delusions, those taints take place in your mind, and so the main four components to be in this direction is, first you need to have the association of a Kalyana Mitra, a noble friend who has walked in this journey and who has the knowledge, the knowledge on how to go in this the journey within you, understanding yourself. And the second component is listening to Dhamma. One has to listen to the Dhamma to gain this knowledge. You need to know that what that Lord Buddha has taught to the world, knowing that true Dhamma, which is called the Sadharma Shravana. And then the next third step is the analyzing and investigating that knowledge what you have learned, which is called the Yoniso Manasikara. And the fourth step is live by the Dhamma. So unless you practice that Dhamma within you, you will be just most of the times we have been in this path that we all love to listen. You gain that right true knowledge and you start living by the the Dhamma. Unless you start practicing Dhamma within you, that you will not be able to go through this transformation, realizing this knowledge within you, which is called the Dhammanudhamma Patipada. When someone is in that the four following the four requirements, the components, at that point one will realize that fading off that self-feeling, which is the Sakkaya Ditthi Prahana. And then that person who is in that state of the journey is called that he entered to the noble ground, which is the Arya Bhumya. The second part, someone understood and in that the first half of the journey, the second half of the journey is called the Aparbhaga Patipada, and that is the journey that along the path of Nibbana, which is we call Krutya Jnana, which is the practical experience of the Dhamma knowledge within you. Which is the seeing the truth that you're seeing, someone living means that it that person lives with thoughts, and you see, you associate everything within a thought. So seeing that the truth behind the thought, seeing how the mind is formed, we call that yatha bhuta jnana, and that yoniso manasikarya, seeing the truth every moment, each moment, and then seeing the truth of a thought and freeing from it. The next step, when you see a thought and how that thought is formed, which is the jnana, that you see how that thought is formed, and then freeing yourself from that thought, and you see how you free from that thought. It is the practical experience of that thought is not real feel, that you know that that thought is not something real. And then you experience that there's no soul, that spark that happens within you, and that is actually the Kritya Jnana. And the next thing in the upper Bhaga Patipada is the Kritya. And at this point, you start seeing there's nothing, you start seeing that it is not someone who's doing it. It is that it is just a natural phenomena. It's a natural process. It's just a system. As Aaron once explains, it's just a system that takes place. It is not that I am doing it, myself doing it, or someone else is doing it. It's just a natural phenomena. It's like, is it that the sun rise in the morning, and then is it something that someone is doing? Is it, or it's just a natural phenomena? And then in the evening, sunset happens. Is this something someone doing it? No, like we start seeing that the nature, this is part of the nature, that that feeling of myself, and it's an effect of a cause. And you start seeing that there is nothing I can do, or nothing someone can do. It's just a natural phenomena, natural process. And this intuitive stage is called the Samma Samadhi and Samma Vimukti. And at this stage, that's why you need an association of a noble friend who can, this is, though it sounds like an easy process, but this is a very prodigious knowledge, and someone has to guide you through. There's everyone, when someone is trying to walk in this path, there will be a lot of obstacles and the bottlenecks, that because we don't have that the true knowledge. So that is where we need that true guidance. And in Buddothpada discourses, R.N. Mahanse has brought this prodigious knowledge, that that Dhamma that we couldn't process by ourselves. R.N. Mahanse has simplified this in step-by-step guidance, that a lot of these the programs that daily, weekly programs that R.N. Mahanse is conducting are based on these steps. So as mentioned in the path, these steps are clearly defined to for someone to grasp this knowledge within each of us. So the path has been defined in certain way, that the first step is how to identify the correct path, which is the true knowledge, the Satyajnana, and the practical experience of the Dhamma knowledge within you, which is the Krutyajnana. And then the realization of this, that this is just a natural phenomena and there's no doer, so which is the Krutajnana. Those three jnanas, how someone can gain that knowledge, the Satyajnana and Krutajnana and Krutajnana and Krutajnana, and then how the how someone can practice, and how someone can incorporate this process into their life. And if you follow the process this way, you will start seeing that fading of I, myself, and that Sakkaya Ditti, the feeling of someone alive. And then also the fading of that notion of a self, the concept, the perceptions of someone existing, a soul exist, and then to feel that selflessness. So there is no doer. It's a natural process. Which is the Satyajnana, which is how the soul is formed, and then identify the notion of the soul and how that perception of the soul happens. And the second step is the experiencing that everything you associate are through your no object outside. There's that noble emptiness. The third step is the mind consciousness that is formed, is happening through thoughts, and that thoughts are not real. And then the outside world is not your soul but system. Nibbana path. These the core of that Dhamma. And actually the whole the core of the Dhamma is that how a mind consciousness is made, and how to recognize the defilements, which is the raga, dvesha, moha, and which is that fire that creates the fire within a self, which form it as a self. And why one suffer because of that fire, that uncomfortable feeling, and the and at the same time that through the liking, that you want to hold on to things. So that soul, that is how that soul is made, the fire that creates through your defilements. And from understanding the Dhamma and understanding how when someone understands this through Dhamma, and that person, that we will be able to, and we will, when we comprehend the way that the defilements appear and how the defilements are formed, and when we know how to recognize the fading of those defilements, and when we can relate the beginning, the middle, and the end of the path clearly, this will be our journey in this path. And we have to know how the feeling of I self formed, and Lord Buddha has explained this in as Salayatana Loko, and which is that the birth of your senses is the birth of your samsaric journey. And as explained, that the birth of an I, or the birth of a sensor, is that keeps us in this journey. So we have to identify, we have to know how a birth of a sensor happens. The birth of for an example, if you take one sensor, then it applies to all the other five sensors. So when a contact arises, and with that contact a sensation arises, and at that point a craving, a value, and or aversion, that is the samsaric cycle start to spin. And that is when we call the birth of the I happen. And this is the origin of the cycle of the birth and death. So when you look at ourselves, like when you look at how that statement become true to you, when you're for example, when you are driving, you pass so many things, and you pass from your left to right. You keep looking at in front of in front of you when you're driving, and only when you focus on something it become real to you. As long as you just not focus on something, when there's no contact happen, there's that sensor has not formed. You start you look at something and you recognize, oh, this is the red light, and then that red light that you can your sight contact with and that contacts created that sensation, and that it formed something outside. So that is the birth of the origin of that cycle. The attachment leads then, when that attachment or detachment or craving or evasion, those feelings leads to the thinking, the thoughts, and then we call it vitakka, and with that arising of the feelings, sensations, the cravings, and with that arising of that craving, the clinging arises, and with the arising of the clinging, a sense of becoming a person arisen. And this is also called, this is the Buddhist doctrine, this is the core of the Dhamma, is the Paticcasamuppada. It starts spinning, and the I in here, that the steps, that the process is, first it's the journey starts with the birth of an I, and then the I is the I the is that is the light that comes when that light happened, that I is born, but the I can't hear, and have we thought that how that light is created in the I? And it happens in a very that image, that form from the vibe, it happens, the sound and the color, and the sound, color, smell, taste, feel, those are the five senses. And only when you start seeing that, how that the speed of that vibrational speed creates those the senses, and the way the I is born, and at the same time the sound, color, smell, taste, feel, all these five senses are combined and form something as real. It creates right this moment, and it creates it has created combining the light, the sound, color, smell, taste, and the contact, the feeling, the your Buddothpada, the five senses. And that is how a chair, a tree, and a book or something outside that is formed. And these are all based on individual perceptions. And these are all the perceptions of the world. And when someone see that how a thought, how the mind is formed, these perceptions become void. They become, the perceptions will fade away, because you start seeing those the right view. You have that right view. So if there is a perception of an object or there is someone, and at the same time that there is also raga, an attachment, or the greed, the lust, the clinging to that something that is formed outside. Or that person will have dvesha, which is that the disliking of the thing, or hate, evasion, or anger, or the moha, the delusion, or the ignorance. So if someone doesn't understand how that the outside, the object, there's something, the knowing of that there's something outside happen, that person cannot get away from the defilements, the raga, the attachment, the greed, or the lust, or that raga, or the dvesha, which is that you will not like something, or hate, anger, or the defilement, the delusion, the delusions, the moha, the ignorance. That is how you will that person will stay in this moment, that not knowing the truth of how that outside object created. The how this happen is that the clinging or the evasions, they are like a power, that it's like a current that creates that notion of a self-existence or an outside form. So when you have something outside, there is also someone who perceive it. So that power, that current, keep it going, and it happens very fast, in a very rapid speed. And the best example is the fireballs that are attached to a stick, which when you rotate it, it creates the cycle, the fire cycle. And then it is that process. It's the same process that applies to the human, the nature, the form, a soul. You feel like there is someone existing. It is that I myself who perceive it. And at the same time, there is someone outside or something outside. It is that fireball that keeps rotating, the spinning, that the samsaric journey that spins, the dependent origination, the paticca samuppada dhamma, that the Lord Buddha's dhamma, the core of Lord Buddha's dhamma. Lord Buddha showed that how this is formed, that is the dhamma, the true knowledge. This is called the abhisankarana balaya. That is that power that keeps these sparks continuing in our senses, which combine the sound and color, and by vibrating at a very rapid speed. So it is like a top that spins, and that spins, when it spins, it creates its own power, and that is that abhisankarana balaya, the chittaropana balaya, that power that keeps these sparks continuing, which creates that feeling of a self-existence. And that is the senses, that combining the sound and color vibrating, at a very rapid speed, and you feel like everything stays as it is. Everything you see is there. The vibrations and the movements are connected uh, with the six senses, and according to the speed of the vibrations and the movement of energies, the various sounds, colors, shapes, hot, cold, those sensations all occur. So the movement, the vibrations and the movements with our six senses, that is and happening at a very rapid speed, and then the various things that you see, you feel, are all occur. And the appearance of a thought, this is a very instant process, and based on the dominant factor out of all the five senses, and that related, that situation come forward. It can be either a sound or color or taste or any one of the other sensual sensations. The dominant feature is the object, which is called the aramanya at that moment. For example, when sound is dominant, it is called that shabda dharma, the you hear that. And when the smell is dominant, it is called the gandharamana. So that is that smell that dominate that spin, the process. And when a thought appears, it is also, and though we don't see it, though we don't experience in our physical form, but your mind organ experience that. It is called the aramanya. And at this point, the subjective feeling of that someone lives, the soul, I exist, that atmiya bhavya comes forward. When seeming objects related to the aramanya, it exists. So when objects such as sounds and colors are taught to a small child, so he also received that notion of existing materials or the existence of a sensual world. Unless that child doesn't know what red color is, that child only has the feeling of it, but he will not he will not find red color as an object. When that color and the sound is given to that, it became a thing. It became something. So, and after that spark happens, that is the magic of this. That spark continues. So red, once that object is created, that spark as sound, by combining the sound and the color, that spark continues. That red become red, all the time. But just imagine that for that child that didn't know what it is, for example, that certain food, we don't know what the name. When we go to a foreign country, we don't know what the name of the food. So we just experience it, but it hasn't become something to us. This that is actually the process that creates that that creates that mind consciousness, which is that vinyana maya, as a thought. Now we feel that child who was taught that this is red color will feel that everything from the outside and inside is also available to that child. These feelings are entangled with the notion of the individual self, or the existence of a self, and that is the soul, that is that is becoming I, myself, and I exist. So in the talk of the path to Nibbana, so this is basically knowing that true knowledge, the Buddhist philosophy, and as explained before, that is the first step, that without knowing that super knowledge, the wisdom, the how the mind is formed, and how the feeling of I existence, the self-consciousness created, and if one doesn't know that, one doesn't comprehend that the way that the defilements are created, and if one doesn't know how to identify the fading of those defilements, and this whole journey is based on the beginning, the starts with a birth of our senses, and those are the true knowledge. And only when you know this knowledge clearly, and when you don't have any doubts about it, that is when you can start this journey, that understanding your own self and walk in this path begins. With that, I will conclude my talk, and I worship Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse for his efforts and his guidance, and may and Triple Gem bless you all. Theruvan Saranai.
This is the English Zoom of Buddothpada and Mahansi's Deshana disclosures. And from 2:45 to 4 p.m. we will be discussing some simple Dharma facts. And if there is any person who wants to ask any questions, anybody who is listening from YouTube can join the Zoom, and we can continue it as a discussion rather than just one person talking. So until the others join, I will start with some very simple facts. Lord Buddha's time in the history, it says that Lord Buddha has preached about 84,000 preachers or deshanas. But when you go into detail of these 84,000 preachers, they have been done to different people and at different times to suit that environment and to suit that person's knowledge and also the ability to grasp what Lord Buddha is saying. But basically, when you take everything as a summary, what Lord Buddha has tried to say was that uh, each living being has a created world uh, with the sensor functions. So different living beings have different types of senses. This is the English Zoom of Buddothpada and Mahansi's Deshana disclosures. And from 2:45 to 4 p.m. we will be discussing some simple Dharma facts. And if there is any person who wants to ask any questions, anybody who is listening from YouTube can join the Zoom, and we can continue it as a discussion rather than just one person talking. So until the others join, I will start with some very simple facts. Lord Buddha's time in the history, it says that Lord Buddha has preached about 84,000 preachers or deshanas. But when you go into detail of these 84,000 preachers, they have been done to different people and at different times to suit that environment and to suit that person's knowledge and also the ability to grasp what Lord Buddha is saying. But basically, when you take everything as a summary, what Lord Buddha has tried to say was that uh, each living being has a created world uh, with the sensor functions. So different living beings have different types of senses. Uh, one species generally have a similar type of senses, but still there can be differences. But what is important is that the uh, the world created is an illusion. It's a creation then and there at that moment. It's not something persisting. And the fact that there is a speed involved in all these times, the speed creates as if it is really existing, as if it is really there. So that is a myth that we are we are clouded with. We are kind of blind with this myth, and it's an illusion. It's a creation. It's something that happens at that moment. So basically, if we have the sensor function. Sensor function means the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. Uh, those are actually the physical parts of the body, but in Dhamma preachings, we don't really mean these physical parts, physical organs, but because the physical organs are there, there is some activity happening which we call a vibration, and vibration is the one which is referred as sensor. Actually, it's a function. So this function uh, creates something then and there, and it's in the form of seeing something, hearing, and feeling a taste, smell, or soft hard feeling to the skin. So it completely 100% depends on the nature of the sensor function. So different living beings, now we know some animals do have different senses, like the ability to grasp radar like activity, radar like waves. So each and every living being think that this is the real world, this is what is there outside. But the animals like insects or maybe worms have a different world created, but they are not. They have some sense of living. All the living beings have this sense of living. That means a self-feeling, and all the living beings want to maintain this. This feeling, this of living being, want to live, want to continue, want to maintain that. So when you do realize this fact, this is what the essence of Lord Buddha's teaching, that it's a creation, it's a kind of a dream, and the inability to identify or inability to realize that this is just a creation of the sensor function or creation at the senses is the biggest pitfall that we are in. So basically, little by little, when you listen to this Deshana by our noble friend R.N. Mahansi, we tend to realize that this function of this sense function, and also how the self feeling is created. And when you understand this, when you sort of go on listening to these facts, it becomes clearer and clearer that it is a creation. And what happens is that the value which was added automatically to this so-called created world becomes less and less significant. Not that, you are not seeing the things differently, you are not hearing the things differently. The feel that you see, the feel you get is the same, exactly the same. But the value which got automatically added or the tagged to that stimuli becomes less and less. I can see Dr. Kokila also has joined. Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai. Yes, I was just giving a small introduction about R.N. Mahansi's Deshana and this Lord Buddha's teaching, the spirit of what he was trying to disclose. You can add something to that, or you can decide on some other topic that we can discuss.
Yeah, give. Yeah. Actually, we can discuss something if you can like bring up something that we can.
I think recently there were some discussions. I remember somebody asked you a question also, and then Aren Mahasi also one day gave a very beautiful uh, uh,
Oh my,
discussion
the
on.
last few days
Yes,
discussions are amazing, and I don't
yes.
have words to say about recent discussions. Actually, they are long also. Some
Mm,
like for instance, last evening one.
mm.
I have a little bit to go still. Like yeah, they are, but they are really amazing. I haven't listened to the today's one at all.
Yeah, I couldn't listen either. Actually, he was explaining about the three realms, that is the sensual, form, and formless worlds, taking the morning sunrise into example. I mean, giving it as a metaphor. He was
Yeah,
explaining it very beautifully. We can maybe talk about that because.
yeah, but it's a metaphor. So when
Mm,
after listening to that, and when a person like some person after some time when they try to talk about the same, it doesn't sound same. That's the problem, because
yes, exactly.
metaphors are quite metaphors, and it's
Mm,
given for a reason. So the thing is to not to take the metaphor as metaphor, but just to take the inner message that is given. So it's a bit difficult when we try to take it, but actually it's very beautiful way to talk about the value and also the dream and the consciousness in such a beautiful metaphor. But you can't just take the metaphor. It's not something we can take in gross way. Such a like Lord Buddha has told once, like you have to see the rainbow. You have to see it in such an angle, isn't it? Like, but then the same way, it is really important that you try to catch the sense of the examples he's giving. We can talk about it actually, but it is something you have to experience. That is the
yeah.
importance of it. But actually, there are other ways and means to understand this, and your own experience will be similar but different.
Yeah, actually, formless world is something still I have a sort of gray. It's like a gray area to me. I mean, I can tell it like a sentence. I can explain it in some sentences, but the actual experience or actual experience, without that actual experience, I don't think I can give a very clear view to a person who wants to know about it. Formless world.
Yeah, so now that sentence, will take that sentence.
Mm,
Now if we talk about that, the main important thing is to drop all those ideas and just live the world, and just live. And
mm.
living means stimuli like that. It's just that. And the tips would be just to let feel happen, let it go in the sense, the problem here is the thickness of the mind. Actually, otherwise, if you you can have, actually you can get tips, yeah, like if you go early in the morning, you get up and go outside, you know, like how you feel things, but how it is still with the feel of existence, and that is the trick, I think, not the actual formless world. Formless world is not a big issue at all, I don't think, because formless world is the feel. That's not the main problem, but it may appear as a problem because you're taking it as a problem, but main thing is to actually feel the no self or non-vibration, because then only you understand that these are two different fields. So one field is just with the self-perception, and another time it is without the self-perception. It's just perceptions. It's just a feel that you have mixed with the self-perception, without the self-perception. So when you can only warn the person about that, and that there is something like that. So if someone is keen, I think the first step would be to just be inquisitive about the feel. First, the feel is with self-perception. Anyway, we still feel, I mean, but it is still with the self-perception we would be having the problem. And once we master the actual truth, so Satyajnana, that is where the difference is going to happen. It is going to happen. You can't actually do anything here, and it will happen. It will happen with the keenness for you to feel the non-vibration, keenness for you to, you know, keenness, or actually kind of have some effort, keenness and effort to feel, and you feel the self, the vibe, feel the whatever the what do you call it, touch, sound, light. Can't you see that there we don't call specifically, we don't call it light, we call it like feel the vibration. That word we specifically use, I think, is important to understand that it's just a feel without the mind part. That's where you can, if you want to imagine it, I mean, it's very difficult to imagine, but if you want to imagine it, imagine in a way like kind of going back to the baby's world and see whether you can become the baby. Because if you just go on imagining the baby, go backwards and backwards and backwards and backwards, and like imagine a 6-weeker, can't you see that they don't have an idea, they don't have a mind. So we feel that maybe they are saying like us now. No, it's just a feel. In the beginning, it's a feel only. Even the I, it's a feel only. It's a that's the kind of why it's very difficult to tell these things because it's all the words are all taken, but it's a kind of a vibration. That is the vibration that we understand. That is there with the self. And what about without self? Without self, in a sense, what's the difference between the feel between non-self perception? Because all the time when we're trying to talk about this, all the time we have discussed that the sound will be there, but the feel that it is happening here will not be there. That is all we can say. Then when we say that, we kind of understand that initially the baby is going to feel that the vibration is happening here. Why we call it a vibration is because to give the idea that there is just something happening. What would a bacteria feel? It's just the vibration that is happening. One ecocylica, the one cell organism, just a vibration. What else can that organism have? The same thing. In that sense, if you try to feel this will come. It's just understanding this basic thing, going backwards and trying to feel it with prajna. I mean, we are not actually going back, can we? No, we can't. But with the wisdom, with the help of the field, we can actually feel it. What really happened? How the field actually get complicated after the mind is formed. If you keep understanding this, that there is a trick here, that the mind formation is the trick that we understand. That is where the part of the problem is actually solved, because the self-perception and self-view is actually magnified because of the mind. Even though self-perception is there in the field level too. I don't know whether I help you in that. Just
Yes. Actually, there are now, as you said, I think you can't sort of draw lines and separate out this realm from the other one like that. It's, as you said, it is a kind of feel that cannot be sort of defined and explained, isn't it?
yeah, but you will feel the difference as soon as
Mm.
you are not in the mind, because this has never happened before.
Yeah, I don't know. These are some of the experiences that I get sometimes. I don't know whether they are just sort of yet some other magic creations of the mind sensor, whether they are just kind of pitfalls. Uh, very, very small fraction of seconds sometimes feels that uh, mm, only the lightness, like they are very, very light feeling. And and also you said about that feel, and again the feel can be there for again fraction of second without the attached form. I mean, sometimes now if you something like feel on the skin, without location or without a further description of that, just for a fraction of second, you can just have a feel, and then subsequently the form is attached where it is and what sort of pain, that sort of feelings are sometimes experienced. I don't know whether they are just some sort
Yeah,
of
that could be the feeling of consciousness.
Mm,
That's kind of that. But the anidasana part,
mm,
that is quite different to. I mean, there's a bit more in
mm,
that experience. If you actually, that is the importance of going backwards. So the anuloma and pratiloma.
yes.
Now I can't even remember the English words for that. But if you actually,
Anuloma is going down the stream and pratiloma upwards. That means backwards. Going backwards is pratiloma.
yeah, going backwards means you
Mm,
actually have. Now imagine this. Try to feel this when we say something, and now imagine you hear the horn of a vehicle.
mm,
So when you hear that, it's directly a horn of a vehicle.
yeah.
There's no big deal about it. It's a horn of a vehicle. But you actually, if you feel this without the mind part, it would be uh, just the feel of existence in there. That would be felt as a vibration of the air
Mm.
or sound. I mean, we can't even call sound because even if I say sound, then the mind is involved.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
that is the tricky part because this that's the main reason for us to say it in this way. So that I mean, there are so many ways. That's like Aranhanse said with the vision. He said it in the vision. So we can explain it in different ways. But you know, when it is kind of even the sound is not in that. That's why it's a feel. It's a direct feel. But then direct feel is not the non-vibration. Direct feel is the feel. Direct
Mm,
feel is the basic consciousness we have. I mean, that's not a big achievement, but it is
check.
an achievement as well because we don't know these things.
Mm,
Basically, it's our ignorance that we never thought about a consciousness beneath. And when it comes to that, it is the tricky part again that you know, the third thing about this, you know, it is the speed vibration of the sensory organ. If we change that ignorance into wisdom, then only the non-vibration arises. That the feel that you had, that it's here, happening here, even if it's one cell organism, the vibration is felt here. That is not non-vibration. You feel the vibration, you might get scared, you might feel all that, but that's not non-vibration. Non-vibration is that when you feel it is not actually happening anywhere. It's just there. You know, that's where that's all I can say actually, because it's very difficult to explain. But that's the most importantly, I think the most important way to understand is how go backwards and try to feel your own fetal life, your own kind of, it's a metaphor again. You can't really go backwards. It's a metaphor again. When you say try and, if I say try and become a single cellular organism, can you? You can't. But then I would still say, can you become a single cellular organism and see how the vibration is happening? That is exactly again the meaning, because it would be the feel in the eye. If it is something you see, it is the feel in the eye. If it is something you hear, it is a feel in the ear. If it is something about the skin or the tongue or the nose, it will be something felt in this lining in the body, on the tongue or on the nose, on the skin, isn't it? So the wisdom, with the wisdom, you can actually start feeling these things. For that, you should master feeling also. That's what Aranas is trying to do, to master feeling. And then, but if just imagine someone is mastering feel without Satyajnana or the truth, nothing will happen, because they will feel the self. That's all. And also in concentration meditation, what happens is you have the idea that there is self, and you definitely it is going to come as I felt the non-vibration. But here, the because of the truth only, this is the experience is felt differently. That's all. Otherwise, the experience is not the main thing. It is the vision that we have that changes the whole outcome. So one would actually end up in Brahma form in non-form world. Another one would be attaining Nirvana, because the change in the vision. Do you understand? So that's the main difference. But I don't know whether it is coming out properly. What do you think, Surangika? Do you have anything to add? Don't know. This is busy.
Dr. Kokila.
Yeah.
No, not really, actually.
Yeah.
It's a difficult
Topic.
thing to, difficult area, I think, to put into words.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
difficult area to put into words, as well as difficult area to experience. And but the thing is, this experience of no self or non-self or non-vibration, giving a no self perception is completely because of the Lord Buddha's teachings. Otherwise, it will be just similar to everyone else. That is what happened with Dhamma, because the way you understand is completely different, because no one at Lord Buddha's time, no one talked about Anicca Dukkha Anatta. No one else talked about that. Only Lord Buddha came out with that explanation. And no one actually talked about anatta at all. I mean, so the main thing to understand here is the change view. And when you have changed the view, whatever you are going to feel, and if you understand, actually it is the speedy vibration of the sensory organ, this is going to change anyway. And as soon as it changes, you feel that yes, this is the no self-perception, because it's been now understood before by the teachings, and then this changes the whole scenario, the way you look at life, the way you look at the field, the way you look at the film, the dream, everything changes. That's where the Sakaya Ditti is broken, or the Samadhi is happening, the right vision. So right vision is the important thing. Everything else follows. Do you get it? Everything else followed. If it's not following, there's a problem in the right vision. Do you get the point? So that's why I'm telling, try and feel your own, you know, even if you feel how would a worm would be feeling, how would a single cell would be feeling, how would a 6-week child would be feeling. Just do an experiment. Just keep, but it's not like you looking at them and thinking, they must be doing this. No, that's not the way. Whether you can become them with wisdom, it is the way to feel this. And that's the tip I would say, because it's all about tips from the teacher that changes the whole life. And Narayana has changed a lot. The way we look at the life, it has changed a lot. So the same thing, it will change the way you perceive things. It will change the way you feel things. And it will definitely pave the way to feel the non-self.
Can you explain the meanings or what is meant by anicca, dukkha, anatta? I think that will be beneficial for the listeners because there are non-Buddhist people who are listening to this.
Well, I don't know what are the exact words Aryan is using for anicca, dukkha, anatta, but anicca is actually well discussed in a lot of Buddhists are well aware about that. So if we are using the English word impermanence, it's a bit used. There's a problem in that.
Maybe we have to use sentences rather than looking for simple words, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. But if we use it in an thing, it's mainly understanding about this field of existence. That's the core idea of it. So how field of existence is formed, or how it is a construct. That's a basic. So that's actually should be said last, but I'm telling it first because that is the core thing that you are going to understand in the end. What is it? That the field of existence or alive field is a construct. That is the basic idea. So the basic idea, that is the basic idea. To understand that, there's so many things to understand, because field of existence never comes along. That's what we thought. I am here. I thought about going to the town tomorrow. Okay, that's how we tell. Or I'm here. I feel so cold. That's how we talk. Normally we talk. That's how we talk. I feel so tired. I've just come from work. I haven't even changed. And I feel so tired. That's how we talk. So, but when we talk like that, we have no idea what we're talking about. But we keep talking like that. And to the beauty of that, even the child starts talking like that. The mother and father talks like that. The child is looking at them and child is thinking, oh, okay, this is me. This is father, this is mother, okay. This is happening to me, that is happening to them. All right. And they learn it and they start talking the same thing. I'm hungry, Amma. So it's nicely communicated. That's fine. It's happening. This is something new. Something is happening to you. So it's fine. So the demarcation is done. But when we go on understanding what is actually this I or me or mine, there comes a problem. We can't locate it now. If you do this research, you should feel the truth. If you have a good ability or the kusala, you should do this, because then you will understand. So what are the constructs then here? So that we keep understanding, okay, we talked about I am tired. I came from work, I am tired. Now I'm doing this, after that I'm going to have a wash. So that's the whole story. And someone would even believe that, yeah, true, And then the thing is, when we try to dissect or like try and find out the I, you can't. Then we go on dissecting and dissecting and dissecting. Will you find it? You might actually understand how this view of I has come across, like has surfaced to this world. Because this is only talked in this human realm, because humans are able to communicate, humans are able to think, humans are talking. In the other organisms, if you say about the even one cell organism, they just have a feel. They don't have a big story, like, because they don't have a mind. Because we have a mind, we are talking about this, I, me, mine, all that. Then we go on dissecting, we understand, okay, then there is kind of perception that always there's something here and the other person is there. So I'm sitting down, others are in the living room. I'm sitting down in the room. So don't we have a perception? We have. So what is the reason for the perception then? Then we go on doing the research and we find out, okay, yes, there is a perception. Yes, it's true. We agree that. We know that there is no self because we started dissecting and we couldn't find it. Even if you try to find the self in the body also, it's difficult because you can't find the self in the body. But the 5 sensory organs, Lord Buddha didn't talk about the 5 sensory organs when he tried to dissect the body, because 5 sensory organs are the main areas you feel, the feeling. So the feel, you understand, okay, the feel is the main problem. So what do you feel? You only feel the vibrations of the sensory organs. So then what is the problem here? Problem is there's an additional power. There's an additional power that coexist, kind of, that happens, this happens, coexist with the vibration of the sensory organ. How does that happen is because of ignorance. This ignorance is there fully from the beginning to the end. So ignorance is a part and parcel of this vibration. Even in one cell organism. But only humans can actually catch this. Why? Because the mind, the magic mind, which happens with the collective effect of the five sensory organs, is actually giving rise to this different world of mother, father, sister, brother, toys, my house, playground, garden, school, bus, friends, then the boyfriend, the girlfriend, then job, friends in the job, the working place. So then the story has begun. So the story has that underlying vibration, yes. But now it's easy to catch. Why? Because the actual mind has the self-perception. So it is actually in the self-perception now. And it is going to be a self-thought also, because if there is a vibration, always it can develop into a new thought. So chair is just a co-vibration of the ear, eyes, and the feel. Same way, you have an idea about that I'm seeing, I'm feeling, I'm hearing, and all that, and you just collectively it becomes like a thought, which is I, me, mine. So the anicca, how can we talk about anicca here? The impermanence. What is permanent here? Nothing is permanent here. So the main important thing here to understand is that chair, when chair is felt as real, like permanent, the self-thought is strong like the same way. Why? Because it's the same. If it is felt as a thing, it's the same thing. This happens, this happens. So we understand with the help of the impermanent thing that actually chair is not there. That means we keep understanding none of these thoughts are actually out there. Even the figure you saw from when you look at your leg, you can see your leg. Oh, I can look at my hands and say, oh, these are my hands. But the thing is, you feel it is actually as real, isn't it, when you look at your hand? But when we understand that it is just a perception, that's one part of the impermanence, actually. Why? We understand that they are just thoughts. But then we keep understanding more. We just don't stop there. The hands is is a hand. A hand is a perception, yes. How did that happen? Who told that this is a hand? How did the hand come to this word? What is hand? And we keep understanding it's a feel, or it's a vision, or it's a sound. Only these things can do it, because smell is not really associated with the hand. I mean, taste. I don't know, if you taste your finger without anything in your finger, you won't taste it, would you? So it's just mainly about the three things: the feel and the sound and the vision. So these vibrations brought up the actual perception of hand. So that is also one part of impermanence. So we keep understanding how this construct has been happening, because that's how the little baby who had a radiant mind has developed a self perception and a self will, which is so destructive. So, but there's more to understand. What is there more to understand? You understand that, okay, perception is wrong too. I mean, perception is there, yes, but it is actually a construct. What is there? What is there more to understand? Well, there's light, there's sound, there's feel. Then we keep understanding, okay, is that true then? Because we are going backwards. That's why I told you, try to go backwards. Become the baby, become the child, become the baby. Become the fetus. So if you keep understanding this, you feel, okay, now what brought the perception? It is the sound, light, or feel in the skin. So then we understand, okay, is that something permanent? Not really. Again, impermanence is there. Why? Because that's actually a mirage. That's the most beautiful mirage in the world. What? The feel. Feel is just the rapid vibration in the skin. The sound is rapid vibration of the ear. The light is rapid vibration of the eye. Then you will automatically end up feeling the non-vibration. Then now there is two different ways. What? There's a self-perception now. There's a new thing that has never happened before. That's what Lord Buddha said, never heard before, never happened before. Non-self-perception. Just once in one particular stimulus. Can be either eye, it can be either sound, it can be either feel, doesn't matter. So then it will be definitely impermanence is now understood. What is impermanence understood? Okay, now this self-perception which had been there forever, or the feel which had been there forever, that what I felt forever is a construct. Why? Because that because of the non-self perception, now we can't call that whole life experience or whole samsaric experience of self-perception or self-vibration is a construct. Do you get the feel of the impermanence now?
Yes, I think you touched almost all the aspects of impermanence. As you said, it it is in two levels. One is this obvious impermanence, which actually there's no need for a wise person like Lord Buddha to preach it, because any person will observe that impermanence. But the deeper level, as you said, that impermanence at the level of the thought, because it's a construct, and the impermanence at the level of the senses, because again it's another construct. That is what I think we have to understand, because that is what Lord Buddha was trying to explain, isn't it? That's a thing that has not been explained in any other religion, I would say.
Yeah, yeah. Isn't it so beautiful?
It is, yes. Would Surangika like to add something? Terasana?
Yeah, I think that was, I think Dr. Popila gave a good explanation, the anicca in those two instances. And I think Aryan Mahans also says that one has to start somewhere, and that initial anicca definition of impermanence that the mundane society embraces is also required to a certain extent, until such time the deeper meaning of the true Dhamma can be accessed, isn't it? But of course it is almost like touching the surface, but nevertheless I suppose an important step on the journey, I suppose, because when you think of people sometimes in these societies and they have encountered tragedy, for example, in Australia, I don't know if you have heard, we've had a terror attack in the last couple of days in New South Wales, and so the people in mourning, and the ability or the inability for them to see beyond a person dying, and things like that is quite difficult because of the level of ignorance, and what you call it, misconceptions, and so to even broach a topic of this nature would be quite difficult. And what they even the basic impermanence or anicca would be difficult if one hasn't had some kind of association with certain Buddhist principles, or have at least heard or read about some of the Buddhist teachings, which basically talk about impermanence only in that light. So it is a difficult topic to broach with in the mundane world, and that is why Aryan Manse so many times explains that the stream enterer and people accessing this Dhamma are just such a minority of people, akin to the little dust that gets collected under a fingernail, as opposed to all the earth or dust that is around us, which is so many billions of people. So I think in that sense, there is such a unique opportunity that has been opened in this day and time, isn't it? That even for the fact that, did anyone think that 2,500 years later there would be a revelation of that long hidden core Dhamma principles that will be again brought to the fore, isn't it? And that there will be a true non-vibrational state in the form of a noble spiritual teacher who would come forth and show the path and guide the people on the path to true liberation of mind. So it's a wonderful opportunity, and I think Dr. Kokera, you mentioned right at the beginning, our advances last few days, the talks that he has given and the various aspects that he has touched on. These are, in one way, these are not things that he hasn't talked about. in the last 5 years of discourses, but at the same time,
He has.
there are, yes, exactly, but there are also aspects that I think we mentioned it 2 days ago as well, that there are also aspects that are somehow felt as if they are deeper, and there's a deeper meaning that he's trying to convey, isn't it?
Mm. Yeah, it's I mean 100% he has told these things, but I think it is getting more precise to people now. I think that is what is happening. And that means people are actually feeling it. You know, when we talk about impermanence, well, we never kind of thought that the self, the feel of existence, or the the feel here that we have, that we are living, is the actual one, which is actually it is the construct. We kind of never even thought about it, and we have known this anatta or anatma for a long time, and definitely I have researched about it before. I have thought about it a lot actually, and it has come to my mind a lot even before I listened to Alan and say, why Lord Buddha say it is anatta or anatma, and why then we feel something here? Like, why do we feel as if we are existing? And the explanation of this view, this perception, and the feel is immaculate. I mean, I can't tell any adjective to that even. Like the three worlds, that three worlds in the sense this, the view is actually in the sensual world, the perception is actually in the form world, and the feel is actually in the non-form world. And this very thing that we are fighting, in the sense, not we are, but the fight here is with the non-vibration and the vibration, or self-perception and the non-self-perception, or the right view and the wrong view. Isn't it so beautiful now? There's a fight between wrong view and the right view. Even it's very obvious now when people talk about this Dhamma, like it's that's what our Renanse is saying. If the non-vibration has to be strong, the right view has to become stronger and stronger to fight with the non. It's not a fight between people, not at all, because there are no people here. It's just a fight between the vibration and the non-vibration, I would say. And even those words are useless. But just to give an idea, they are all metaphors. So, the fight between views are very obvious. Very obvious. When Lord Buddha had someone come and, keep fighting with the words, not fight now, arguing, then Lord Buddha asked, you are sweating, you are like in a very great discomfort. I'm not in a discomfort. What's the problem with you? Like, it's a metaphor actually. It's another metaphor to show that what's the problem with you? It is okay, you have a view, but why are you struggling like this? Then people also with good understanding, good skillful people, this kusala, doing some kusala, would be like, really, yes, he has an opinion. Okay, if you think Lord Buddha has an opinion, yes, of course he has an opinion. I have an opinion. we two are fighting. One is giving the opinion in such a like a, you know, like in a really nice way without feeling any problem, and one is giving an opinion with so much effort or power or such vengeance, like whatever the word you can use, anger. So definitely there is this power difference, isn't it? So where this power difference come, what is happening here? Someone would really think, you know, one word Lord Buddha said, we are going to find the woman who to cover clothes, and we are trying to search the woman. And Lord Buddha said, why don't you search about yourself? And there's only one sentence he used, and everyone in that I can't remember whether it's 500, the whole team was shaken, just one sentence, because I think they have that vibration, you know, like they are close to that, so they kind of change in just that one sentence. Isn't it beautiful? I mean, what changed me after listening to Arana's, I never knew about an Arana. I just listened to one sermon in the YouTube, because I used to listen to all the sermons in YouTube. If you ask about it, I just put on the YouTube, I just switch it on, and I kept doing work because I'm so busy. I just keep doing work. And one day I just heard something about this no self Dhamma, and I'm like, wow, that is no self, because I had that in my mind. And that's where I went back and searched what more sermons has Aranwansi done, and has never stopped since then. And today also I will say, yes, Aranwansi has done a sermon. Listen to that. That's so beautiful, you know. So I haven't stopped listening to him, his sermon. So that is the thing. So we don't know who will actually change by listening to this Dhamma. If someone can't feel it, they can't feel it. It's okay. It's okay. But if someone can feel a difference, I invite everyone to actually listen to this and see. Because if you're searching about consciousness, come and listen. If you're searching about this self, come and listen. If you're searching about how to become an arahant, come and listen. There's nothing to lose. So what's the big problem? Just listen and see. If it's not amicable, if it's not, if you find it very difficult to understand, you can stop listening if you want. Doesn't matter. You don't have to just criticize just because you can't understand or you can't feel. You just have an open mind and listen and see, because we never know when things are going to click. When things are going to click, they're going to click. Then it's never going to stop, because once you turn, once the tree leans towards the river, that tree is going to fall to the river. Isn't it? Anything to add?
Yes, I think as you said, yes, Suran,
No, go ahead, Doctor.
please, I can add later.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was trying to say that once you got the message, or at least a semblance of the message, it's so hard to undo it, isn't it? Because I think, as you said about that clan of 500 people, each of us, if we talk about it even from a mundane sense, there has been something that has been felt even from probably for different people, the experience can be different, but from our childhood days or from the age of youth or whatever it is, there has been this searching, or there has been this thing that this, like just like Aryan Mansa had that experience in his childhood, saying what craziness is this, you know. You grow up, you go to school, you have to study, then you study, then you get a job, you get married, you have kids, you grow old, then you're looking after the children's kids, and then you grow old and die. That's it. So, you know, is that
Yeah,
what
we
the
have
world
seen
is?
what happened to our grandparents. We have seen what happened to our parents. We have seen what happened to our, I mean, for me, for my patients, we see this all the time. And no one is worried even. No one is like even wondering what is happening here.
Exactly. But then you'll have a handful of people who will wonder, and where did that wandering thing come, isn't it? So there is that sense of non-vibrational kind of mood, or the leaning towards that in a way. And I suppose there is where that Ugatitanna, Vipatitanna kind of non-vibrational or close to non-different stages of wisdom arises as well. And then if there has been that notion of there's something here that's not quite right in this mundane existence, then when this true Dhamma is heard, just like you said, one little sermon here and here, or you know, another sermon somewhere else, then that is the turning point, and you don't have to listen to anything more. That because of that earlier pondering, earlier reflection of the anatma, what does that mean? Surely there must be a deeper meaning. You know, that pondering and the reflection that you did, Dr. Kokida, then comes to the fore, isn't it? The moment that word or a couple of words are heard, there is a turning towards the you know, against the stream, as we said a little while ago. The you know, the whole thing gets off the anusota into the patisota. At least the turning point is there, and then all that happens is the more one the actions one takes is more towards the patisota rather than the anusota, because you got the trigger. The trigger has happened, isn't it? So,
and it happens to everyone in different ways. I don't think anyone can hear this for like 3 to 5 years just for fun. I don't think so. I don't think it is fun to hear, keep hearing and just you know, not give up. I mean, sometimes you might feel like giving up, but you might not. Even though you think about giving up, you might not. Still, we will just keep listening, because even to listen to this now self Dhamma is difficult, and some people can't even get around this idea of listening to no self Dhamma, let alone understanding. And here we are. A lot of people are understanding, trying to understand it, and keen about understanding it, discussing about it, talking about it, doing Zoom meetings. So much interest in understanding this non-vibration. It's so good, and it is so important. I think we are running across to the 4 o'clock Zoom meeting. Thank you all Dhamma friends for coming for this English Zoom discussion, and we will continue this discussion tomorrow. And Aryan Wahanse, we worship Aryan Wahanse as usual, and we salute him as with so much gratitude. Thank you so much. May Triple Gem bless you.
Thank you.
yeah,
Good
Sana,
night,
Dr.
Dr.
Good night,
Terasa.
Dr. Sakuntala. Sitting.
can start with some very simple facts. May all of you be blessed by the triple gem. And first of all, I would like to worship our noble friend Buddothpada and Mahanse. In this discussion, during the next 1 hour 15 minutes, we will try to discuss some simple facts. Actually, there are 8 Zoom discussions throughout the day, and there 2 of them are dedicated for the practical experience, and then there are two Zoom discussions which meant for getting the doubts and the problems clarified, and there's another one on Sutra Deshana. So like that, for with different topics, with different areas being covered throughout the day, there are so many Zoom discussions, and most of them we have our noble friend also joining, at least for a short while. Sometimes R.N. Mahanse speaks for the most part of the Zoom discussion, giving sort of very valuable explanations. So we will try in our best to explain whatever in our capacity. This is the Dhamma pathway that is explained by our noble friend is very practical, and what is experienced is described or explained. And then you realize that there are many things that we didn't understand, or we didn't realize that what is the true happening underneath. So basically, we are experiencing the world with the sense faculties, which means basically the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. So whatever in that capacity, whatever is created by these sense faculties is taken as true existing things. So that is meant by the ignorance. So when we realize this truth, that these are actually imaginations or illusions, or in other words, they are all thoughts, a little bit of light is shed to the path, because we are groping in the dark without realizing that there's an imagination, there's a world which is imagined. So little bit of light is shed, and then little by little this light becomes brighter, and then we can see actually where we are and the path that we have to follow. So in practical explanation, so the R.N. Mahanse has introduced 4 steps in the practical experience. So little by little, there is some understanding of what is happening, and the fact that all are thoughts, and there's nothing called mind, and there's no existing thing called mind, but it is just a flow of thoughts, and the thoughts are the ones which control the physical, so-called physical body. And there's no one, no controlling body, or there's no owner to this activity. There's some system, like some series of functions taking place. So these are just some very basic things that I wanted to say. I can see Dr. Kokila and Surangika both have joined. Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, Surangika, Teruvan Saranai. If you can start the discussion, I was just telling some few basic things until the proper discussion starts.
Yeah, we can start the discussion. I think, it is good if you can like bring up a topic. What were you talking about? Like,
Nothing specific actually. I was trying to say what are the sort of basic things in Narayana Maharsi's teachings. The fact that
mm,
the mind, trying to understand the mind, and then what is meant by the world, what is identified as the world, is a creation of the mind or the sensor faculties.
yeah,
Those were the
the
few things that I
understanding
was
of
saying.
this vibration, or the, we use the word vibration all the time. I think we use it to actually give the idea that self, the feeling of existence, is actually kind of a power. That's why we use that word, and words are actually used to communicate something here. None of these words are actually true. So when we talk about the truth, whatever we use, whatever the description we use, is not the important thing. What is given, what is told, what is gestured here is that this field of existence is none other than just a vibration, or just a power which is there because of the this cycle that happen in any being, where whenever the vibration is there, the self perception would be there, and that continue to exist because of the ignorance. And only we talk about this a lot, but only in this human life that we have that ability to understand how one stimulus, one thought manifests all the whole this vibration, when there is ignorance, when we have given value to that. When we say these things also, there are problems actually when we say we have given and all that. So the way we talk can be very, very how can I say, having some pitfalls there, because whenever we try to say anything, it has this effect of first person, second person effect, like someone telling something. But here, the basic message is there's no self. There's this is the difficult thing to. It is easy to understand actually. It's not that bad. It's okay. Anyone who has a sensible idea of this world and self can understand that the self can't be inside the body. If it is a thing, then how can that vibration be in another? You know, Lord Buddha has described one time it can be a monkey, one time it can be a dog, one time anything can happen. So in that sense, we can understand that it's obviously not in the body. But then Lord Buddha has told once, actually it's a beautiful thing to say, Lord Buddha has told once that never think that the self is in the thoughts, because it is okay even to think that you know, the body lasts only 60, 70 years and or 80 years or 100 years if you want to, that much years, and it is okay to think that the self is there. But if you think that the self is in the thought, then you will be in a big trouble. He has actually told this in another way, and it is beautiful to understand that self is not actually in not in any of these things. And then we are wondering, any human with a like a powerful ability of thinking will think, then where is this self? Why are we talking about a self that we don't even know? And that's where the Lord Buddha's Dhamma actually is coming really important here, handy here, where you realize then what is this power, then what has happened, why there is cycle of birth, why there is, you know, we even without Lord Buddha saying, we have heard so many, you know, people talking about and past births, and when we check on that, that's actually true, then we are kind of like shake it off and, you know, forget about it, because we can't explain any of these things. But then this consciousness has been discussed a lot nowadays. A lot of English speaking countries, a lot of physicists, a lot of you know, people who try to understand spirituality actually talk about consciousness a lot. But the consciousness is actually the basis of this self-existence as well. So it is beautiful to understand that, because everyone thinks the consciousness is the base, and Lord Buddha, according to Lord Buddha and according to what you can feel here with Dhamma, you can say, no, it is not the base. It's actually the non vibration is the base. So if there is any consciousness, that's the vibration, and that's why we are discussing about two types of nirvana. Even one would be zeroing of defilements, and the other one would be zeroing of the aggregates. So when you understand these things, and it's so nice to understand what's happening here. And if there's anyone here who has joined to ask a question, anyone can ask. We are just having a discussion, because usually it's rare to find someone actually having a question and asking that. But the importance of understanding this consciousness and understanding that it is not the baseline is really important. And the consciousness is actually the basis for the being, or the being in the sense the sense of existence, or the life here that we talk about. But in that, just being or single cellular organism can't actually describe any of these things. But the humans with this great mind actually can understand what has happened here and can feel it too, because all the levels of this self vibration, all the levels of that can be felt in one stimulus. And when we say that this when you actually experience non-vibration, all these levels will be passing. You have to pierce all these levels to actually feel the non-vibration. So it's really something that should be felt. I think that is the challenge we have every day. And then if you understand that actually the only thing that existed, this is in a human, because in a human we have discussed a lot actually in all the sermons how we are born without defilements actually, because initially we have only the basic consciousness, but then the defilements start with the with the forming of self-perception and self-view. Anything we can build up the discussion here.
Yes, actually, I saw a message which was circulated. I received it. I can't remember from where it came. But actually, what the contents were very much similar to what our Aranwahanse is teaching. What it said was that it's just some transferring of energy from one point to the other one. There's nothing going from
Even
here to there.
transfer is wrong. Even transfer
Word,
is
oh
wrong.
yes, yes.
That's
You
very,
have to
we have
say
to be very
synchronize,
careful.
isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, because if we
Synchronizing.
say synchronize, no,
Mm,
if we say transfer, what happens is there is a
mm.
thing to transfer.
Yes, yes, I understand. Yes. So you
Yeah,
have to say it's synchronizing, isn't it? Resonance
yeah,
or it's
because
synchronizing.
that's why an
Mm,
arahant will never be born again, because there's no
mm.
vibration here
Yeah.
and there's no synchronicity to not synchronicity will be broken forever. It's because there's no vibration here to
Mm.
synchronize to
Yes.
anything. That is the end. That is the important thing. Not the death part. Actually, not the end of uh, the sensory organs. I'm talking about the ending of the defilements. The can't remember the singular word for that, but there's two nirvanas that we talk about in that. But when we talk about the transfer, some
Mm.
people actually talk about transfer. It's
Transfer.
very,
Yeah.
very, very tricky, because
Mm.
if you are talking about a transfer, it is similar to someone talking about vijnana
Being-
being
mm.
transferring. In good
Oh
olden
yes, yes.
days, not good olden days, we used to talk about so many things transferring.
Mm.
I was here, then I'm there, and then next time I'm there, then after that I'm here, something like that is how the discussion went on. That even someone who is talking about the previous birth might say that, like, now I'm here, but I was this one before.
Mm.
That is how
Yeah.
the story goes. Never it goes in the aviññānaka aspect, like not in, because it is described in uh, such a way that we all give a aspect of Sakkaya Ditthi, wrong view into that. So whenever we talk something, we have to be very, very careful not to give that
Word that
in the sense,
trans.
not the word, the essence of
Mm.
it, like the
Mm.
sense of wrong view, because wrong view is always like uh, application of wrong view is everywhere. Any word has that aspect, wrong view, because whatever the words, they are used in this normal world. but actual the feel has none of these things, and in that sense you can understand the words has no power at all. The feel has no importance of the words, but the words carry this like how can I say it? The taste of Sakkaya Ditthi is everywhere. Taste of wrong view is everywhere, in every word. So we have to be careful anyway in whatever the word we are using, because we get trapped, especially in English language, in whatever the language, we can get trapped here when we try to use words. So we apologize if we make any mistake in that way. We are not actually willfully making that. But what I was trying to say, if someone is even talking energy being transferred, transfer word even has that effect, that is the problem. Because if it is something like that, even this self the vibration, it is a construct. That is why that we have the ability to or any being has the ability to attain the non-self status. Because if it is not a construct, if that power that whoever is talking about is not a construct, Sankata, if it is not Sankata, in the sense not a construct, then you can't attain Nibbana, you can't attain non-vibration, because the vibration is a construct with the sensory organ, whatever the stimulus, can be just consciousness, whatever that stimulus, whether it's light, whether it's feel, whether it's sound, if it is radiation in any other animal, whatever the sensory organ, that particular stimulus is the only thing that happen, and that stimulus only. But that is the difficult part, because we feel that we experience that stimulus. So why we feel that is this trick of this that perception we have that it is happening here. How the perception came is from that kind of the power we have here. Why the power is here is because there is ignorance of not knowing that it is only the stimulus that was there. Someone can add on to this discussion. What do you think? I think I actually obliterated Sakuntala's Dr. Sakuntala's discussion. You can actually continue what you were
No,
trying to say.
actually, no, surely. I mean, you did the correction, because that's definitely you had to, I mean, clearly explain and say that there's nothing transferred, no transferring here. You are very correct, actually. It's something becomes equaled or synchronized, and that is, I don't think the wordings were. I can't exactly remember how the wordings were, but what they were trying to say was that you cannot abolish the current. You cannot abolish a current, but it will continue. This is that is the basis of this uh, mm,
life.
some life or samsara cycle. And what happens in Buddhism, I mean, the scientists are still struggling to find out about this phenomenon, but Lord Buddha has explained that 2600 years ago. And then the question, how is this now when a person, when there is Arhat state, in the Arhat state, how does this current is abolished? And then it was mentioned that when you do not add fuel to the fire, the fire will be gone, will be extinguished, and then you can't. I mean, you can't say where the fire has gone. If you, I mean,
Actually,
that is, yeah.
that's bits us that part is the fuel. Actually, what I don't know. The we if we are feeling something as there, definitely fuel is there. I mean, we
Yes.
can't really stop. Who is trying to stop putting fuel? That is the that is the self vibration who is trying to don't put fuel like that. And try to stop putting fuel. That's kind of it. Again, that is the problem with this language again.
Yeah,
But
very
anyway,
tricky, isn't it? Yes,
very
very
tricky
tricky.
because when we
Then
try
you
to say
end up
don't
having a
put fuel, who
personality.
is not putting
Yes,
fuel now?
yes.
That actually the fuel itself is this not understanding that it is this consciousness or the vibration is actually happening only in this sensory organ. That is the exact thing that will help you to synchronize to the Buddha state or non-vibration. And then that is the beauty. Non-vibration is also kind of uh, that's why Lord Buddha has said that 5,000 years this Buddha state will last. How can you say that? And we in the past, before Aranwanse has divulged all these things, I used to actually think that the Dhatu Parinirvana is something else. And now only we kind of realize that's not the thing. That's actually, totally we have taken this in with the things and the people aspect. But these can't be taken in that way. And the Buddha status is out there, everyone, and you can synchronize to that. That is the message that we give, and that is actually ending of this cycle of birth. Whenever there is a vibration who is closer to that, will hear this Dhamma by some or other and will get the message. I mean, randomly we hear this Dhamma, very random things, very, very random things. So likewise, someone who might listen to this, it should be just one. Now, if someone understand it in Thailand, there's a very, very good chance that it will be spread in Thailand. And if there's one in Vietnam, then it will be spread in Vietnam. Likewise, it is just has to be felt, and then there should be people out there who is actually kind of waiting, not waiting willfully, like, because all these words carry very heavy meanings. It's really not giving any justice to this Dhamma. But yeah, there's This will just keep happening, isn't it? Surankika is also here.
Yes, I think it's just a sequel or just a system functioning. And as long as there is breathing of the physical body, the sensor functions occur, which means the vibrations. And because of the speed of the vibrations, it creates something. And
Yeah,
these
that power.
creations, yeah, power, and there's always power, and this power merge together, and then yet another creation, which is the thought, and again the
No,
thought.
no. In that, there's a little bit of a confusion there. So the mind is also just another vibration. That doesn't matter.
Yes.
When it is felt as a thing only, that synchronicity happens with the self vibration. Self vibration is completely different to any of these sensory organ vibrations.
Mhm.
It's only just one vibration, which that is the thing that we keep understanding and keep.
Dr. Kokila.
Yes, there are some.
On that point, I was just trying to find the last few days our advances talks in various places. I thought I heard, and maybe I don't know if I got it wrong. He said something, I think, repeatedly about, I'll say this in Sinhalese. ආයතනවල දැනීම, I thought it was ආයතනවල ගිනි ගැනීම වෙනම දකින්න, ආත්ම ගින්න වෙනම දකින්න.
Yeah.
That is to say that in English, for our other listeners to understand the burning or becoming
Vibration,
a thing
would
of
say.
this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the vibrations arising from the sensors and the self-vibration
That is two different
separately.
things. Yeah.
Can you explain that a bit more, Dr.
That was the
Kokila?
exact thing I was trying to say to Sakuntala, because because the vibration of the eye has no issue with that. Vibration of the ear has no issue with that. Only thing is with the ignorance that the fast vibration of the sensory organ gives us the feel that it is felt as a thing. That is the origin synchronicity of the which happens with the synchronicity of the self vibration happens. It happens with each organ. So it's whatever the stimulus. Imagine you just hear a child shouting in the background. So that's a sound, and that that immediately we know it's a child shouting. So that's the thought. But if you open your eyes and you look at, then you might see, your handbag. So that's seen. But none of these things is not the problem. The problem is the feel that you get that it is a thing, kind of. It is it exists basically. That is due to ignorance completely. When the ignorance is not there, this field is not there. So that is why we keep telling that importance of feeling this momentarily. feeling the non-existence or non-vibration, in that in that just a moment, the that what you understand is, well, that is not there, that feel of existence is not there, but the sensory organ is working. That is the thing that is important. That is the difference what I'm trying to say when we try to talk about you know, what Dr. Sakuntala was going to say, why I stopped her was, she was going to say, she was telling something like, the power is there, then the mind forms. No, mind is forming anyway. In an Arahant, also Lord Buddha, also the mind is there. Doesn't matter whether the mind is there or whether the eye is working, whether the sound is there, whether the bodily feeling is there. It doesn't matter. Why? Because the non-self perception has taken over. It has taken over completely. Self-perception is gone. It has been taken over by non-self perception. How did that happen? Because the self vibration is not there, so that in the sense that feel of existence or the ignorance is not active anymore.
It's like, if I give an example, I don't know, I don't know much about drums, but I'm going to give an example about a drum. So, you know that they say "Ara bere paluak nae" kind of thing. So, you know, if there's an old drum and you have hit it, and you know how it resonates like a sound. But if it has completely died, you know, the leather thing that you hit on, and then how much there is contact with that leather part of the drum, there is no sound emanating.
Yeah, in
Because
that the problem
something like
of
that.
that
That's right.
example is,
Yeah.
I would add that, because otherwise that will not cross my mind next time. The problem with that example is, one might think the sound will not be there. Actually, sound will be felt much more nicely than before.
By the underlying sound, I meant the
yeah,
self-vibration.
I know. But because it's sound, now the
Oh, yeah, that's true.
people can misunderstand that when an arahant may not be hearing much, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe hearing is muffled. No, it's not like that.
Nothing like that. Then the other
they
thing,
can actually hear much better than that, and because they feel everything, they will feel the sound so much
yes, because then there is
better.
then there is the stimulus, meaning it's not a stimulus, but it is an object. But it is the object only without the duality, isn't it? And that's why one can become the person in front of you. One can become anybody else, and then, you know, because the self is wiped out from here, which means that there is no, because otherwise everything is relative to me, isn't it? Everything is
You
relative.
can become the sound too.
Yeah, everything is relative to I, and when the I and the self is no longer,
it's an actually like a way to tell that, you know, you become the sound is actually another way of telling about this experience, because you don't feel this side. It is as if you have become the sound.
yes, but if you say that to someone who doesn't have a really good understanding, they can also misinterpret it.
Yes, yeah.
Because if you think about a lay person, for example, people who, when you say
And
identified with
and they might
something,
think that actually now self is there.
yeah, because even if you just watch the audience that go for these concerts, Dr. Kokila and Dr. Sakuntala, just watch their faces and see how much they are in it. If it's like somebody playing a guitar on the stage, or like a pop star, or I don't know, even if it's someone gone to see an orchestra, and you look at the sense of rapture in their faces,
But
the
that's
bhava,
inside
the
that's
becoming.
inside the dream, though.
I know, that's what
Now,
I'm saying.
yeah.
So that is the point where that it can be quite tricky if you tell that to a person who hasn't got a proper understanding, because Aaron Vance, I remember, has said in a very old talk that at a certain point it flips, isn't it? It
Yeah,
flips
that's
back to become the sound. It flips back to become the whatever.
yeah. Actually, this consciousness level or the vibration level, this it's only a field. So the sound is a field only. That is the thing that you can't even describe. In that dreamy music concert is not there, because that's the vibration level. That is the arupa. So the non-form state, that is the problem. Yes, I can understand where you're coming from, because when you try to say something, we always take what we know. So if you are inside the mind, as we were talking, remember when Sudharma came out from the house and saw the slippers and missing slippers and went out, and the whole thing. And I was saying that it is inside the dream, though. I don't know anyone understood. And when I say the same example to you also in something, I don't know whether that is understood, because it's very difficult to understand about this dream, in the dream and out of the dream. And out of the dream is the vibration level or the non-form level, and non-form level also is the understanding about this vibratory nature of the organs. Yeah.
And
So
Dr. Kokila, Dr. Sakuntala, I'm interested in your views also, because these days, I don't know, there's so many very, very fine points that Maran Hansa is saying, or maybe
even today
or maybe I haven't finished listening even yesterday or this morning. I haven't finished listening because I'm trying to listen to I keep going back and trying to, because there is this notion that there are aspects that have got missed. So I'm always rewinding it and trying to get it.
That means your mind is so flustered.
No, that's because I'm trying to do it whilst I'm working and I don't have time. So there is no full concentration on it as well. But the thing is, it is so intricate, Dr. Kokila, that
yes,
the Vidarshana that is trying to I suppose you might say that one is trying at that point, but even to kind of do a bit of penetrative insight to that particular point that Aran Vance is trying to pull out and draw us into that deep penetrative insight, it almost it goes to a particular point and veers off. It goes to a point and skips, as if it's not touching that point. It's, I don't know how to explain it. It's going to a point and then it's veering off, as if meaning there is more either Vidarshana to do, or more.
I think more to be felt.
More to be felt, because
more to be felt. I would say not more Vidarshana. I think from kind of time you all have listened. I mean, it may be less than me, but at least 2-3 years, isn't it? I can't remember now.
Yes, 3 years, yeah.
How about Dr. Sakuntala? How long
Yeah,
have
I'm also, I think, a little bit more than maybe 2.5 years.
Yeah. So, kind of maybe now only you're actually listening. Who knows? That is
Yes.
the
It's quite
thing.
possible.
There's a possibility, yes, because by experience, I can say that maybe now only you are actually trying to, share the, there's an example. Lord Buddha says, "Asalomak siyak kadakada vidida," and you're actually trying to do that. You are actually trying to do that. We are not good, what are those? Good in using arrows. So we are kind of actually trying to use that arrow and try to pierce through a horse's one line of maybe so in the tail actually, so the in the fur, so isn't it the beauty that there's some things that the mind can't do. To a particular degree, mind can handle stuff, and then after that, mind can't do anything.
Yeah, I think, Dr. Sakuntala, I'm interested in your views on that as well.
Yes, of course. I mean, as you said, now only, I mean, we have got the equipment ready, and now only we are trying to, trying to split the horses fur into that. We are aiming at it now. Because all this time we have been gathering the things and getting ready, I would say. And as Dr. Kokila said, that most of the things that R.N. Mahansi explains in the in Deshana are sort of becoming clearer and then quicker to grasp than right at the beginning. There's one question I want to ask actually now. We say that there is, nothing existing outside. We say that now we take the example of that music instrument, the sound from the music instrument. Now, from one angle, we say that there is nothing called music instrument. There is nothing called musical sound because that is just a thought, that is just a construct. And going beyond that, it is just a vibration, and the vibration is also not something existing, not something persisting. So there is basically nothing there. And on the other side, from the other angle, we say that the self perception becomes zero here. There is no person on this side, but the sound is there. How can you explain that? I don't know whether
The
my
self,
question was clear
the
enough.
aggregate effect is there. Aggregate effect is there. So the aggregate effect will not go away until this system stops. That is the aggregate effect you are talking about. The aggregate effect is the
It's the sound of the sound of the music instrument. Is that what you're saying? Aggregate
no,
effect.
no. Actually, it's a feel. So whatever you're saying is actually not there anyway.
Yes.
The consciousness part I'm talking about actually. So it again is a bit tricky when I say that. I can say.
If I try to explain that, Dr. Kokila, correct me if I'm wrong. The way that what I kind of the way that can be explained is, so if you take those four stages of the Kamatahan, the practical program also, at the third stage, once the understanding is there about there's nothing also in the thought, and then you come to the third stage, then it's only the sensory perceptions, no? So when the sensory perceptions are there, the perception does not disappear, no? The usual cheese milk example. So even for the Arahat, the perception still forms, the mind consciousness still forms. So the sanya are still there. It is so the sanya are still there.
Even consciousness or the vijnana part is there, but it is
even
not,
the vijnana.
it is not doing anything. It's not falling onto any side.
That's right. The patita part, it's not a patita thing is happening. There is no, the self vibration doesn't occur. That the object that manifests to the eye still manifests. The object that manifests to the ear still manifests. For example, if you are doing the walking meditation, and you start off, and at the beginning you feel the ground, but then if you are doing a reflection, saying the dried leaves that are being trampled by the feet, there's no such thing as the dried leaves, that is also a thought. The ground is also a thought. I mean, if you go through the first stage and then the second stage and things like that, so when you come to this third stage, that perceptions of the dried leaves and the crow crying on the branch of a tree, the sun falling on your skin, exposed skin of your neck or hands or something, all those sensations are still prevalent as perceptions.
Yeah, that part should be corrected, Surangika. That last bit, the last bit has no description at all. It's just that's why I always use the vibration word, because it has no whatsoever that's out of the dream. That's only a feel. So in that, it's a very, very different experience in that.
So can I just explain that now, though I just gave those examples to Dr. Sakuntala, that is just to kind of convey that to her, but ultimately to the jnana or the wisdom, the warmth of the sun, the sound of the crow cawing, that how generally when those aspects are heard, sensed, and seen, and so on, automatically the thought kind of forms the word in the head, kind of thing happens. Even that there is no naming forming kind of thing. And I'm wondering, Dr. Kokila, that's what you're trying to say, because there is no naming, there is no.
But
it is just out
say
of the
there's no
dream. That's
name?
all I can say.
What's that?
But
Sorry.
the name will be there, isn't it? I mean, naming is
No,
the
that
thought.
thinking part is not there in that. That experience, the thinking part is not there.
So let's start unrolling
Dharma discourse. Let us begin with a simple question. Are we really experience this world as it is? Or are we experiencing the world as the mind interprets it? At first, it feels like we are directly seeing reality. We say, I see this person, I hear this sound. I feel this situation. But if we look carefully, something very subtle is happening. Between the world and our experience, there is this interpretation. And that interpretation shapes everything. Let us separate two things. There is this raw experience, and there is this interpreted experience. This raw experience itself is very simple. A color appears, a sound appears, a sensation appears. At that stage, there is no meaning yet. Then the mind begins. Mind begins to interpret. It says, this is a voice, or this is a bird, a squirrel. This is a person. This is present. This is unpleasant. Everything. Very quickly, this raw experience, this raw signal becomes a meaningful word. So let's take a simple example. Someone says something to you at the level of this raw experience, but is there just only a sound vibration, a sound wave. But within a moment, the mind interprets it, translates it. It recognizes those sound vibrations as words. Then it adds the meaning. Then it adds these intentions. It may be even add emotions. Now the same sound, this sound vibration becomes, he's criticizing me. She's being kind. They don't respect me. But if you noticed carefully, those meanings were not inside that sound. That sound didn't come with those meanings. They were added by the mind consciousness. By step. This process happens very fast. So fast that we can't notice it or don't notice this process. We think this final income, final output is reality. We think we are reacting to reality, but actually we are reacting to an interpretation. That is why two people can experience the same situation in two different ways. One person hears a comment and feels hurt, while the other person hears the same comment and feels nothing. The sound was the same, but their mind's interpretation was different to each other. So where does this interpretation come? It comes from the past thoughts, past learnings, habitual. From childhood, we were taught what things means, what is good, what is success, what is failure. We have become this. We have created this cage, this system, this data into us. These ideas become the patterns, thoughts in the mind. Later, when we experience something, we starting to judge from those previous thoughts. So the mind quickly uses those patterns, those thoughts to interpret it. So what we experience is not just the present moment, it is always the present moment filtered through the past. So we are always experiencing the past. If we are using a thought, then we are always experience the present moment with a past. That's why it's called we are using past. Because thoughts were made in the past. So it's wrong to use that previous reconstructed thought to judge things right at this moment. This is a new moment, a fresh moment. But we are using that old constructed thoughts, past ones, to see through right at this moment. So that's why I call it. It is the present moment filtered through the past. The mind does not like uncertainty. The moment something happens, it tries to give it a meaning. Even when there is not enough information, the mind still creates a story. That's the illusion of our mind consciousness. For example, if someone looks at you in a certain way, then the mind may say, they don't like me. But that is only an interpretation. It may not be true. But still, that thought feels real. So we know the thought is a power. And when that kind of thought comes, and when we keep using that thought, the power of it increases. Even though now it's in interpretation, it becomes so real, more powerful. So those interpretations, they do not stop at one thought or so. They grow into more thoughts. More thoughts create a continuous story. One thought leads to another. He didn't reply me. He must be ignoring me. He doesn't care. This always happens to me. The whole emotional world is created. But if we go back to the beginning, what actually happened? only a simple event. And the rest, it was built by the mind consciousness, by these thoughts. Interpretation is not just intellectual, it creates emotions. If the interpretation is negative, we feel pain. And if the interpretation is positive, we feel pleasure. So emotions are often responses, not to the reality itself, but to the meaning we have given to the reality. So the more we feel it's real, the more we suffer, whether it's pain or pleasure. Now the question is, can we observe this process? Of course, yes. When something happens, pause for a moment, ask yourself, what actually happened? What did my mind at? You may begin to see the difference. For example, you may notice a simple sound vibration appeared, and then the mind said something about it. That something is that interpretation. Did the sound say that? Did the sound came with that? I am this sound and this is me? No. The mind labeled it. Mind added the story for that simple sound. So when we slow down, we begin to notice those layers. First one is just a raw experience, a sense of contact from one of our sense faculties. It is very simple. It can be either a vision, a colors from eye sensor, or a sound vibration from ear, or smell, or a taste, or a touch, some texture. That's a simple vibration, a experience. And then this recognition. This recognition makes that interpretation. The rest, all of those rest things are done by the mind consciousness. This recognition, these interpretations, and the reactions for it, whether it's emotional or not, all of those things are done by the mind consciousness, by thoughts. Usually all these happen together, but with observation, they can be seen separately. It's hard to see because it's happening so fast. And one of the strongest habit of the mind is believing its own interpretations. We feel this is definitely true, even though it is created, constructed by the mind consciousness. It also says this is definitely true. But if we look closely, we may see that many of our thoughts are assumptions. They feel real, but they are not always accurate. Actually, this realization brings kind of humility. We begin to question our immediate reactions. So what's important is when we see that this interpretation is happening, something starts to change. We are no longer completely caged by our mind consciousness. We know thoughts appears, we cannot stop it, but we don't have to believe it immediately or driven by it. We just let the thought appears and disappears. We know that we cannot stop thoughts. Thoughts are continuously appearing and disappearing. That's thoughts are the sensor contact of the mind sensor. So we cannot stop it. But we don't have to believe it immediately. We can observe it, we can question it, we can let it pass. This creates a small place in my in that space there's this freedom. So this doesn't mean we stop thinking completely or we are not getting any thoughts anymore. But we become lighter with our thinking. Even though there are thoughts, there is less power, less heavier. We don't build unnecessary stories. We don't react to every assumptions. We begin to experience things more directly. A sound is just a sound. A sight is just a sight. A moment is just a moment. So there is a simplicity available in every moment. Before interpretation begins, experience is very simple. Seeing is just seeing. Hearing is just a hearing. Feeling is just a feeling. This simplicity is always present. But we usually overlook it because the mind moves quickly to interpretations and continuous generating thoughts, and we are also trapped in that thought. We are continuing in thought level experience. So, as I said, even though there is this one sense of contact occurring, it can be a sound, a sight, or a thought. But if we observe carefully, we may notice that mind never experienced that simple sense of contact as it is, or experience just one sense of contact. It always brings many things, many sense of contact that related to it together. In another way, it brings the thought that related to that sense of contact. Let's take a simple example. You hear a single word. So that single word is a sound vibration, a simple sound wave, a sound vibration, and that's it. But what happens inside? Immediately the mind does not stop at that sound. It brings the thoughts related to it, and it has an image, a memory. It means more thoughts, a feeling, a meaning, a texture, a smell, a taste, everything. So from this one input, simple sound wave, this whole experience was recreated. But did that sound did it happen outside? No. Everything is done by the mind consciousness. And the thing is, we are used to this process. We have done even without knowing it for a long time, since our childhood. So now we are so got used to it. Now it is, this process is so fast. We don't notice it. We think, I just heard something, not as a sound vibration occurred, but I just heard something. There is something outside. Maybe a bird, a squirrel. But actually, the mind expanded that sound into a whole world. Let's take the word home. The moment you hear home, it's just a sound vibration. But does it stop there? No, your mind conscious now has given it a meaning. You may see a place, you may feel safety or discomfort, you may remember people, you may remember events. Many thoughts occurring. All of this came from a simple sound vibration in the ear. So this shows something very important. The mind is not just receiving, it is actively creating, constructing this illusion, this simulation. It takes a small signal, just a small, simple signal, and then builds a complete experience around it, complicated experience. So what we live in is not just the world, but the world what mind created, what mind constructed, the illusion that mind has weaved. together. So this explains something very deep. Two people can be in the same place, but their experience completely different. Their experience is done by the mind consciousness, so they experience completely different realities because the signal, that sense of contact, may be the same, but what their mind adds, interprets, or constructs is different. One person hears a tone and feels insulted, while the other hears the same tone and feels nothing. One sees a situation, feels fear, while other sees it and feels excited. So the difference is not in that sense of contact, but in how the mind interprets it, feels it. So let us go deeper into these thoughts, into this mind consciousness. When a signal comes, the mind gathers related impressions. This gathering is based on the past thoughts. Let's say you hear a dog barking. So immediately you will see the image of a dog. You may remember its shape, its size. You may even feel fear or comfort. But that sound, that barking, it's a sound wave, a sound vibration. So that sound vibration itself did not contain all that, but the mind added it. It gathered pieces from different senses and different times. In another way, the thoughts, and formed that experience, that illusion, that reality, fake reality. Well, actually, we usually think a thought is the one thing, an object, a person, a thing, a concept. But actually, a thought is like a package. Inside that package, there are images, sounds, sensations, more thoughts, emotions, meanings, everything. They are all packed together and it arrives instantly with all of those things in it. That is why thoughts feel powerful, because if we take just a single sound vibration. It's a simple sound of it, and that also occurs and ceases. But if there are several vibrations like that, sounds, taste, smell, everything, it creates this reality, this illusion. There is this object. It has way more power than that one simple sound vibration. So now the thought has its own power, and it is, when we separate it, it has different powers from each sense of contact. So that's why the thought feels more powerful, more real than the simple sound. That's why our attention goes to the thought than that simple sound. Because thoughts are not simple, they carry many layers, many powers inside it. And the power of the thought is separate from the power of each sense of contact that includes in that thought. It is not the power of the sound or the vision or the colors or the taste or the smell, but it has its own power, the power of the thought. It feels more powerful, it feels more realistic, more objective. This process is so fast. We feel like we are directly experiencing the reality. But actually, we are experiencing, if we can separate it, first a signal, then the thought, then the interpretations, or more emotions, or more thoughts, or all combined. So we cannot easily separate them because we got so used to it. It feels like in one image. Unless we do a careful observation, we cannot see through it. We cannot see through this thoughts, this how this mind works. If we slow down, we then begin to see the layers. A sound appears, then the recognition, then the thoughts, with the thoughts, the images, feelings, the taste, the smell, the textures, and even more thoughts, like waves building on each other. This is how this experience grows. One thought does not stay alone. It triggers another and another. For example, let's say you hear a name, and that brings a memory. Memory in the sense of another thought. That thought brings emotions. And it doesn't stop there. It brings more thoughts very quickly. A whole story forms. And you are inside it, all from one small trigger. And that trigger is a sound, a sound, a name. A name is a sound vibration, a sound wave. So if we trace everything back, we may ask, where is this original moment? It was very small, a very simple sound, a simple sight, or a taste, or a smell, or a sensation. But it got covered by layers of thoughts. So we lose the simplicity of the original experience. But we can return, we can notice, even right now, what is actually there. A sound, a sensation, a sight. Before the mind adds everything, this is a very simple experience, very light, very immediate. This is not just a theory, it changes how we live, how we believe each and every thought, and how we suffer for each and every thought. Because most of our suffering does not come from that low experience, but it comes from what the mind builds on top of it. The stories, the meanings, the assumptions, every thought. When we see this clearly, we begin to hold the thoughts more lightly. We stop clinging to thoughts. So we can do a simple observation. When something happens, you can pause and ask, what was the first moment? What did mind act after that? Just this question reveals a lot. So another important fact is that this mind not only builds the experience as this fake reality or the interpretations, but it also believes what it believes. It believes it as the reality. It forgets that it created it. So the thoughts feel real, solid, true. But if we observe carefully, we see it. It was construction, a constructed. That real feeling that it is existing, alive feeling is also given by the mind. It slowly fades away once we truly understand this Dhamma. When this becomes crystal clear, something changes. Well, actually, we don't stop thinking. Our senses are still working as they are, as they are used to, and as they're supposed to. But we stop being fully trapped in that thinking. We see thoughts as creations, constructions. We do not believe in it then. It becomes not the absolute reality. We see this illusion as the illusion. So we all feel very clearly there is an outside world and there is this me, I am, inside this body. This feels obvious. But if we question it gently, how do we know something is outside? What is actually experienced? Right now, what do we actually experience? We see colors, we hear sounds, we feel the different sensations, whether it's with the skin, the taste, the smell, and that's all. At no point do we directly experience something called outside. We only experience seeing, hearing, feeling. So when we say outside, what do we mean? We imagine something exists far away from us, but that distance is also something created in the mind. Let's take a vision. When you see something far away, how do you know it is far away? Because the mind, it interprets the size, clarity, and the perspective. But what actually appears? Only a flat image in vision. The distance, it is added by the mind. So if, for example, let's say you're sitting in one place and you're looking at somewhere. You're not moving, you're staying still. And when you see, can you actually tell the size, the distance of it if you don't know? Because what you see is a bunch of colors, a flat image. But the distance, how far a certain object is, those things are added by the mind. We have used it, we have done it, we have practiced it before. So now it automatically comes. This might be the distance. This is how far it away from you. But if we don't know, but if we haven't learned about the distance, we will never see a distance in that flat image. If you're not moving and your vision is same, how can you give a distance in that flat image you see? Now let's look at the inside. We feel my thoughts are inside me. My feelings are inside my body. But where exactly is this inside? Can we find it directly? A thought appears. Where is it located? Does it have a clear position? Or does it simply appear in awareness? We feel there is a boundary. Inside here, outside there. But can we find that boundary? So if we look at an experience, there is seeing, or maybe there is hearing, there's tasting, there's other sensations. But where is the exact line dividing inside and outside? It is not directly experienced. It is imagined. It is constructed. Where is this hearing? You hear something. A hearing occurred. A sound vibration occurred. It occurred and ceases. Did it say it came from outside? No, it didn't say. We are the one that interpreted that it came from the outside. But what actually happened was it was constructed by ear, by our ear sensor. So how can we see? How can we say that what our ear sensor created is outside there? When it was created by this ear sensor right here at this moment. And also we say, I am hearing. There's this me in this hearing. It's just a sound vibration occurred and ceased. There is no me in it. There's no owner for it. It just occurred because of the right conditions of it. And then it ceased. There is no owner for it. It happens naturally, whether there is me or not. It happens. So how can we label it as I am hearing it? The mind uses these labels like this is me, that is not me. This is inside, that is outside. These labels create separation. Another imaginary illusion of separation. Without these labels, there is just a simple vibration, simple experience happening. There is no clear division in it. It's just the same vibration. We are the ones hiding it, it's clear from outside, and I am the one who's hearing it. We have added unnecessary words, labels for that simple vibration. So when a sound appears, we say that sound is outside. But what is actually experienced when we are hearing? The sound appears is in hearing. We never step outside hearing to verify its location. Outside is the idea added afterward. Now a sensation appears in the body. We say, this is inside me. But again, what is actually experienced is only a sensation, like the sound vibration. Then how can we label it as inside or me? So this label inside is added by the mind. So both are similar. Sound labeled outside, a sensation labeled inside, or maybe a thought labeled inside. But both are just experiences appearing. The difference is created by the mind consciousness, by the labeling of it. So this insight, or this self, sense of self, we also feel there is this center, a me, a sense of self located somewhere inside. From that center, we feel we are looking outside at the world. But can we find this self? Can we locate it? Can we name an exact place? This is where this self is. If we look carefully, there are sensations, there are perceptions, but no fixed center, a self can be found. So what does the mind do? It organizes experiences for practical, which creates this inside outside, near far, me, not me. So these helps us function in daily life to communicate, but they are not the direct experience proofs. They are mental constructions. And normally we don't notice this. So we believe this construction is the reality. So we feel I am here, the world is out there. But that's also an interpretation, not something directly seen. So we can observe right now Is there really outside? Only seeing. Really inside? Only sensation. This observation is very subtle but very powerful. When we begin to see this clearly, something happens. The strong division becomes very vulnerable, becomes lighter. The power each thought carries becomes lighter, less hurting. Experience becomes more open, less rigid or less heavy. So what do we discover? This inside and outside are not completely only experience, but they are created by mind consciousness through labeling and interpretations. They are just another thought, a wrong perception, a wrong view constructed by the mind. What is actually present is simple, a seeing, a hearing, a feeling, and from that simplicity, our mind consciousness has built a structured world. When we see this clearly, we begin to experience the reality in a lighter, more direct way. Like we said, each thought has its own power, so as the sense of self. It is also another thought. This thought, this self, also have a power. So when we truly understand this power of this thought, that self slowly starting to reduce, then it becomes less heavier, less powerful, and less suffering. So we'll end our morning Dhamma discourse for today. Everyone silent, everybody.
I worship Triple J with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet. Pirvasanaya Aryan Mahansa. May all of you who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. And may our friends who are helping us with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is yet another episode of the Buddothpada Pure TV English channel, which is conducted round the clock. And main aim and our attempt is to convey this Dhamma message about the truth to the world for our English-speaking community, which is a brainchild of Awaran Mahansi, our noble friend, because he felt that this valuable truth should not be limited to the Sri Lanka and to the people who are speaking English and Tamil languages. Because we already have one session for Tamil speaking friends also. So, R.N. Mahanse, our noble friend, felt that there are many people from other countries whom he met time to time in different countries are coming and looking for truth, because we know truth is something common to everybody. It's not just another religion, and truth means truth which is applicable to every person, every living being, not only to human beings but to animals also. So the truth, actually, we also call it learning about darshana, knowing about darshana as the first part. Uh, we also call it in Sinhalese Purva Bhaga Pratipada or Satyajnana. Purva Bhaga Pratipada or Satyajnana means kind of basic knowledge that you have to achieve before going to the practical side. Because you need to know about, if you are trying to do some form of activity, you should have the basic knowledge about that work that you are going to do. So that is what is meant by these Darshana sermons. I'm sure some of you may have already listened to Deshana or the sermons on Darshana, which is available in Sinhalese medium, of course. Quite a lot are there. And if I read the website, the main website, there are several websites, of course. The main website is www.buddothpada-dhamma.com. www.buddothpada-dhamma.com. And for our English speaking friends, the website is www.wisdomofasia, written as one word, wisdomofasia.com. So that actually gives a lot of scientific evidence also for you to be able to understand, particularly if you are a person who has some knowledge in that aspect. You might be more than happy to see how that science findings in the field of science is compatible with what Lord Buddha disclosed nearly 2,600 years ago. Actually, I must say that only a small proportion of what Lord Buddha revealed is found by the scientists, and they have found that it is very clearly compatible with the Buddhist teaching. Yet quite a lot to be found. We don't know. There are certain facts, of course, which you cannot find from the material world. So that part the scientists will not be able to find anyway. Because this Dhamma is something that has been disclosed and preached with the wisdom which has bloomed within the system. That is what our noble friend R.N. Mahansi also did during this time, during this 2000, nearly 2,600 years. The original Dhamma, which was disclosed by Lord Buddha, has been changing actually. The beautiful example that was given by Lord Buddha himself was that the story about the drum called Ani. That Ani drum was a traditional drum which was there during that time, which gave a very loud and very pleasing type of sound, nice sound. And that was made of the flaps of wood, maybe the pieces of kind of flanks, or we do not know exactly what it is, but some form of flanks of wood was used to make it. So what happens with the time, when some of the flanks are broken, some of the wooden pieces are broken, a piece of wood will be fitted to that gap. So with time, what happens is that all the original pieces of wood will be gone and broken, and it's completely replaced by different types of wood to complete the sound, to complete the Ani drum. But what happens is, very obviously, when you change the parts of the drum, obviously it gives us different sound. So Lord Buddha gave this beautiful metaphor to see how the Buddhism is going to change over time. There will be certain replacements by the people who are preaching, maybe their own experiences they will be adding, and also the difficult parts that Lord Buddha preached, difficult parts to understand will be skipped. So that is how, like the changing beat sound of the Ani drum, the Buddha teaching also has evolved and changed over time. So what our Aranvasi noble friend was doing is that digging out what was covered with sand and finding the treasure trove again. And Aranvasi is explaining that Dhamma in a very simple manner, and also he uses some modern type of metaphors for us to be easier to understand this. So this is what we are trying to convey little by little to the world. And as I said at the beginning, the most important thing is this darshana, the knowledge about darshana. This is actually something that you have to actively do. So you listen to these sermons and maybe read from the books also, which is written by the Buddothpada listeners. There are series of books, quite a number, about more than 30 books in Sinhalese and about 6 or 7 books in English, and about 3 books for very small children also, the kindergarten type of children, that is written in English medium. So these books also will help you, and also you can listen to the sermons in the websites I mentioned. In the main website, that of course in Sinhalese language, it's beautifully categorized under different topics. So select the ones which we call the darshana, and then you can listen to them, because the initial sermons are simple, and Aranvasi preaches them in a very slow speed, so that you will be able to understand it, grasp it much easier. Because nowadays most of the deshana are deeper, because majority of the people who are friends who are joining the Zooms have been listening to this for years. So R.N. Mahasi is gradually taking them to the deeper and depth of the ocean. So gradually he's taking us forward and going to the deeper and deeper levels. That is why the present Deshana or preachings are quite often explaining some deep facts rather than explaining the usual, the basic facts. So once the understanding about the darshan is obtained, R.N. Mahansi has introduced a practical experience series of 4 levels of contemplation, and with that, the knowledge that was acquired is kind of applied to the practical side. And the walking is taken as a sample there, because we try to apply that knowledge about Darshana to the 4 steps of this practical component, and you cannot confine that to the walking. Thereafter, what is expected is for you to practice it or see how it is being applied to all the day-to-day work. So what is expected at the end? Convincing that there is no self-fear. Uh, a self never existed, and self is not there now, and self is not there going to come up in the future either. So something never existed is taken as real, which uh, is taken as real in a thought, which is called Sakkaya Dittiya or Atma Drishtiya. In a thought, you have taken uh, as yourself is there, and this is the biggest drushti or biggest wrong vision that we have to break. So, as I said initially, knowledge is important, but if you have been reading so many other books from some other authors, or if you have been listening to many preachings from other monks or lay people, please leave that knowledge aside and then try to have an open mind and listen to this deshana. So I invite you to join these sermons, anything that is convenient for you, depending on the time that you are free and from where you are. You can listen to anything because it's uploaded in groups, several sermons as one group. So you can listen to them. And also, if you have any queries between 3 p.m., 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time, we have a discussion session. So you can use the same link and then join and discuss your query about it, query about what the query is. So if we go briefly to what I was trying to say, now this is the basic facts that I tried to explain. And our RN Mase has been preaching this Dhamma for the last 5 years, and more than 12,000 sermons are there in his name. Do not expect to see him as a picture, because that is one of the main things that a person in the mundane world expects, to see a person. Whether you see or not, whether whatever the dress that the person is, what you have to take is the Dhamma, isn't it? If that Dhamma is compatible with your day-to-day life, and if you feel that your defilements are fading off with this Dhamma, if there is an automatic uh, transformation within you, and if you experience the world with less and less fire within you, then what you are listening is correct, and what you read is correct. So that is a measuring tool. So you yourself can understand whether this is true. The way that you got burnt with the thoughts, if that burning is becoming less and less, then you yourself know that you are in the correct path. Even Lord Buddha said that, don't see me as a person. Once we know that story about the monk called Vakkali. He was very fond of Lord Buddha's appearance, that pleasant and very sort of, he had so many qualities, and as a figure, he looked very pleasant and uh, very pleasant and pleasing look, and also the way that he behaved, Lord Buddha, calm and very compassionate towards the others. So that sort of that appearance, the appearance with that physical body was extremely impressive. So this Vakali became a monk because he wanted to see Lord Buddha as much as possible. So that is why, not that he was interested about the Buddhist teaching, he just wanted to see the physical body of the Lord Buddha. And Lord Buddha sternly advised him, Vakali, don't look at this decaying body of myself. Don't look at this heap of dirt here. What you have to see is the Dhamma. And monk Vakali listened to our and Lord Buddha and probably may have reached the uh, nirvana state later on. And also in another situation, in another place, we remember in the Buddhist history that when Lord Buddha was going for the parinirvana, that means the passing away of him. Lord Buddha gave several advices just before that to Ananda Thero. Ananda Thero asked, who is going to be the leader of this Buddhism, Buddhist teaching once you are no more there? He expected actually that Lord Buddha will appoint the Kashyapa Maharatan Vahanse, one of the leading arhants who were there at that time, as the next sort of leading role. But Lord Buddha said that keep the Dhamma as the lead, keeps the Dhamma as the head. So in both these situations, both these occasions, what Lord Buddha was promoting was that it's a Dhamma which is important, not a physical body. So which is applicable to any time, even to the present date. So what you hear is true Dhamma, which you can apply to yourself and see how compatible it is. And just by listening to these sermons, you might feel that there is an inner change. Many mothers who are talking in the Zoom discussions, they say that I wasn't feeling like that. I was with fire all the time throughout the day, and I was having frequent clashes and frictions with so and so in the family. But now I don't mind. The things are just happening in a very smooth manner. So these are some of the experiences. So as I said, this is a yardstick. When you feel that the defilements are becoming less and less, that you can take as the yardstick to measure yourself. Then you know that you are on the correct pathway. Now, as a part of the Darshana, we know that human beings have 5 senses, which are represented by the 5 organs in the body: the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. And these 5 senses are non-stop working from the time of the birth. Actually, some of the senses may be working even inside the uterus, inside the womb, particularly the skin sensor, and maybe the ear sensor also. So those some of the sensors are actually functioning before the baby is born. So we have 5 sensors, and we know that different animals do have different sensors. Some have less, and some sensors that we do not have is there with some animals. And we experience the world only with the help of these sensors. And the anything beyond these sensors is not possible. I mean, everything, what we think as the physical world is something created by these five senses, and the five senses will combine to form a different type of a sensor, which is called the mind sensor. So altogether we have six senses. Sometimes when we say that I was thinking, I was just thinking, that situation, it's the mind sensor which has taken the lead role. But always for the mind sensor to form, other five senses has to be activated, either all five or maybe two or more. So it has to be activated at some point, and this thought has occurred sometime earlier. And that thought is the one which is reproduced or which is synchronized to this moment. So that is what you are saying, that I was thinking, not that you were thinking. That thought got synchronized to this point right at this time. Not that you did it anything. There is no person who did it. And also we know that there is a fast vibration in all this situation. The speed is the decisive factor. If the speed was not there, we wouldn't have had any experience at the sensor level. Because what happens in the sensor level is that something is created due to the speed. Something. When I say something, the light is created at the level of the eye, sound is created at the level of the ear, taste is created at the level of the tongue, and a smell is created at the level of the nose, and skin creates the feeling of touch. Uh, touch means under the touch it comes the solid feeling, liquid feeling, nature of the air, and the temperature. So those are the skin sensation. What happens is these five senses initially act separately, but it doesn't give a detailed explanation about what that sensor is, what that experience is. So the experience or the description or the naming comes as a creation of the mind sensor. So all these sensors create something due to the speed. That I want to remind you again and again, because without that speed, there is nothing you can talk about uh, the the stimulus. So stimulus means it's a speed. Now, if you take one by one, the eye, what happens is there is a vibration. Now, vibration is a functional change. The function occurs with the physical component at the background. So the physical eye is needed for this function. When the physical eye is intact, there is vibration at that point, and that is called in Pali, and what Lord Buddha explained was the word Ruppanaya was used. And Ruppanaya gives rise to a Rupa, or a form. Rupa means a form. So the vibration gives rise to a form, the Rupa. Now, talking a little bit more about this vibration, vibration creates a current. This is physics actually. Any wave or vibrations gives rise to a flicker of current at that moment. Each wave or each vibration creates a flicker of current because there are two opposite ends. We know these examples that we have been explaining time to time. The current which is created as the gravity power. So the world has the two poles. There is some magnetic powers on both sides, two poles, and it has opposite powers. When there are two opposite ends, there is a center point where the power or the current is created. This is a natural phenomenon or natural process. Wherever there are two opposite ends, the current is created. So if you take a piece of magnet, the two ends do have different, opposite ends. And because there is a current created, it attracts all the pieces of metal towards it. So this is a science. This is something proven long ago. So we are using different words to explain this mechanism. So wherever, as I said, wherever there are two opposite ends, there is a current created. So wherever there is a vibration or a wave, there is a flicker of current created there. So what will happen when that vibration occurs very fast? There's a current, more current generated, isn't it? More current means it gives the feeling or it gives the impression that there is something. Some life is given, isn't it? These are the words that we use sometimes. When the current is there, it gets the some form of liveliness. So what happens at the level of the eye? Now, we will take the eye first, and then it's going to be applied to all five senses, not only all five, actually, even the mind sensor. So what happens in the eye? There is a vibration of the eye, random, unplanned, unpredictable, and no one is doing that vibration. So that is the most important thing. There's no way to plan that. There's no person who is doing it. There's a vibration, fast vibration. What happens with that fast vibration? There's a current created, isn't it? That current is manifested as light because the eye is the one which is involved. Now there's a light created at that. There's a current, there's a power created at that level. And it gives rise to the appearance that there is light. If we take the five aggregates or Panchaskandha, what are the five aggregates? Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. Those are the Pali terms. Rupa means vibration. What happens Vedana? Vindima. Or you feel it, isn't it? That is the sensation. So whenever there is a rupa, whenever there is a vibration, vibration is felt. That is the sensation. And then what is felt is perceived as light. In the case of eye, it is perceived as light, which we call sanya in Pali and Sinhalese. So rupa is the rupane or the vibration. Vedana is the sensation. That vibration is felt. And it's felt as light. That is the sensation, that is a perception. And what is perceived? What happens? These perceptions occur very frequently at a very high speed. When it's perceived and when it is repeated so many times, there is a kind of construct or aggregation. That is what is called a sankhara. Now, by the time that it has come to the sankhara level, that current is very prominent. When the current is prominent, it gives rise to the feel or the feel that there is a light. There is some form of dividing, that there is a light, and then in a very subtle way there is a self vibration on this side to indicate that there is a perceiver. So this is Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana, or vibration, sensation, perception, construct, and consciousness. This is how the light is felt as if it is there. Wherever the word consciousness or vijnana is used, it indicates that there is something there. So we know now that there was nothing actually. From nothingness, due to the fast vibration, a current was created, and current was combined, or current was packed to stronger units, and now that current itself gives the feel that there is a light, there is an existing light. So this is the nature of the Chakku Vijnana, or the eye consciousness. So in other words, the system feels that there is a light, something which is there, a thing. Light has become a thing. Now this is what is called the eye consciousness. And in that place also, as I mentioned, in a very subtle manner, the self vibration is there. Now the eye cannot identify what was this light. The word light represents some form of shape that is identified. So there are no identification of the colors, but because of the color variation, it is seen as a sort of something which has different shades and different shapes. Because of the change in the color pattern, it's seen as something like that. So the light that was created due to the speed, or the shape which was created due to the speed, is only a shape to the eye, only a light to the eye, nothing beyond that. That is the experience of the small baby with the radiant mind. And if you take the now what happens, it is a shape or a light is created, and as I said, the eye has no idea. I cannot give any interpretation. It functions as a camera only. And what happens instantly in an older child, this is not the case in the baby with the radiant mind. Radiant mind baby stops there. Only the shape, only the light is there. That's all. So no description, no naming or any explanations. What happens to you and me? The shape instantly is interpreted as a pencil. I'm just telling something that I can see now. So the eye recognized the shape, and what was created instantly was a pencil. Where did that pencil come from? That is your mind sensor. That is the magic function of your mind sensor. There's no time gap actually of what you see. You see something, and immediately, within a fraction of a second, there's no identifiable time gap between the two. The pencil is born in the mind. Now, pencil, not only the shape, it has so many other components, isn't it? Instantly, the pencil which was born as a thought in your mind has so many other components in addition to the shape, isn't it? Yes. You have got the sound. Sound doesn't mean that something which is loud, right? It's a name or a word, pencil. So did that picture produced a sound? No. The picture had no idea about the sound, but the sound has been produced right now. And also you feel the texture of it, isn't it? You didn't even touch now. I never touched the pencil. I can only see it. I know that the texture is firm to touch. And where did that come from? Your fingers didn't touch it. And that is another perception, isn't it? The sound is a perception right now. And what you got from the eye is also a perception. Don't forget that. The eye, the light which was created at the level of the eye, is also simply a perception. And the sound which was reproduced in the mind as a part of the thought is also a perception. And that texture, that feel if you touch the texture, firm nature, that is also a perception right now in your mind. And along with that, there will be some other perceptions also. It's a yellow color pencil. That is also part of a perception. And pencils are used to write. And we used pencils in our smaller classes. We were not allowed to use pens. And there are so many types of pencils. This particular brand is one of the good pencils. And graphite is used to make that tip of the pencil, the writing part. Now see how many perceptions you are getting just with that picture. They are all right now in this fraction of second created in the mind as an illusion, isn't it? So the thought is pencil. Is the thought true? No, it was just a part of the thought. It was just a creation in the thought, isn't it? The pencil wasn't there in the mind just 1/10 of a second before I looked at it. And just as I saw it, just as that was created as a shape in the eye, rest of it came up. And when I look at something else, the pencil is gone from the thought. So this is the nature of the mind. So every sensor is followed by a mind sensor. That is how you have this identification. That is how the world is created actually. So what was seen became a pencil. So is the pencil, is it the self? How can you explain that? Yes, the self is hiding in all these things. What was created in the mind is projected outside. And the system thinks that pencil is really there outside. Actually, it was a shape to the eye. And that also was a creation due to the fast speed. If the speed was not there, there is no creation of light in the eye. There is no shape created in the eye. Because of the speed, a shape was created. And so there was nothing. From nothingness, a shape was created due to the speed. And not only that, due to the same speed, pencil was created in the mind. Now you can understand why we say that the thoughts are all fake. thoughts are not true. Thought is a big lie. Now, similarly, you have to work out all five senses. So, the shape which was seen becomes a foot ruler as a thought. Shape which is seen becomes a fan as a thought. Shape which is seen becomes the tablecloth as a thought. Shape which is seen becomes window as a window in your thought. And the shape which is seen becomes the banana tree in the thought. So, this conversion or this replication or this sudden arising of these thoughts, you can see very clearly it's not true. But are you convinced about it? No. We didn't realize that this is fake. We didn't realize that it is just a creation of the mind. But it was immediately projected out. The pencil is there, foot rule is there, and the table is here, and the window is also here outside. I can see, and I can see the banana trees at the distance. So what was created has been pushed out and projected to what is called the outside world. There's actually nothing existing called outside world. What is projected outside is a part of the world. That is how the world is created. By projecting, you create the world. And what happens? Due to the ignorance, we do not know that it is projected out. We did not know until the Lord Buddha found this true pattern, how these things are happening. So Lord Buddha showed that world is always that instance always the way a world is created. It's not something persisting. We don't know really what is there outside in the world because what we experience is what is created at the sensor level. Now, can you say that there is a self there? Oh, it is an automatic process, isn't it? The seeing is an automatic process provided that the eye is functioning. Even you can't talk about having sunlight, isn't it? We think that it is sunlight, but for a nocturnal animal, it's not light. For a nocturnal animal, the light is created only at the time that we assume as darkness. So that clearly shows that the different animals experience the world in very, very different manners. So the function of the eye, as I explained, seeing a shape is interpreted as a pencil, as a foot ruler, and that is a thought, and that thought has so many perceptions, collections of perceptions. It's like something data which has been fed time to time. Over the time, those data has been fed. So what is reproduced here as a thought is the collection of that perceptions. So it is a thought which was formed at some stage earlier, which is reproduced here. We will take the ear also. If the eardrum is functioning, if the ear is functioning in the normal way, there is a vibration. And again, as I said, there is a range that the human ear can hear, of course, the hertz 20 to 20,000 range. And that vibration of the eardrum creates something which sounds like a sound, which looks like a sound. And this becomes resonated or this becomes telepathized to a similar vibration somewhere, and we explain that as heard a sound. That sound, that vibration became equal to this vibration, or this vibration became equal to that vibration. So then the concept of hearing occurs. But the most important thing to remember is that if there was no speed, there's nothing to talk about a sound. So when the vibration occurs very fast, a sound is created, and that sound becomes equal to a similar vibration somewhere. And then we say, yes, heard the sound of a vehicle tooting in a horn, heard the sound of a loudspeaker, and heard the sound of a baby, a bird's chirping. So that sound, that vibration became equal to the vibration occurred here. Now, when there are several sounds at the same time, even the three that I mentioned, tooting of a vehicle, a sound of a loudspeaker, and birds chirping, all three will not vibrate at the same time. Whatever the prominent one will become resonating to this vibration. Now that is why sometimes in the day-to-day lives, this may have occurred, I'm sure. Somebody is trying to say that, can't you hear that sound? There's a singing sound from somewhere. You might say, no, I can't hear. I can hear only that tooting of the vehicle, the horn. And your family member might say, can't you hear? Just turn your ear to that side and see. There's a nice singing coming from somewhere. You still can't say, no, I can't hear. I can hear a bird singing. What happened actually? Your vibration, your eardrum vibration didn't equalize or didn't resonate to that particular sound that your family member was trying to say. The two vibrations should become equal for a person to hear that sound. So in a little while you might say, yes, now I can hear. What happened? Now your eardrum was vibrating accordingly, and it matches to that vibration. So that vibration of the eardrum is not done by somebody. You didn't do it. And there is a sound produced. And instantly the mind sensor is the one which gives the description. This is the singing of some children. This is the tooting of the horn of our vehicle. This is some announcement by the loudspeaker. That's the singing of a magpie. Now see the description which comes up immediately in relation to the sound. So the sound was created by the vibration of the ears, and the description or the name, form and name, nama rupa, the naming or the name side, name aspect came instantly as an action or a vibration of the mind sensor. And as I said earlier, the mind sensor or the thought is a reproduction of a previous thought, or a previous thought has been telepathized to this moment. So that is how you got the magpies, and that is how you got the loudspeaker and the vehicle tooting. All that came up in the mind as a reproduction of a thought which occurred some time back. So when you go to that route, it's always the function of the other five senses. Now you can see, now we will take the example of the magpie singing. When I say magpie, it was just a sound, isn't it? For you, it's a sound. And with that sound, just try to identify the perceptions that you receive right now, immediately. You get a picture of the black and white little bird. You might even get it in such a way that you have seen that it is sitting on a wire or a tree branch and singing. And also, I am sure you can hear the sound also vibrating in your ear, the way that it's singing. And not only that, you might even feel the texture of the feathers of that baby, if you of that bird, if you touch soft sort of feathers. I'm sure you have touched birds at some points. So that texture also you might feel. You don't feel it as a rock, isn't it? You don't feel the magpie as some flowing water. The texture is different. That particular texture is felt right now. So none of your other physical organs had anything to do with these creations, isn't it? Your eye never had anything to do with. Only your ear heard a sound, but that also was a creation due to the speed. So there also you can't take anything as something physical. And you felt the texture of the body of the magpie, but your skin didn't have anything to do with it. And you heard the voice singing, beautiful singing. And is it anything to do with the eardrum? No. So how did this happen? They are all perceptions, aren't they? They are all creations of the mind instantly, not persisted before that, not persisted even one in thousand of a, a second before I mentioned the word. And right now I am talking so many other words, I have been talking so many other things, and you will not be able to uh, get that magpie again because your mind is flowing along with these words that I am talking. So you can see that it is 100% creation in the mind instantly. And it wasn't there earlier, and it's not going to last very long also. So that is being projected outside, isn't it? You feel that, yes, magpies are there. I saw one today morning also. There are lots of magpies in our garden. Isn't that the way you feel? That thought is projected outside and assumed as if that bird is outside there. So again, it's proving that the thought is a fake one, isn't it? Thought is an instant creation. We have to take all five senses like this. We have to clear all five senses before going to the mind sensor. So take the nose, and before going to the nose, now we identified the process. Now there was hearing, and the mind created a magpie singing. And was it something done by anyone? No, there was no one did it, and it is just a simple process. So the sound became a magpie. Is there self? Is there a person who did it? No. But what happens when the magpie is taken as real? There is duality. Same as the eye when the pencil is outside. I am here. I am the one who is experiencing. So the self-perception is definitely there as a shadow when the pencil is projected to the outside. Pencil is there and the experiencing me is here on this side. So in a thought, you have taken that perception, that feel as a person. That is a thought, isn't it? Each point, whenever there is a sensor function, each point where there is a seeing, hearing, or feeling, the myself, my perception is built up. My self perception is empowered on this side. So I am seeing the pencil, I can hear the singing of the magpie. So each place, like a flicker, the myself current is coming up. Now, earlier I mentioned that the current which is generated in the level of the thought, where the collective function of the other five senses occur, the thought has a stronger power. That stronger power is the one which leads to that feeling of a life, or a person who is experiencing the life feeling comes up like that. Now, each time when that myself is flickered or that myself flickering comes up, this concept of myself becomes stronger and stronger. You know that when something is repetitively happening, it gives that solid understanding that it is there, isn't it? So, as I said, the ear had no idea what that sound is. It's the thought or the mind sensor which gave the description. Description means invariably you accept that it is there. That is what we call becoming a thing. This is actually a direct translation of the Sinhalese explanation to English because we couldn't find a better way of expressing this one. Becoming a thing means become something worthy, become something valuable. Valuable doesn't mean I'm not talking about the value like gold, diamonds, etc. Value indicates that some worthiness. And every time when there is a thought and when that thought is felt as real, invariably there is reinforcing of this myself perception on this side. So if you take the other sensor functions also, we have to see it in the same angle. So when you take the nose, there is a smell, and the nose has no idea what that smell is, and instantly, as a function of the mind sensor, well, if I use that word, I must say that sensor itself is a function. So that is something that I want to correct of what I'm saying. Each time when the word faculty or the sensor is used, it indicates a function. Now the function of smelling. What happens there? There is vibration of the nose, that area which is responsible for the smell, isn't it? Vibration doesn't mean that there's a physical vibration. It's a function, functional vibration, functional change at that place, point. And it's felt, isn't it? The sensation occurs, Vedanava, and perceived as a smell, perception. And that perceived thing is repeated so often that it is felt as if it is a construct, sankhara. And when the sankhara is there, it is given the impression that it's there. So the smell is there now.